addresses.
Thank you very much, Shell. Thank you, Shufa, for the prayers. Good morning. Good morning. We agreed there is tea after this, so you can shout because you'll be replenished. Students, comrades. Hi, guys. You got no power anymore. When this country need more power. Okay, you'll get power afterwards. So thank you very much. We have the honor of the presence of the principal of the current campus, JQuat current campus, and the Dean School of Law. And I would welcome the Dean to come and say something and welcome us and to make us know that we are welcome in this place, to tell us what happens here at the School of Law. Welcome, Dean, Dr. Aminga. Thank you very much.
Madam Principal, our guests, our ladies and gentlemen who have come from different law schools, good morning. Good morning. I believe you're not going to take offense if I say God is good all the time. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to this very auspicious occasion. It's an important occasion when we talk about land. And quite a number of us know land is a livelihood, land is a factor of production, but land is also a heritage. Land is also an economic asset, so much so that people have lost lives and others are fighting in court for several years in order to do what? To acquire or protect land. We do not want to comment about Honorable Tuju's case because you know it's a live case, but it's about what? Partly it's about what? Land. Even where we are on land. It doesn't matter whether you're flying up there. Finally, you need somewhere to land. So we have come today, Madam Principal and our guests, so that we can have a conversation around land. And the program that we're going to have is part of the global project Women's Empowerment for Resilient Rural Areas or Communities. So whereas we are doing it here in an open setup, but it's because this is where we prepare. You cannot go to war without preparations. So this is the base from where we are going to have some very serious conversations concerning land. Now let me take this opportunity to appreciate those who have come. And first and foremost, let me welcome the JQuat family, led by the principal, the JQuat family. Let me start with staff of JQuat, School of Law, and the entire JQuat. We are one family. This is the JQuat family. Please wave to our visitors. Welcome our visitors and welcome the JQuat family. Thank you very much for coming to host our visitors. We have now very many good schools around. Kabarak, School of Law. May you stand? Kabarak. You know, we used to hear about Kabarak High School, but we now know there is Kabarak University. So Kabarak is comprehensive. You can actually begin your studies in nursery school and graduate with a PhD at Kabarak. We hope one day we'll become like that. Where is your patron? Is your patron around? Please wave, you'll talk later. Thank you very much. Welcome for this session. We have Kenya Land Alliance. You'll wait. We'll invite you later. We have Chi IZ. Our visitors from Chi IZ. Please rise. These are our very good partners. They help us in terms of logistics, and sometimes when we are short of money, they chip in because they believe in justice. Please wave. Welcome. AFAM. Somebody will tell me what that means in full. My sister, say hello to us. Good morning, everyone. You can introduce yourself because you are alone. Have the privilege.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Lydia Kibani. I serve as the Executive Director for Agribusiness for African Markets. We champion competitiveness for... Shall I start? I'm Lydia Kimani, Executive Director of Agribusiness for African Markets. So we champion competitiveness for women and youth-led enterprises by focusing on the thematic areas of trade, climate change, and digital inclusion. Very happy to be here.
Thank you very much. National Land Commission, the custodians of our land in the country. National Land Commission, please say hello and welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Mark Moses Kenite, representing National Land Commission. I'm honored to be here, even seeing fellow partners, Kenya Land Alliance and others. I'm hoping to have a good discussion on community land and climate justice, and I'm looking forward to the discussions here. Santini.
Thank you very much. Let me correct. GIZ, please rise. One of you you can introduce yourselves because you're not many. You are only two. We'll not do the same with the students, but the two of you, just introduce yourselves, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Stephanie Mate, and I work for GIZ under the We4R project. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Festus Kimatu, working for GIZ.
Thank you very much. Chi Black. Chi Black. It's called? Okay.
Yes.
Please introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Lucy Mweche. I work for GBIAC. GBIAC is Global Intensive Agriculture Center of Kenya. It is here in Kenya, Thika East. We are a grassroots organization that works with farmers and also championing for the farmers in terms of agroecology and their rights. So I'm here also partly in the project of We4R as a mentee. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Welcome. We have Ministry of Agriculture. Karibu well. Madam, introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Elizabeth Yegon, working with the Ministry of Agriculture, specifically the State Department for Agriculture, where I head the gender unit. Thank you.
Welcome. Pan-African Care. Pan-African Care. Yes, madam.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Anne Mothoni Murege. I work for Pan-Africa Kenya as a project coordinator in Turkana in Marsabit County. Pan-Africa Kenya mostly deals with women empowerment in the rural and marginalized communities. Thank you.
You're welcome. WAFAC. Women Farmers Association of Kenya, WAFAC. There are women in this country who are still having an association and they are farmers. Some students think once you graduate from here, as a lawyer, you do not need to be a farmer. Lawyers are also farmers, and ladies.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Daphne Mushai. I'm the Executive Director of the Women Farmers Association of Kenya. And the main objective is to empower the rural women. And I'm so excited that the topic today touches on that. Thank you for the invite.
Welcome. National Gender and Equality Commission. Madam, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Esther Nyawera. I come from National Gender and Equality Commission. I work there as a program officer. We promote gender equality and freedom from discrimination. And I'm happy to be here to listen in the conversation because land matters is where discrimination happens most. So I'm excited for the day.
Thank you very much and welcome. We have Belam, Kenya. Belam, Kenya. Maybe they're on the way. They'll be coming. We have Riara. Belam is here. It appears like this function is well attended by ladies. It means ladies are the ones who are taking care of our baskets. We won't go hungry. With many ladies in agriculture, we are safe. With many mothers in agriculture, we are safe. Proceed, ma'am.
Yes, I'm Lucia Mwendwa from Penam, Kenya, working with the We4R project. Thank you.
You're welcome. We have now we have universities. Universities, I think Catholic University of Eastern Africa, our neighbor. Catholic University of Eastern Africa, our neighbor. You came alone? They're coming. Okay. So he is representative. Proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Cheboy Amos from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, a law student at third year. The rest are coming.
Okay. Welcome. Riara Law School. Riara. Riara, they are here. Because you are many, just wave. Is your patron here? Did you come with your patron? Please wave. Thank you very much. Welcome. We have, now we have the host, Jaquat School of Law. Let's see the host, whether you are around. You can't be seen when you are seated. Who is going to see you? The host, law school. Wageni wakiwa wengi, the host, si mnajua what we do. Kule kwetu, wageni wakiwa wengi, wenyeji wanapeana nini? Viti. So when we have more visitors, you will exit and then operate from the corridor. But okay. Yes, karibu. Kuna mgeni wetu amefika. Naomba upewe mic.
Yes, please. Yes, I want to introduce myself because I heard Pelham introducing themselves.
Please rise if you don't mind.
Yes,
if you don't
no,
mind.
I can't because of my
sorry.
inability.
Okay. That's okay.
In fact, I've struggled there. That's the first thing that I should complain about.
Yeah.
You are not disability friendly.
We actually have a person. We have a gate. We have a gate.
30 minutes to get up.
Very serious.
Yes. So I'm Dr. Sarah Olembo. And my background, I used to teach at Jomo Kenyatta University before I moved to the African Union, but also taught at Egerton and all those places. So right now, I'm a mentor for the African women leaders in agroecology, and that is why I'm here, because I've escorted my mentee, Lucy, who is here. She came here very early. She's a mentee, but we proposed that she becomes one of the judges. And so I want to watch her in action. And then I can be able to recommend that, yes, she can do this work. So it's a pleasure for me to come back here to visit you people. And also I taught at Tangasa for some time before I moved on to these international things. So I'm so grateful that I'm here with you all. And we are excited that we can be participants in this women and land rights and resources and other issues that are denied to women. Thank you very much for
Our
this
apologies for that inconvenience. We'll make amends today, not tomorrow. Yeah. We'll actually show you the exit.
Even going down.
Which is friendly.
Yeah, going
we'll show
down
you the exit, which is friendly. We are sorry about that.
Thank you so much.
We do not discriminate. We don't.
Yes,
we don't.
Thank you.
We didn't intend to do it.
I appreciate.
I'm so sorry about that.
And I accept the apology.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let me finish by introducing Amuka Africa. Amuka Africa, we have a board. May we have the board members rise? Amuka Africa board members, please rise. This board is very unique. It has students, it has dons, it has mentors. Amuka Africa. So, is representative, please say something. You can use this one. No, just use the other one, no problem.
Good morning. Claude is my name, Claude Kandem. I'm an alumnus of JQuat, and I started as a volunteer at AMCA many years ago. But I'm currently the technical advisor to the board, and so I engage both with the secretariat and the board. As the AMCA board, we are glad to be here. We thank JQuat for the partnership and all our partners. And I know I will be engaging a bit more later in the day, but it's also very nostalgic to be back here and to see all my tutors seated on the other side. It's a pleasure. Thank you, Nakaribuni, on behalf of AMCA.
Okay, thank you very much for giving back to the community that brought you up when you were growing up. And I'm sure there are many here. When you grow up, be like who? Cloud. Even the lady who is the MC is also a graduate of this school, meaning that we bring them up well. You see, they're like us, their parents. Now let me, in a very special way, request my colleagues from the School of Law, the Dons, to stand. The Dons from the School of Law. Now we have, give them mics, because we are the hosts, let them be given mics. We have HODs, 2 of them. Start from here.
Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Yes, my name is Dr. Faith Simiu. I'm a lecturer here at the School of Law. I decided to, Madam Milka called me and told me we need to have some first years and the third years. So I'm happy to support. I've released them a little bit to come here and they'll be doing the makeup next week. So I'm honored. My passion is about mentorship. And I can see Madam Milka is taking that mantle, which is good, alongside our colleagues here. So we are happy to be here to represent you and see the limitless opportunities that you're going to be giving. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next one is very special to us as JKUAT School of Law. You know, when you see your daughters are now grown. Proceed.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Rose Chalo. Yes, I'm special in in such a way that I was among the first group. In fact, it was the first group, the pioneer group, 2008 until today. So I started working here as a member of staff in 2013, and up to now I'm still here. So I'm so happy to be part of this. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you very much. She started here, graduated in 2011. She has a very comprehensive history about this school. Madam?
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Hannah Wamoyo. I'm Chair of Department, Law, Science and Technology. It gives me a pleasure to be amidst you, being the tutor or the lecturer for environmental law, natural resource management, law and policy. It gives me, I'm just happy to see like you are going to litigate issues which we have discussed in class. It just feels good as a lecturer, and also seeing our former students. Thank you, Madam Milka Wahu, for bringing this group together. We are honored.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Dr.
Thank you, Dean. My name is Dr. Dennis Ndambo, chairperson of Private Law Department, as well as the Moot Court Coordinator. I'd like to welcome all of you. Thank you for joining us today and taking part in this event. Thank you again also to UMCA Africa and Ms. Milka Wahu for partnering with JKUAT and in showcasing the conducive environment we have at JKUAT that fosters excellence in different ways. Thank you.
Dr. Ndambo, just tell them that yesterday we recorded some victories somewhere. Just mention so that they have a motivation. Just say something about what we did yesterday.
All right. Thank you, Dean, for giving me the opportunity to blow our horn. So what yesterday did well, and they emerged second runners-up in the Manfred Lux Space Law Moot Court competition, and they'll be proceeding to the continental rounds in South Africa. That, of course... That, of course, is just shortly after we've had several other teams qualifying for global rounds in the US. That's the Stetson International Environmental Law Moot, as well as the John H. Jackson Moot and the Jessup Moot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It means you are in the right place. Let me finish by saying this. My name is Dr. Stephen Aminga, the Dean of the School of Law. I didn't introduce myself, it was deliberate, so that I can crown it before I invite our principal to make some honorable remarks for our occasion. The most important thing that I have to mention is that we are 18 years old. We are actually going to have a very productive kind of a session because we are people of all age sets. We have those ones who have just started 18 years, but we also have grandmothers here and we have the youth. So for those ones who have been thinking that agriculture is for the poor, now you can see that agriculture is actually our lifeline. Without it, we can't be what we are. So with those very many remarks, may I now take this opportunity to invite our principal, Professor Helen K. Mberia, to come and give her remarks. Welcome to JKUAT, the School of Law that you must watch.
Okay, I have mine.
Welcome, Prof.
Wow. The School of Law, you must do what? Yes, good morning. As you've heard, my name is Professor Helen Beria. I am the principal, JKUAT Karen Campus. So on behalf of JKUAT fraternity, I wish to welcome all the participants of today's event, that is the Land Rights Mock Trial. And I want to say that JKUAT Karen Campus is a very unique campus because this is the only campus that has School of Law and at the same time has JKUAT TVET Institute and of course the School of Business and Computer courses. Of course, we are unique by the fact that we are in the Karen Reef suburbs. Amaniaje? Yeah, we are surrounded by the big people in this country. And that is why we are also big and very, very important. Now, I want you to appreciate what the School of Law has done to come up with this event through the partnership with UNPAC Africa and the funding or sponsorship from GIZ. I hope I've said it right. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event that is key and significant to we as the community, the students, and all the other participants. Why? Because land issues are very sensitive. And when I see it is women empowerment, that takes me back to where I come from. What is the relationship between women and land? Is there discrimination? And especially when we think about community land. Therefore, this is a discussion that is very timely, and discussion that has key people getting involved. You realize that when you have an event where you have one, policy influencers, policy implementers, then you are sure the discussions and the simulations that will come out of this will be acted upon or will be used to inform decision-making or many other policies that may come up. Therefore, I once more want to thank the School of Law, UNPAC Africa, and GIZ for identifying JKUAT Karen Campus to have this kind of event. I want to also thank other participants that have come from various universities to be part of us and various organizations that are represented here. I may not be able to remember all of them, but I know they are very key from the list that we have been given. And therefore, I want to say that what we are doing today is also contributing to where this country is ending matters competency-based education. What is happening with the competency-based education is where we are trying to bring the world in the classroom and discuss real issues and equip students or learners with competencies that can help them out there. And therefore, that's why we are saying we bring out competent learners. And this is a kind of a scenario or forum that is encouraged with CMBE education. And therefore, thank you, School of Law, for spearheading some of the learning strategies that we shall be using with competency-based education, where we discuss real issues and look out for solutions. Maybe I want to mention also something our guest has encountered. I've seen our senior security bring her in. I want to apologize that you used the wrong route. We have a physical disability compliant route that you are supposed to use. On behalf of JKUAT Current Campus, we apologize about that. Otherwise, for today, students and participants, and specifically the students, this is a very important forum and the exposure you are being given. Practical skills. May you enjoy yourselves. May you make sure it is productive. Therefore, I want to once more welcome you to JKUAT Current Campus and wish you a very good engagement and interaction in this function. Welcome to JKUAT Current Campus.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal, for those very key remarks. Let me appreciate Malamu Law. Sorry, Malamu Law. Are we here? Oh, they're joining online. But let me appreciate them, even if they are in the virtual space. Let me appreciate them because now we have very many working spaces. Those are going to be our judges. That's why I have to acknowledge them. And may I now hand over this mic. You are in good hands. We have very many programs here because really, let me just mention that as we leave. You can do your bachelor's, you can do your master's in law right here. The professors are here. But you can also do leadership, you can do BCom, you can do so many other courses. We even have data science and analytics. So you can do that right here at Karen in a serene place. There are going to be demonstrations here. Even when they are campaigning, they won't come here. Here they know the only campaign that we do is the campaign against what? Ignorance. So you can come around, project management. We have so many programs. We have a whole college of human resource represented here. So you are welcome to interact with us and feel free and ask your way around in case you have a challenge. May God bless you. Thank you very much, Madam Milk.
Thank you very much. We are really appreciative. We have been welcomed. The event has been opened by the owners of the home. And so now we can start enjoying ourselves. But I know the team is leaving because there's another meeting. I think there's an echo. There's an echo to this. You can sort that out. There's a campus board examination meeting. And I know the principal and the dean and our CODs are leaving. So you're leaving right now? So we allow them to leave, although we would really have wanted you to stay for the powerful keynote that is coming up, but we are recording it. It's going to be on YouTube, and I'll make sure I'll send it to you, even if it's just cutting that part, because that is very important. Students, stay put. Let's have more seats. Let's everybody come in the way they are being organized. Let's share this space. So thank you very much. Madam Principal, Professor Mberia, thank you so much. The Dean School of Law, Dr. Minga, thank you so much. Dr. Ndambo, Faith, you're not leaving. Stay, please. Yes, I can see so many people. Mr. Kinyoi, you never stood when the ministry was called, eh? Mr. Kinyoi, please stand. Mr. Kinyoi is my friend. I like to joke to him that he's the representative of the Kenyan Big Five because he's a Samburu. Eh? Do you usually see a Samburu person? He's here. I like to pull his legs like that. Yes, so we can allow our guest to. Okay. We have like 10 minutes. So Before I invite Faith, I would like to start thinking this. Today is Thursday. On Tuesday, I attended a launch of the Global Hunger Index, the Kenyan chapter. And when I was there, I was shocked. Then I was angry. Then I was thinking, what do we do? And I would like to transfer that shock and that anger and that feeling of wanting to do something to you. Because in the entire world, we are 103 out of 123 countries in the hunger index. We are a very hungry country. You may not be hungry right now, but you are the elitist. You are in school. But that shows this country is very hungry. 1 in 3 children in this country is hungry. I don't know whether you are feeling this thing I'm saying. 1 in 3 children in this country is hungry. And that means they are at the risk of being brain stunted. And science shows that if you are brain stunted below 2, you cannot recover. You may grow in the body, but you cannot. So that is the society we are growing. So when you are thinking land, also they showed that, well, there is government statistics showing that the GDP increased, poverty levels increased. How that happened, that the GDP is increasing and poverty level is increasing, it's a paradox. But poverty level increased from 45 to 50.3%. Very serious. Now, when we think about land, justice, hunger, and all these things, you may think that's not about me, but it's about your country. It also goes down to whether there will be opportunities for you even after school. The society and the nation you're going to be joining, and will there be anything to build if everybody you are going to be, the clients you are going to be looking for, they are brain stunted? If we continue the way we are going. So when we talk about land justice and women, most of you, when I see the discussions that we usually have at the Legal Clinic platform, you usually trivialize and make it women versus men. No, it's not women versus men. In fact, when you hear women, quickly learn back to your mother. Don't even think about those other women. Your mother, your grandmother, your sister. That's the persons we are talking about. If you are like me, I have a very good dad, and he was there. But it's my mother who did the land work that took me to school. So women, your mother, your grandmothers, they are doing agricultural labor. 60 to 80% of agricultural labor is done by women. Yet, women own about approximately, which is even less, 5% of land in this country. 5%. So 62% labor versus 5. You see why we are hungry? The person who is actually doing the work does not own, have no control. They can work on it today, tomorrow it's not in their hands. If the circumstances at home changes. So it's not about, like to say it's about feminism, it's about what? No, we are talking about actual issues. That's why we are a hungry country. And it has reduced land ownership between 2014 to 2022 has reduced from 7% to 3%. That's the country we are talking about. So I want to welcome Faith Alube. Let's clap for Faith Alube. Let's clap. I promise, after Faith, this is not too. After Faith, we are going to have tea and mandazi, okay? So this lady, is Faith's presentation ready? Those who are working on it, please have it coming. Is the single most person I know who knows and understands land issues in all ways in this country. So we have the best to speak to us and give us just, she'll just give us just a small part, a dot of what we can start thinking about land. So Faith is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. You can see, and she's my senior in the profession, and she has come with a team which she'll introduce, then she'll dive in. Welcome, Faith. We give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Wau. Viva wa Kenya, viva. Viva wa Kenya, viva. Viva JQ at viva. I'm a street activist. Wau is just exaggerating. Tuko salama. Today I've come with a team. Before I introduce myself, let me let you hear their voices. They'll tell you what they do.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, I'll just use this one. My name is Maxine Milimu. I work at the Kenya Land Alliance. I'm the Women Land Rights Officer. Land and women cannot be separated. And I cannot wait for the keynote address because it's going to take us down history lane. And we get to understand where our struggle for land began. And the disconnect, where the women get disconnected in this land conversation. I'm very happy to be here. I'm a lawyer by profession. Unfortunately, I studied at Kenyatta University, and we did not recognize JKUAT at that time, but now we do. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Mugambi Martin. I work at Kenya Land Alliance. I'm in charge of policy and land governance. This is where we look how the laws interact with citizens because they are the consumers of the laws. So anytime we talk about laws, anytime we talk about community land, how does the citizens interact with the policies and the laws which we are making as a country? And how do we better them so that they benefit better? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to appreciate the Dean. Thank you very much for having me. I know it's the first of many. I'll come back again and again. Thank you very much, Prof, inviting us into your house. Mimi ni Mluya, ungeka ugali na samaki. Iko? Awesome. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you very much, members of the faculty. We do appreciate. As you have been told, my name is Faith Alube. This is almost my 20th year working on land justice in different facets of land justice. I'd like to open my keynote with a very controversial statement. When Rigiji was the DP, he said Kenya is a company. How many agree with him? You don't? How many? Prof agrees with Rigiji. But Kenya is a company. We can start this journey in 1895. Do we remember the name of the guy who was going to Uganda? Actually, they wanted the source of River Nile to extract raw materials. What was the name of that lord, that titled man? Who remembers? Who's ever heard the name Lord Mackinnon? You've heard about it? Yes. He was going to Uganda because they knew Uganda as the source of River Nile. That's where the raw materials are. But when he was passing through Kenya, he felt, oh, there are even raw materials here. So we can start even from here. That's why Kenya is a protectorate and Uganda is a colony. So Mackinnon, in essence, was the head of IBEA. Who's ever heard IBEA? Yeah, IBEA, the ones who said, okay, we were going to Uganda, but we've passed some land here, which is also very productive. So we can also take this one and protect it. Nani alifanya GHC kama mimi? History. Company. So Kenya, when Rigiji says Kenya is a company, it was not so wrong. It was not so. Thank you very much. So when Rigiji says that in 1895, when Lord Mackinnon was passing through, going to wherever he was going to, he saw this land and they started to protect it because of raw materials. I'm starting so far because you're talking about community land. Why is it that from whatever the Community Land Act of 2016 is enacted in 2016, since we knew ourselves, what was so wrong in us acknowledging a regime called the Community Land Act? Are those questions that we ask ourselves? Why is it until 2030 Act of 2013 was enacted? And before that, we were using the Matrimonial Act of 1882. Why will we have policy right after the new constitution? Are we together? Are we together? So today you are in a class of an activist. Okay? An activist perpetuates ideas that provokes your thinking. Okay? I'm not here to convince you. I'm just here to provoke your thinking. And I do it very well. After this, you're going to look for your title deed. Because we know title deeds were called title deeds because titled men were being given deeds of land. So when you say title deed, just know where it comes from. Titled men like Lord Mackinnon were being given land. In 1895, when they came, they felt, unless we put policy, we are not going to be able to get this land. So what did they do? They put in place Crown Ordinance, the first one, 1897. And the main aim of this Crown Ordinance is to make sure that the native, the indigene, like you, does not have a say on your land and on your natural resources. The 1897 Crown Ordinance is which divided the lands. Before they came, we were nations. Okay, there was the Akamba nation, the Mal nation, the Luya nation. In fact, the Luya nation has 27 nations. The Mal nation, you'll get, they have many nations. The Wajaluo nation has 3 more. Are we together? So in 1897, the first Crown Ordinance, they divided the regimes into 3. Private land for titled men, like Lord Dalamere, Lord Errol. You've had titled men like those? Sir Evelyn Barang. Tutakutana na yeye tena. Sindio? Titled men were being given deeds. That's why it's called a title deed, which was changed in 2012 after the enactment of the Land Act and the Land Registration Act of 2012, which called the title deed certificate of title. So it's cyclic. So we'll be going like this. We'll be going back before the new constitution and then with the new constitution, right? So the elite, there was elite capture in 1897, the Crown Ordinance, that is 1897. Then they felt, apana, this thing is not serving us so well. We need to delegitimize customary tenure. We need to make it look subservient. So there is a Crown Ordinance again in 1901. And the 1901 one was just to put in place mechanisms to ensure that these indigenes do not arise again. So the 1901 Crown Ordinance entrenched the 3 regimes. That was before the new constitution comes customary tenure, government land, and private land. If you come to the new constitution now, it is private land, public land, and community land. Right? So it's cyclic. There are cyclic patterns you'll start seeing and trends, okay? So in 1901, Makinon, they felt, okay, we have to put in policies in place so that people are governed through policies, because without governing through policies and a government, you'll not be able to bend the will of these indigents. Some of the indigents were warlike. Are we together? So the engagement started. Indigents are like, no, you cannot take our land. No, we are nations, we are independent, we have our kings. And now you have come now, you want to take over our minerals. And all these nations in Kenya, some were traders like the Akamba, some were hunters and gatherers. You've heard the hunters and gatherers? You've heard that? You heard some of us were you've had farmers. So they were doing that. And then when the Mzungu saw we are the colonizers, let me say the colonizers, when they saw we are very resistant, in 1913, let me say from 1910, they engaged with the Ma, the warlike Ma, because the Ma had such a huge tract of land. You know, they normally say that in the colonial maps, most of the names from Nairobi, Nanyuki, Laikipia, they had such a huge tract. So there's this Lord Rosell. Who did GHC like me? So Lord Rosell was in charge of the commission that entered into the treaty 1913, which was breached in 1910, which was breached in 1913. Why is that important for these discussions? Because it forms a land struggle of our time, 60 years post-independence. Right? So when you're talking about community land, you cannot evade, or you cannot not fail. You cannot fail to mention them, because most of the land of the tracts that people have settled, Nairobi, Kajiado, Isinya, Kisaju, where you see palatial homes, Laikipia, most of it was Ma land. But in 1913, when Lord Rosell aliwarusha shamba, they did that because they could. And then they felt, anyway, we can now invite other investors. How do we do that? They put in place another policy, the Land Alienation Act of 1920. This Land Alienation Act invited companies like Del Monte, Kakuzi Fiber, James Finley's. Have you heard those names? They are still here 100 years later. They are still playing tapo with us. Are we together? Like Kakuzi, I know Kakuzi very well, because in 2016, I took Kakuzi to court, Royal Court of Justice in the UK, because we could not get justice in Kenya. And Kakuzi, we found out 55% of Kakuzi is owned by Camellia PLC. Camellia PLC, go find out who it belongs to. It's a titled person who has land all over Africa. She was called the Queen of England. I'm an activist, so I call them as they are. Well, we hope you're ready in case Subaru's land here. Yeah? So Kakuzi was called Kakuzi Fiber in 1921, and Kakuzi was able to come set up here because of the Land Alienation Act of 1921, which was amended in 1926 and 1927 to enable companies like Brookbond. Who knows Brookbond, what it is called now? Here. You know a company called Unilever? Now it's called Ekitera. Hello? Thank you very much, Prof. Now it's called Ekitera. We took it to court in 2021, and to evade liabilities, it changed to Ekitera. Why am I mentioning this? Because you see, it's cyclic. Back then, they introduced policy to grab land. Isn't that what is happening now? And they're introducing policy to grab land. So it's cyclic. When you talk about the land struggles of our time, it's not the land question anymore. We should be talking about the land struggles of our time, because we have to own the discourse. When you call them questions, it means you're waiting for an answer. Yet you are part of the struggle. You have to own the discourse. So from 1927, companies and investors were invited, and they were being given £2,000 in order to settle in Kenya. So the indigene was being subdued. The indigene was being subdued. Oh, I've called it the past of our present. That is what I called in my presentation. So when we talk about 1995 to 1963, that is a colonial legacy where most indigents lost their rights. In Kenya, you only acquire land through 3 ways. You buy, you inherit, you're gifted. And these days, you can also grab. That is Article 46. Article 46, land that is grabbed is not protected by the law. The fact that the law is acknowledging you can grab, it means it is done. Are we together? Yeah, there is 44 that introduces something like good faith and for market value. We are yet to define that. Yeah, are we together? So going back to 1927, what did that do to our land policy? It introduced leaseholds. How does that reflect in our current situation? All of Nairobi, most of the leases are expiring. And what the governor of Kidero back then was, the governor of Nairobi was Kidero back then. What he did is that he sold them before expiry. If you look at California, Pumwani, that lease expired in 2023, but they are being evicted now. You've heard that? And that is the lease that I knew. There are many other leases, but those leases were awarded under the courtesy of the 1927 policies and framework. Okay, the indigene is disinherited, defranchised. Come 1924, we have the indigene rising now. The indigene is rising. I'm calling them the indigene. That is the most best way to put it. The indigene is rising. Which indigene do you know that rose that early? 1924. Ay, nyi mulisoma mtu anaitwa Aridhuku. He was the first African, or wanasema the first Kenyan to marry a white woman. They normally say that, I'm not so sure. But Aridhuku was amongst the people that showed that the indigene can rise. The indigene can rise. And if you look at the life of Aridhuku, it espouses the voice of the indigene. This is what we are suffering from. This is the solution we think should be put in place. The indigene saw, oh, okay, so if Aridhuku can rise, even us, we can start organizing. Are we together? If you jump that timeline until you reach 1940, the indigene was subdued again with the Trust Land Act of 1940. And since there's this law that was governing the northern sphere, they decided, okay, we have a law governing the northern sphere. Why don't we also subdivide this country? Which paper subdivided this country? You know, you are more younger than I am. Which paper subdivided this country? Do you have ever heard of the White Devonshire paper? When was it done? Have you ever heard of the Swinnerton Plan? These rails that you see, they were done in 1945. Yeah, someone should not tell you SGR, whatever. They were stealing. That's why they put in place SGR and very good names. In fact, they just upgraded those rails. But when you look at the original plan, it is the Swinnerton Plan of 1945. And the idea was to open the land so that raw materials can reach the coast. If you look at the title deeds of the interior and title deeds of the coast, they're different. Most of the title deeds of the coast reflect different interests. How many interests do we have so that we understand what Makinon was doing before the government came into place? We have access. That is an interest. We have use. That is an interest. You have control. That is an interest. And you can own. We have 4 interests. If you look at that time, with the leaseholds, they could use the land, access the land, control the land, but ownership was conditional. Right? We normally say we have freehold, leaseholds, and which other one? Is this a property class? And which other one?
we will reach that, right? So leasehold has limited interests. Freehold has 4 interests. So when you look at what the colonial administration was doing, was to try and get all the 4 interests to get raw materials, which for us as indigents puts us at a disadvantage, because it means if Kakuzi Fiber got land in 1921, they'll never leave that land. That's why we normally feel in the new constitution someone was making fun of us by saying that now all leases are collapsed to 99 years. What about the people who had 600 years left in their 1,000-year leases? Don't they have rights as well? And who is handling it? We are yet to see a policy guide that tells you, you know what, we have to deal with it. So we are back to the Swinnerton plan. The rail architecture is still active. Don't we see the rail? It was established then. And then now we meet a guy that was in the 1913 commission called Lord Maurice Carter. We meet him again in the White Devonshire paper. And then we meet him again in the Million Acre Fund. Why is this very important? Because this guy was the one who was in charge of the settlement schemes that we are living in. The ADC farms. Whose family lives in a settlement scheme? You have titles. Whose family was settled in a settlement scheme?
The problem is the current generation.
They do not even know.
They don't even know. They don't know what has happened, even where they stay. They don't know what goes on there. And the education that they got told them, colonialism was good. It brought clothes. It brought civilization.
Viva wa Kenya, viva. Viva wa Kenya, viva. That far you know. You can say viva, right? Viva wa Kenya, viva. Aren't you Kenyans? Yeah. So why is it important that we are starting from that end? Because the 2019 census told us that 60% of us survive on agriculture. And 60% of us are youth. So we have a youth bulge. So if the average farmer was put at 67 years with the 2019 census, who has dropped that ball? The youth, right? Kwa nini amnijibu? Kwa sababu nimeanza kuingia space yenu. Sindio, if you have a youth bulge, and the census was saying 67%, the current average age of a farmer is 67 years. Who has dropped that ball? Right? Yeah. So when we talk about the Swinnerton plan, for us it's very important because what they did back then, they're still doing it now. They are using policy to defranchise communities. When there was a state of emergency in Kenya in 1950, who was in charge of Kenya by then? Who declared the state of emergency? Lord Evelyn Baring. Unajua wanafanya ni kama naongea Kiluya hapa. Nika amwelewi amshikanishi tena. Hello. You know? So Lord Evelyn Baring is the one who declared the state of emergency. What's the impact of a state of emergency? Suspension of laws. What did that mean for the indigent and property rights? Is that the colonial master can occupy as much as he can. So they called themselves. There were so many. And if you look at the white settlers, remember the White Devonshire paper zoned Kenya. White settlers, northern frontier. Mnadhani hiyo inatoka wapi? Why do we say tunaenda reserve? Tunasema tunaenda reserve because indigents were put in reserves so that they can harvest raw material. Are we together? If I'm too much, unaniambia wakili punguza kwanza kizungu. Explain to us what that means. So for them to be able to extract raw materials, they had to defranchise Africans. How did they do that? They set up reserves. And in the reserves, they made it tax-free. So sisi kama wa Africa, the indigents, we ran to the tax-free zones. And those are the zones they used to call reserves. And then later, in order to manage Africans and indigents, they introduced the hat tax. You've heard about that? So that when you need money Where will you go to work? In the plantations where they're getting extractive, they're getting raw materials, they're getting cheap labor, because now you're going to work there to get your tax to be paid. We still have such plantations in place, you know that? Who has heard of Delamere? Tunakunywa tu yogurt. But have we ever asked ourselves, hiyo yogurt inatokanga wapi? It was set on the blood of the indigenes. Eh? When you go to Taita Taveta, we have sisal plantations. Unasikia jina Basil criticus. Baba yake alikuwa anaitwa Grogan. Nani ashasikia jina Grogan? Nairobi. Huyo alikuwa baba ya Basil criticus, and he was owning almost all of Taita Taveta. Are we together? Aliamka asubuhi akaota akachukua. Are we together? So it's so cyclic like this. That's why it's a struggle, the land struggle of our time. So when they called each other in the 50s, they became too many, and the indigenes were rising. Then we had the Kenya Land Defense Army. Iyo tunaijua kama Mau Mau, but that is not its name. Its name was Kenya Land and Liberation Army. Do you think they got the land after the war? Do you think they were liberated? Yeah, but they fought for it. They started in the 40s, right? These ones are agitating too much. Let's settle them. Let's settle the settlers, and then we give the indigenes land. Mushasikia kuna pesa ilikulwa. Hiyo pesa ilikulwa saa hiyo. Because the money that was released was called the Million Acre Fund. It was in 1962 and 1966. The settler community that came in 1921 through the Land Alienation Act was supposed to be settled and go back to UK. Are we together? Tumefika 1950, 1963. Tuko pamoja? Yeah. So this Million Acre Fund was released in 1962 by the British government. Give the colonial masters this money, they relinquish local land. So what did the Mzungu do? How was it handled? This Million Acre Fund was handled by Commissioner Maurice Carter. We have seen him in 1913, akirusha wa Masai. Tena tunampata 1957, Maurice Carter Commission, alafu settlement ikatoka 62 na 66. What this guy did, he let the homeowners choose who they'll give the land. Tuko pamoja. And the owners of the land, they gave the elite, who were the home guards. That is why your father does not have land. Say ati hakuwa anaweza kugrab. He was just not a home guard. That's the fact of the matter, right? If you're elite in an area, most probably you got land. The land that remained was community land, which is being grabbed up to date. But these titled men gave out their land to their favorable people, which were the elite. You see, it is 1962. That is what happened. In 1966, when the second batch was released, since the indigene had taken over government, it did not release that money. Hapo ndo unasikianga kuna watu waliiba pesa. So what happened? He gave that money and funded a few so that these few become land buying companies. I'm explaining why we have community land, and the title was Beyond What? Yeah, changing faces. Yeah, belonging in the era of changing spaces. Are we changing? I'm trying to demonstrate, are we changing? I normally feel at times like we are in 1895. Right? So, when 1966 the fund came, instead of releasing it to the settlers so that they can release the land to the indigenes, the money disappeared. It went into friends' pockets and they formed land buying companies. How many land buying companies have you ever heard about? Mboi Kamiti, Katelembo, Embakasi Ranching. You've heard those. If you've not heard, well, make sure you say to that question. Because that is a problem that we have now. Because what the land buying companies did, they started that double balloting. I bought land, then the title has 5 more names on the same piece of land. Because they were profit-making organizations. Are we together? That is why the land that you have can be adjudicated, but it's not titled. Tuko pamoja. So 1966, that happens, and now we continue. That president passes on in 1978, but he passed on. Having passed on, there is one bit of history that is very important for us, and it still affects us. The colonial master, in order to access the ocean and use it to export their raw materials, they entered into an agreement with the Sultan of Oman. Are you aware he still collects rent and rates in the coast, in Mombasa? On the 30-mile strip? He still does, up to date. I can see National Land Commission here. If I lie, they will tell you. They still collect, right? Those Arabs still collect. In the year of our Lord 2026, the Sultan of Oman still collects some form of rent from Mombasa residents and Malindi. But they were given that land as a trade-off to give access to the colonial masters to let the raw materials pass. That is a colonial legacy that impacts the coastal people up to date. In fact, the first regime almost declared all of it to be government land. So making all of them to be what? Squatters. So when you hear squatters, that is the origin. That an indigene could not own their own land because the land that they were living in was so precious that they were defranchised in the morning. No, it can be the evening, usiku wakilala. I'm not so sure. But they were defranchised, yeah? So when we look at the post-independence era, 1963 and 1978, the first regime didn't do anything. If you look at my presentation, the land transfer from the colonial masters to the locals backfired because of personal interest. So that one did not work out well. There is still elite capture. When you look at the patronage system that I've spoken about, land buying companies that were funded by state money. Right now, do we have people giving taxes for affordable housing? Do you? Are these houses being constructed on public land? Right? Yes. So why are you buying them? Isn't that patronage system again? That money from the Mzungu will be given to the elite, then the elite, they'll form land buying companies, but the profit from it goes where? Walks and disappears in thin air. Isn't that what affordable housing is all about? And apologies if I step on your toes. We can have lunch over it. Yeah? But that is what is happening. Patronage. Where have you seen procurement being done on these houses that we are building with our taxes? Have you seen any procurement? Do you even know the number? Do you even know why it is site A and not site B? Do we know why Embakasi Ranching was given this portion to manage and Katelembu was given Machakos and Mboi Committee was given? Why was Mboi Committee given that area? Do you know? Isn't that cyclic? That's what is happening now, political patronage. So in the first administration, we didn't have so much to talk about. The elite capture went on for so long. The crown land or government land was still not registered. It was fluid. Communally held land, it was fluid because the Wazungus were going back home, but they were not giving good transitions. 98, 202, sorry, kumbe alikuwa. Hata kwanza namtoa haraka sana. 202, that's when Moi left. So in 1999, we had a commission of inquiry. If you look at the recommendations in that report, they are very progressive, but no one cared about that. And each time we are always having commissions of inquiry pretending that we are coming up with solutions. I normally ask, before we do the Njonjo Commission review report, that led to the 1997 skirmishes, right? Yeah, and the Kayabombo one. I'm talking about skirmishes that GNZ wanashangaa na huyu ancestor. But that can be the cause of your problem. That's why your father does not have land. Tuko pamoja. So that Commission of Inquiry report, 1999, it was never enacted. Tuko pamoja. So the activists started activating, okay? Or we wanted a land policy. Sawa, we said we want a land policy to look at historical land injustice. As I've told you, the Sultan of Oman is still earning money. That's a colonial legacy. There are people who do not even have ushago. Penye unaishi ni Kibra tu. Mshaijiuliza Wanubi walipatikanaje Kibra? Nao ni wa Sudanese. I'm giving you homework, eh? When I ask a question without an answer, that's an homework. Unasikia? So, the activists in 1999 pushed for the land policy. National land policy. They pushed, they started in 1999. It was done in 2009. But it was a process that took so long. Moi akakanyagia, akasema hapana. Hatutaki land policy. Tukiwapatia land policy, will not be able to grab land. In fact, during Moi's tenure, there was a commissioner that his signature could give you land wherever in Kenya. What was the name of that last commissioner? Commissioner nani? Hiyo ni homework. Tuko pamoja? Hiyo ni homework. Sawa? Yeah, because Moi used land as a tool, political tool. Sahi ukiangalia hata kwake Kabarak, there are so many contentions, and you start wondering, when you're alive, you're fighting for what? Now everything that you gave is being fought. Hello? Let's move on. And then we had the gentleman who came in, 203. What this gentleman did that was very important was to unprescribe the Mau Mau movement. The Mau Mau movement. It also gave us a job, some of us. And that is why we know so much about land. When I was a young lawyer, I worked on a case with the Mau Mau movement. I also took that case as an officer. There was an out-of-court settlement. And this out-of-court settlement had 3 portions. Statement of regret, a monument that if you go to Uhuru Park, if you go to Uhuru Park, you'll get a monument with a history. That was my work when I was an officer. And we got tokens for 5,528 veterans. And when we were going to court, after Kibaki had said that Mau Mau is not illegal, one of the things that we were talking about in court, I'm going to talk very legal terms because I think 90% of us here are lawyers. There are 3 questions that were raised by the court in London, Royal Court of Justice in London. The first one was admissibility and utility of the points of law that we raised as lawyers that we were fighting for Mau Mau. Because our main issue was that they were defranchised and that land was relinquished. So where is that land? The colonial master alibeba your land. So we were saying that if they were not defranchised when the Makinon Ibea was here, then they could have been on their lands. But the court was like, you have to demonstrate admissibility, you have to demonstrate liability, and we have to talk about time limitation. So that's when we started doing definitions. Human rights issues do not have time limitations because the negotiation process between 2 parties are not equal. We cannot say that Kakuzi Fiber or the Queen or the white settlers negotiated on equal basis with the indigenes. And for a contract to be valid, both parties have to have capacity. Okay? When we talk about liability, we said, I'm saying this because hiyo kesi ilituchukua miaka 6 kufanya. We came back with 2 billion pounds and land. We came back with land also because we combined 2 cases. We combined the Mau Mau case and we combined the Kakuzi land. Nani ashasikia hiyo land inapiganiwa Kiambu? Governor wa Matangi. Nani ashaisikia? Sasa mnajifanya hata hamuna habari. Munasikiaga. So the 2 billion pounds we did we gave tokens to 5,528 according to the court ruling. See at the Kenya Human Rights Commission do wali decide back then. It was a ruling. 5,228 veterans to be given tokens, which we did. Then construct a monument, which we did. Governor Kidero was very kind to give us a portion in Uhuru Park, which we set up a monument. It is there. When you go there, you will get it. Tuko pamoja. So when we talk about the gentleman's era, before even Governor Kidero, that is what Kibaki did for us. When he made sure there is a precedent in claiming rights for injustices that were done in the colonial era. Tuko pamoja. It is a precedent for us as legal practitioners so that we can say it can be done. The Prime Minister back then in the UK was William Hague. And he did us proud, even if it was an out-of-court settlement. Under this gentleman, the Kibaki era, we also get the Ndungu report, which exposed widespread corruption. Have you ever read it? If you are a property rights student, please go read it. I don't think most of its recommendations were implemented, just like the Njonjo report. We also had the Kriegler Commission report, which was post the 207-208 violence, land as a driver of conflict. That report also has very good recommendations, which I think if someone goes to court right now, some of its recommendations can actually stop the elections. Am I right, NLC? Some of the recommendations in the Kriegler report can actually stop elections because according to the Kriegler report, one of the issues that should be handled is the IBC should be in place 2 years before the election, right? The boundaries should be clear. Are the boundaries clear? Administrative boundaries. Do you think they're clear? So we are registering communally held land. Under which administrative boundaries? Nikikukanyaga utanitafuta saa ya chai. Tuonge. Tuko pamoja? Yeah. So this gentleman, that's what, and then the national land policy, after 10 years of really working hard, it was passed. Who has ever read the lapsed national land policy? Ebu ask your neighbor that question because that is actually who was not born by 2009. Maybe that is the question I should ask. Who was not born by then? Okay, kwa hivyo nyinyi sasa mmeanza kuwa my ancestors. If by 2009 you were born, then you should be interested, right? So the land policy was enacted in 2009 after 10 years of agitation. So under Uhuru, era of reform, that was Kibaki. So under Uhuru, under Kibaki, we also got the constitution. Sindio? Tukapata constitution. Chapter ngapi ni ya land and environment? Surely that one you know. Wahua watu wanakuangusha. Ni chapter ngapi? Chapter 5. Land and environment. Sindio? And the constitution is very important for us, right? If you go in the constitution just a little bit, Article 1, the preamble, we give ourselves this constitution to govern us. Sindio? Article 2.4, traditional and retrogressive policies that are against us, they should be null and void. Article 2.5.2.6, international law forms part of our laws. Mnatakana kuwa mnaimba, sinyi ni students of property. Vane, mnafanya hata mluya anashangaa. Are we together? Tunaendelea. Article 10 is what? National values. Right? You're law students. National values. Like what? Participation. Si mnaimba? Wow. I think we should do an evaluation. Participation, inclusion, transparency and accountability. That is the language that introduced those words into documents around land. When you move from Article 10, we have respect custom, Article 11. You move to Article 19, Chapter 4, which is Akiato wako serious. Chapter 4. Human rights. At least hiyo wanajua. Inaanza article 19, right? We respect human rights, right? That is derived from which law? UDHR 1948. I need to come back. 1948. Sindio? To see debate proper because I've seen the cases. And we need to anchor ourselves in order to own the struggle. We should not just cut, copy, paste, and use chat GPT. Tuko pamoja? Yes. That is at chapter 4. And then, ukiangalia chapter 4, iko na a very progressive article yenye tuna anchor our meeting today. Article what? 27.3. What does that say? Vane. Mnafanya mlio anashanga ugali iko Kenya. Anti-discrimination against women. Sindio? You cannot be discriminated on the basis of race, sex, or gender. That is Article 27. That, we use it as women rights advocates when we say that, Article 27 gives us power and authority to get equal opportunities and similar gates as both genders. That is Article 27. It comes under Chapter 4. Then we move a little bit to Article 35. That talks about Simulienda Street. Which law did you use? Article 35. Freedom of information. Article 36, 37. Freedom of association and freedom of expression. Sindio, so tumefika 35, 36, 37. Tunakuja Article 40. That is one of the progressive documents that were passed during Kibaki's era. Article 40, it is right to own property. And that's why we are here today. You can own property in any area of this Kenya because of Article 40. Article 41, 2, 3, 4, 5 gives you different entitlements. Article 46 protects us against land grabbers. Sahi kuna land grabbers, wenye unajua? Kuna jina ingine ukiendanga tu kila mahali unaisikia. Ni jina gani hiyo? Acha nione kama tuna suspect the same person. Mimi sikudanganyi. If I will be breathing, I'm just waiting for some people to step down from power. Tutafanya hiyo kazi bure. Hata tataka mtu atulipe. Unasikia? 46. You cannot defranchise communities and just walk away for free. We refuse. We have the law. You are in power, good for you. But you'll step down one day. And we will come after you and ask you to patie nini? Risiti. Sawa? Katiba inatupatia nguvu na mamlaka. Viva wa Kenya, viva. Viva wa Kenya, viva. Sijui ni wangapi watanijoin kwa hiyo kazi ya kanisa. Mnaweza pia photocopy papers, pia hiyo ni kujoin the agenda. So when you leave Article 40 and you go to Article 45, Article 42, we talk about respect of family law, respect of the family. When you respect the family, it means that you acknowledge both boy child and girl child. When you look at Article 45, we talk about equality in marriage. We're talking about property today, real property law. Article 45 is equality in marriage. Article 45 gave birth to Matrimonial Property Act of 2013, which talks about division of matrimonial property both in areas where there is one wife and polygamous wives. Hiyo sitaingilia sana wao. Nimeshika kwa sababu kuna women rights. So if your mother is a second wife, if your mother was taken to the church but the first wife was taken to customary, had a customary union, just know your mother's rights. At times naonanga watu wana type kwa FB and I cringe. I'm like, you're saying your mother was taken to church? Yeah. But the first wife was married under customary law? Yeah. So what exactly are you complaining about? Did you know her rights? Unataka na ufunze hii kitu. We have dependents, beneficiaries, and spouses. You have to understand where your mother came in. Is she a spouse or a dependent? Tukoko pamoja? Is your mother a spouse or a dependent? Because we are talking about women's rights today. So before you start typing and paying expensive lawyers like Faith Alube, you should ask yourself, because mi ukiniletea pesa sikudanganya nitachukua. Even if I know your mother is a dependent. Tuko pamoja. That is Article 45 that gave birth to Matrimonial Property Act of 2013. Then it gave birth to Marriage Law of 2014. Then you move a little bit, we go to 49, right of arrested persons. What right do you have when you are arrested on a breach of property rule? Hiyo ni homework. Uende uangalie right of arrested person. Sawa. Usonge kidogo uruke paka chapter 5, article 60. Those are principles of land governance. Like which one? Hiyo pia ni homework. Wao uko na kazi hapa. Mngekuwa mnaimba tu. Mnajua nyinyi mnaonanga katiba zaidi kuniliko. Mnaimba tu. Which are the principles of property of land governance? Hapa kuna problem. Ama ni mimi naongea Kiluya. Which one is it? Mimi? Ama wananiogopa? Sura yangu inatishia. Hata article 60. Tunataka na kwa tunaiba. Si hapa ni property law students.
Yes, they do property. In second year, I don't do property law, but I do it. I'll tell their lecturer. All your lecturers in all universities, I will tell them about this.
Hata nyinyi amujuiko. Nyinyi mlisema mnatoka campus gani? Which campus do you come from? Riara. Even you don't know. Yeah. There is a problem here. Principles of land governance, that's Article 60. We have sustainable development, equitable distribution of resources, so that we deal with what 1921, 1926, 1927 cost. That was when there was no equitable distribution of resources. That is Article 60. Article 61 fixes what was done by the Land Alienation Act of 1920. Article 61 classifies land. We have public land. And then which other one? Private. And then which other one? Community land. Clap for yourselves. I think sasa nimefika age. Bado nilikuwa na kwa ancestor. Tuko pamoja. Then we have Article 62 that talks about what? Then we have Article 63 that talks about what? Go learn. You are a property rights student. When we come to Article 67 that talks about NLC, right? Then you see, when you have NLC, it was a shadow agency to look at what is happening in terms of land reforms. Out of 10, I'll give NLC 2 or 3 since its inception. Na ni kwa sababu naona the offices here. Otherwise, ningewapatia 0. Right? If you look at the amount we have invested since its enactment with the inaugural commission, we need more out of it. I'm not saying the ones that are there, they are not performing. I'm just saying compared to the investment, rate of return is very slow. And we can also cut them some slack and say it is because of elite capture. Sawa sawa. Yeah. So ukitoka Article 67 unafika 70. We talk about natural resource. What about natural resources, Article 70? What about it? Evani. Parliament should be able to approve what? Natural resources concessions. And in order to give that article power, there was the Natural Resources Classification Act of 2015. And then 71 talks about environment. And then you're done with chapter 5. Unaruka kidogo unaenda article 232 that talks about public officials. Mi natakana unirudishe tena sasa kwa property rights class. Na uniwache mi ndio ni set exam. Sindio? And the Katiba is done. We've run through the Katiba. So what are the emergent issues? I have 5 minutes. Actually, it's like the second last slide, right? What are the emergent issues? We have gender and youth inequality. Most youths believe you have to own land in order to work on land. Is that a true sentence? Then we should expand whatever interest you have. Do you lease? Just ensure you have use, access, and control. and you are good to go. Are we together? You have to expand the interest that you have. That one I will shout from the top of my voice. You do not have to have a certificate of title in order to make money from land. Find alternatives because you can get. To get rid of the inequality. Usidhani ati mtu atakuachia shamba. Mi nasema, we said that you acquire land in how many ways? 3. You purchase, you inherit, you are gifted. Right? When you talk about purchase, willing buyer, willing? Your sentence ulisikia wapi? Ulisikia your sentence mali? Willing buyer, willing seller. And the duty of due diligence is on the buyer. So when you buy bad land, the seller will get away with it. It is due diligence ni wewe. Tuko pamoja. We're talking about the 3 ways. When you leave purchase, you go to inheritance. Inheritance, it's a privilege, it's not a right. Tuko pamoja? Hamtaki kusikia kwa sababu mshaanza kuhesabu ile eka 2 utapatiwa. Siku hizi wanapatia makanisa. Your father has discretion. He can even decide to give it to a cat. Yes, he has discretion. It's not a must. And judges are very progressive on this now. There is generational equity. That sentence, that concept that we normally argue about. Generational equity, sustainability. Those are good concepts, but I will tell you the truth. Inheritance right now is a privilege because even most of our fathers do not have anything to give. So what do you do? And then the last one is gifts. Gift, I want to tell you, you go read common law. Most judges use common law quite a bit. Gift to a spouse. Gift, what are the conditions of something to be called a gift? You just don't give a gift and it is taken. No. Okay? Go find out the condition of having a gift as an acquisition mechanism. Another emergent issue is unresolved historical injustices. I have spoken about that at length. How Kenya is a company. Sindio? Ilianza na Ibea. Si tumeongea hapo. It is an issue of concern. We have rising urban land conflicts. Nani anakumbuka the communities that have been evicted from their homes since the floods? Si tuko hapo? They have not been resolved. Take a case of a Nubian woman whose grandfather was taken from Sudan and came to fight or to ensure that Ibea occupied Kenya. And right now, the grandfather was occupying land in California or Korogocho. And now, because Nairobi River is claiming its original line, they have been evicted because it's riparian land. Sasa huyu anaenda wapi? Anarudi Sudan. And they are there. There are people who cannot go anywhere else because their grandfathers came to fight on behalf of Ibea to make sure indigenes are subdued. And then we have politicization of land. We have spoken about that for so long. Weak community land recognition. I'm going to get into that a little bit. We have climate change and conservation disputes. Nani anaelewa hata climate change nini? Mnaelewa? Mnaelewa? Kwa nini hamko sure? Mnaelewa? Wakati tunaongea maneno ya carbon credits, wangapi wanaweza trade? Sini ukachache sana. Sasa nyinyi ndio elite. Wengine wenye hata mkienda kwa village mnavaa suti 24 hours. Watajuaje nasoma sheria? And yet you do not know what carbon credits are. That is your homework. Useme the keynote speaker gave us homework. But if we do not understand and they're the ones who have gone to school, how will your grandmother understand and get money out of it? Hello? Yes. So it is an emergent land issue. And we should ask ourselves, why is it that big companies like Facebook, Netflix, Vieira, they are paying people in the carbon credit business climate change conversation? Why are they focusing on mitigation and not adaptation? Do you know the difference? That's a good question. Wow. Do you know the difference? That is your homework. right? Because I'm talking to property rights students. Then we have ongoing corruption and land grabbing. That is something that should concern any of us. Because you can wake up one day and you do not have any land to talk about. Are we together? Are we together? Yes, you can wake up one day and you do not have any land to talk about. Squatter IDP plight, I've spoken about it. IDP, what I will add is that in 2012, there is an IDP Act that was enacted. Why is it of interest to us? This act has a section that we call development-induced displacement. Development-induced displacement can even affect you. Because where you live, they can say, you know, we have done whatever test, and there are minerals there. So try and get your few belongings and move. Are we together? So you become an IDP. Don't think it's only conflict. Because that act says in Kenya you are displaced through 3 ways. Acts of God or natural disasters, development-induced displacement, and conflict. That act provides for those 3 ways of displacement. You can say, where you live, there are no acts of God, there is no landslide, you cannot suffer from floods, so you're okay. What about if it is development-induced, where we say, you know, we have overriding interest, that is Land Registration Act of 2012. This overriding interest, KPLC can decide to put a pole in the middle of your land. Na ndio babako alikuwa amekupatia hiyo eka moja. Na unajua if they put a pole, they take half an acre. Then you have a safe zone of another half an acre. Sasa eka yako inaenda tu. Sio development induced displacement. Unaenda kushtaki wapi? Na hata wewe mwenyewe hujui your rights anyway. Wacha kukua wakili, hata wewe mwenyewe hujui. Tuko pamoja because it's an overriding interest. Si ndio? So when we talk about squatter IDP plight, you can be displaced without really playing a role, but you can be displaced. Those people that are affected by landslides, if the profiling is not done well, see, they are displaced. What are you Because there are 2 reports that you should find yourself in. The RAP report and the PAP report. Sasa hata wewe hujui. Hello. Another emergent issue. The next slide. Niko karibu namaliza wa usisimame. Before go to the land struggle, I have not touched. There is a slide I have not touched. And I've not touched it deliberately. Your role as a citizen. I've not touched it. Because at times I'm very disappointed with the way we expect other people to do it for us. Are we together? Who is going to do it for you? What is your role as a watchdog citizen? You even witness your neighbor being evicted. Na umekaa ndani ya nyumba yako, so uko na blanketi na kitanda. Yet Article 22C gives you the power to report that. Right? So what is your role as a citizen of Kenya? As a Kenyan? Wakenya viva. Wakenya viva. Museme viva. Kama wewe si Mkenya usiseme. Lakini Wakenya viva. Aki, these faces look depressed. As in, you guys have been talking about things you do not even understand. Sindio? Pole, hii ni kazi ya ancestors. Sawa sawa. So, we have to look at our roles. And before I finish, before Wau wakes up, nipatie program. I see if I've touched I'm going back to where we started. Belonging in the era of changing spaces. Do you think we've changed since 1895 that Iberia walked into this country? Do you think we have changed? This is a free question. I'm giving you the power and authority to use your voice. Do you think we have changed? Isn't our problems that cyclic? Isn't the land struggle just the same as our great-grandfathers in 1895? So have we moved? You can say you have a title deed and you have moved, right? When you pass on, are you sure your generation will have generational equity? Are you protected? Let me give you a story. My father bought land in 1966. Yeye ni ancestor, And the other day, in 2025 December, he was brought for a letter to show the receipts he bought that land with in 1966. And he was a civil servant. They used to have a corporation called AFC. He got a loan. So, alikatwa loan almost 25 years. Imagine anaenda kutafuta AFC because sasa hapo ndo alinunulia nayo hiyo shamba. So if someone who bought land in 1966 is not secure, we mwenye ulinunua 2026, are you secure? Koja kwanza hiyo shamba yako tuweke affordable housing. Right? So, I don't think we have changed. I think we have to own the struggle and be a little bit more loud. When we look at community land governance, we have so many challenges in registration of communally held land. The first big challenge is that it is self-resourcing. You get a community of 2,000 people, they're being told, come together and form a community land management committee. Nani anatoa pesa yake ndo mkuje pamoja? And then, how can lay indigent communities even develop bylaws? There is a third party that has to hold their hand in the process. But who says the third party is honest? Who says the third party has goodwill? Na sayo naona tu shamba inatoka hapa inafika sijui wapi. I'm just thinking, so you entrust me, I show you things. Right? So the role of the third party in the registration of communally held land cannot be ignored because most of the procedures have been left to third parties. Third parties, no one will give you free services without an agenda. Are we together? Hata kama ni kanisa. Sasa sunaendanga kanisa pia we lazima utoe sadaka. Alafu ukiri Yesu ni Bwana. Sio ni agenda. Unaweza tu enda alafu uamke na utoke. So lazima ukuwe na agenda huko. So the third party that is helping community lands being registered, do you think it's for free? There is so much that has to be looked at in terms of community land governance. When we talk about the community land management committees, they should be body corporates. So you want 15 wazes that never even went to school. They're in that committee because they're influential and their families had some form of property. We want them now to become body corporates. Is it possible? Hello? Look at your grandfather. He has a say in your village. And because he has a say in your village, now we say, you know, utakuwa chairman. Kwa sababu uko na ng'ombe milioni moja. Okay? So now we want him to become a corporate body to govern 10,000 hectares of land. Is that possible? It is a problem that we have with the land, community land governance discussion. We need to talk about that. How do we ensure that the community land management committees are body corporates that can make decisions on behalf of the communities? These are questions that I think WAU should be put in the next open book exam. Right? It's open book. You put it open book. Wacha wachukue encyclopedia, wa Google, wafanye nini, tupate hiyo, tufanye concept ya proposal. Tuko pamoja. How do we do that? How do we ensure that lay indigent communities actually govern land in a corporate way without having such skills? And then another question I normally ask, how do we change attitudes of the women that are put in these body corporates? Because at times women are perpetrators. Napata mtu ameoleka Kakamega, lakini akisikia brother yake alikufa Mombasa, yeye anataka bibi ya brother yake akuje kwa village, na yeye ameoleka Kakamega. So mtu wa Mombasa ana shida gani na wewe? So ubaki Kakamega. Don't we do that? Don't we do that? Yet we are saying we have women who should own property rights. I've told you property rights are in form of interest. Property right is access. Property right is use. Property right is control. Property right is own. Let's leave the land and territories ownership kwanza. We are talking about property rights today. When we start the discussion about owning land and territories, that is a psychological discussion that we need to incite each other about. So today I've just focused on property rights. So when women cannot understand what their property rights are and how to expand whatever interest they have, we will always have a failure in the working of the tripartite relationship. Who has met the tripartite relationship in their line of work? Their second years, they have gone for practicum, right? Mumeenda ile clinicals. Nani ako first year? Hata mjui mko ya gani sasa. Nani ako first year? Nani ako second year? Mimi nakwambia paka nadhani naongea Kiluya. Nani ako first year? Good. Nani ako second year? Yeah. So when we talk about tripartite, we're just talking about the relationship between private investors, state and non-state. Sawa? Yeah. So the tripartite relationship cannot work when we have one section of community yenye hata ielewi inatakana kuplay which role in the tripartite relationship. So as I conclude, nimeongea maneno ya climate justice kwa undani tena. You know, nikimalizia acha nimalize na hadithi fulani Masai mzee aliniambia juzi. Kwanza
You know, we learned during our time they were called cabinet ministers also. They were called
CS.
Now they are called CS. Okay. Yeah, that shows you we are ancestors
Cabinet
actually.
secretary.
We can never get over what we learned. So the one who was representing the cabinet secretary said that in response to the hunger, because as we can see, we are a very hungry country. 103 out of 121 is really sad. Sad, very sad. The government is taking up all the idle public land and converting it and commercializing it, giving it to private entities to do irrigation, to do business, produce food, so that we can feed the country. Are there dangers in doing that? Or is it okay? And if it's something that we should do, what should we look for as lawyers? Because you are lawyers. Even if you are first year, in 3 years, you'll be a lawyer. So, as lawyers, in terms of ensuring that the right thing is done so that we don't end up actually losing the entire public land to private entities who will be given those Methuselah leases. Yes.
Do you think we have idle land in Kenya? Yani tu kuna shamba imekaa mahali. Inakwanga tu idle. Do you think you have such land? Oh, yes. Where? Who said yes? I want a piece of that idle land. Land cannot be idle. There are indigents there. It means people will be evicted. Unless they are talking people who grabbed and then they put on avocado trees and the land is like that. If it is that is the case, then it's a political question. Wenye nguvu wanapimana nguvu. Because your father grabbed a whole province and you've put avocado trees on that land, you're not using it. While we can give some other people to put something there. So, kuna mwenye anaona, your father grabbed it, lakini ninaweza ichukua na niite idle land. Umeelewa?
Yeah, but I don't think they really talk because they protect each other. They are actually trying to take the land that is still registered as public land. And so, like you said, there could be people inside there. And those people will have to leave. They'll be told this is public land. But where did these people come from? Didn't they have land from, all these questions, yes.
There is Article 44 that I mentioned. If you live somewhere in good faith and for over 7 years, you acquire interest. Today we are talking about property rights. You acquire interest. So I'd like to see their argument in negating the interests of people who lived somewhere for more than 7 years in good faith.
Yeah, that's actually the problem because we have seen people being evicted in Mathare, everywhere, where we have seen affordable housing being put up because a lot of that land is public land. Sasa tutafanya nini? Tuambie tutafanya nini?
Alafu funge. Ni wizi, situshaisema. Public money, building, on public land. Hiyo pesa mnalipa, nani anachukua? Si tumeulizana tu hapa sahi. Kwa hivyo hiyo inakuambia hapo ni political patronage. Hiyo pesa itatembea tu. Lakini tumesema watu wakishatoka mamlakani tutauliza risiti. Kwa sababu katiba inatupatia nguvu na mamlaka. Tutauliza boss, tupatie risiti. Hiyo kazi tutafanya bure bila kulipwa. Hello. So there is no idle land. That is just a political thing they were talking about. There is someone who wants something and they think they can get it by introducing a policy, just like the Land Alienation Act of 1921. Introduce a policy, get whatever you want, let a policy work for you and defranchise another person. We put a red tape and defranchise you. That is what is happening. Yeah. Sawa, ngojea kwanza, kuna story nataka kusema hapa. Alafu nikae chini. Nimepita na dakika ngapi? Unajua I talk for a living. No one put a watch for me. So there is this old Masai man who abused me and then asked me a question. He asked me, "We mama, umeolewa?" I was like, "What does land have to do with me kuolewa?" Kaambia mzee wangu, "I don't understand what you're saying." Then he was like, "Was your bride price paid?" I was like, "I still don't understand you." And then he said, "If I assume that you're married and your bride price was paid, then you are property of a man, right?" You're talking about women here. So he asked me very innocently, "How can property talk about property?" Are we together? That is the biggest challenge that women face. I've wrapped it up in one statement. How can property talk about property? I could not answer that old man, but he also made me think that before we have attitude change in this country at all levels, we will not have property rights realized. So if we do not have property rights realized, what exactly do we talk about when you're talking about equality, equity, transparency, and accountability? I didn't answer that old man. Then he went on and told me, "Unajua hata sasa Faith, tunatengeneza pesa kutoka kwa hewa." Then I told him, how do you do that? Mzungu anakuja anatupatia 5,500 anaangalia hewa alafu anasema hiyo ni carbon credits. Isn't he right? Isn't he right? Because at first it was from the vegetation, right? They claim from the vegetation. Then it went to grass cover. Right now it's the soil, right? So this mzee was dangerously right. And he really provoked my thoughts. So as I sit down, I want to ask you, when you talk about property rights, do you even understand them yourself? You are an elite in your village. When you go back, you normally say, uko Nairobi. Before we start the conversation of uko Nairobi, do you understand the property rights that you are propagating as an elite in your own space? Do you understand them? The way I don't understand how I'm property, talking about property, yet mimi ni wakili. But when you figure it out from his level, naona yuko right. Right? Kwa nini hamunijibu? Right? Because in his community, women are bought with 500 camels, 500 goats, 500 whatevers. That is like give or take, if a camel is 70,000, how much is that dowry? If it is 500 camels, that is an investment, right? Yes. So when you're talking about women empowerment, let's ask ourselves, have we empowered ourselves enough in order to empower the next person? Or you are going to propagate your own attitude and propagate it while you are a gatekeeper. In your village, you are wearing a suit, you are doing law. Tuko pamoja. So don't be a gatekeeper before you understand what the gate entails. The gate you're keeping, you should understand it for you to be able to gatekeep well. If the gate you're keeping are your rights, understand your rights well. Then you start keeping the gate, because everybody has a gate they are keeping, even if you're not aware. Because there's something I'll do to Rachel, and she'll be like, how dare you? Because the gate that she's keeping, I should not infringe on it. Because my rights end at her gate. Are we together? Yes. So understand your gate. You're a gatekeeper. You're a custodian of rights. But you cannot keep custody of something you do not understand. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Viva wa Kenya. Viva JQAT. Viva. Comrade power. Ni kitambo niseme hivyo. Comrade power. Umenikumbusha mbali sana. Viva wa Kenya. Viva wa Kenya. If you can see me, lift your hand. Lift your hand. I just know you're not sleeping. I know you've taken notes and you're going to understand what you're in custody for. Viva wa Kenya. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I think the ancestors were really enjoying. Kenya, you were laughing and really talking and really listening and giving comments. So I could tell you really following. And that keynote has not only made you learn new things, but it has already told you the very many things that you don't know. Isn't it? You couldn't answer 3/4 of the questions. And I could tell it's not because you are afraid, it's because you don't know. Ni ukweli ama si ukweli? Munajua ama hamjui? It also tells me that there is a problem because you are universities from different, you are students from different universities. So it's not a one university problem. There is a problem with the legal education. What are we teaching you? So maybe it's not the teachers who are the problem. It's the curriculum. It's the format. It's what is supposed to be taught and what is supposed to be known. The difference between what is supposed to be taught and what is supposed to be known. And now you are looking and thinking, those are the problem of communities. Do you know 70% of Kenyan land is community land? So if 70% of land is community land, that means 70% of you come from land where it's owned, it's community land. Yet you don't even know that. So that should provoke you to ask yourself, hey, if that is it, what is going on around my land where I come from? Because as you sit here and think, oh, we are going to pass and going to finish degree and become lawyers. Lawyers of who? When all these problems are going on and there is no land and all this corruption and disappearance of money and public land and all that. Lawyers of who? There is no space to exercise that loyalism. You'll find yourself disfranchised even at work. There will be no work. There will be nothing much to do. And that's why you must be interested. I was looking at you looking disinterested and I was thinking, you are thinking you'll go abroad. Where? Nobody wants nobody. Let me speak like the Black Americans. US doesn't. Trump has locked. You can't go there. Europe, you can't go. I was there in Europe with people who have gone there with this, they call Chancellor's Cand, that they come here and say, oh, Germany and Kenya has agreed that people can go to Germany and work, and they give them some chancellor something. They were there with lawyers, engineers, and what? Nobody. I knew people who have been tamarking in Germany for years, for 2 years. You're allowed to stay there, I think, for 1.5 years. 9 months, 1 year. Because you must get a job within your profession, and nobody is employed within your profession. They only want cooks. They only want cleaners. Yes, migration has become #1 foreign exchange earner. But go and check which countries where that money is coming from. It's no longer US. So, if you're thinking that you have no interest in what is going in this country because you'll go, there is nowhere to go. So get an interest and really do. There will be no even land for you. You may not own a house in this country. If the chaos around land ownership and problems that are going on continues the way they are going, I hardly can buy land in this Nairobi nowadays. Because I'm even afraid of the security as a lawyer. Yes, as a lawyer. So As ancestors, actually, we are trying to tell you these things to make you get interested, but we have homes. So at least for us, for the rest of our lives, we may be quarreling, we may receive notices of eviction, but we may not be evicted because we'll fight it out, but you may never really own or really get those opportunities. And because they don't exist, it's because if we don't work on systems, law is very powerful. If there's something I've gotten out of the keynote, is the power of law. Did you hear that? Law, everything done long, from colonial disfranchisement from day one. They did not do a single thing without policy, without law. So don't think that bad things happen out there. Law is used. And so lawyers are right in the middle of everything that can go wrong and is going wrong in this country. So what will you do with that law that you're learning? I hope you'll walk away thinking of how powerful law is and how you can use that law and how you can stand. When law is being used as a very powerful tool to disfranchise communities and societies and all of us, who is there at the lawmaking table? Lawyers. So you'll become lawyers for government at the AG's office. So don't just look at us who are in the other side, the practice and the other sides. Lawyers will be at the AG's office. They will be advising the would-be defranchiser. So will you sit there as the lawyer who perpetuates defranchisement of communities? Defranchisement of the entire public? Who actually right now is controlling Garanakularu, for instance? You can Google if you have no idea what is Garanakularu and what it was supposed to be, how it was hyped in this country. It was really supposed to remove us from 103 to something like maybe 70 in the hunger level. But who is pocketing the money today? That is community land. That is land belonging to people. It's now in the hands of private entities. And who is taking that money? So as we go for tea, so let's agree, because we have all enjoyed, isn't it? Yes, please go read that Kadipa. Unafaa utoke hapa kama umekasirika vibaya sana. Sijui 60, sijui 61, sijui 62. Hata sijui yenye inafaa ikuwe ni yangu. Really, just get the constitution. If us lecturers won't teach you if it's not in the curriculum. Si tunafuata mpangilio. So, teach yourself. But you are supposed to know. So, please make sure you are provoked enough to find information for yourself. And because we have really enjoyed, can we then agree? And because today's Friday, we need to go out in the evening, isn't it? Friday, yeah? Hamuna mpango? Ni Friday hii week. Ni Friday hii week. So mi niko na mpango, Yeah. So niko na mpango, so we must finish early, So can we agree? And please, student, you become so lazy. I don't know what's the issue with you. Muna tembeaga hivi. Please, can you move like serious students who have just been spoken to very seriously? When you wanafikiria vile hii nchi tutairicapture, si ndio? So we go to the cafeteria, we have tea quickly, and then we come back, because now, immediately after this, we are going to court. There is that question. Have you gotten the question? You can scan and get the question. The question, let me just tell you the truth. Those are not facts we picked from the air. It's a real case. We actually show... Hey, okay. I didn't say that. It was a show. Yes. We saw... We saw that in the media. And we got those from a real case. So we are coming to court. Least humiliation of court. We are coming to lawyers asking questions. So let's go to the cafeteria. Are we ready? Yes. So let's go to the cafeteria and have tea. Yes. So the cafeteria for the guest. Okay, the cafeteria for the guest, you come out down, then you go like that, and then you turn like that. Just follow the multitude. There is a multitude. Yes.
Follow. Okay, so let's quickly go for tea. How many is it? 20?
Yes, 20 minutes.
20 minutes for tea. Make sure you have a meal card. If you don't have, there's someone outside here who
Most of us have attended moot courts, right? How many of us have attended moot court? Please raise your hands. Amtakula lunch kama raise hands. Okay. Okay. So we have attended moot court and you know how moot court is structured. But this time we are trying something that is similar but a bit different. Najua wenye si mawakili Festus ananiangalia anashangaa moot court ni nini. Moot court So moot court nyingine wanafanyaga kama hii tu, lakini hiyo it focuses on there is a question and the students are competing, they are arguing like just argue, there are no witnesses. Okay, they just go to the unaona venye tulikuwa tunaona kila mtu aliona alishongoya mahali mambo ya rigiji, nasikia kusema kuna watu wako na tumbo na wenye hawana. Anyway, so all of us have seen the court simulation, lakini leo tunakuletea ingine yenye inaitwa vionja ama ni. We want to raise our consciousness not just on legal issues but look at it community wise. When you're here in law school, you can just be learning things of theory. Unasikia freehold, leasehold, community land, lakini you have never met someone who actually owns community land. You don't know what these people who own community land, what are the things that threaten their title to this land. So that's why I know you can see a Masai next to you. Unashanga, what's happening here? So we are going to have a court simulation. We have a case. And the case is the one that is in the QR code or the one that you are given. There is this community we have created called Oldaima Ranch. As Milka mentioned in the morning, it is not something strange. It is something that we have experienced. We have looked at the media, what is happening, and we have actually looked at cases of people who have approached us. What are they facing? We have this community Oldaima Ranch. Oldaima Ranch is a community of pastoralists, and they own their land in communal, so it's community land. However, they have not registered that land based on the Community Land Act. So go look at the Community Land Act 2016.
All right, you may sit.
Court is now in session. Constitutional petition between Oldaima Ranch versus Free the Climate and Kaima County Government. Before the High Court of Kaima with Justice Claude Kandem as the presiding judge. Petitioners may take the stage. Matter is before you, my lord.
Thank you. Before we proceed, let's allow the bench to introduce themselves.
I am Justice Elizabeth Yegon.
I'm Justice Lucy Mweche.
Thank you. I think the petitioners may proceed and do pay attention to the bailiff and to the bench. We may, from time to time, intervene to ask questions for clarity, yes, to smoothen the court process. Thank you.
May it please this court, my name is Zoe Aseka, and I'm appearing with my co-counsel, Stephen Odhiambo, for the petitioners. Before this court today is applied by the petitioners. The exclusion, the punitive agreement terms by the first respondent, the restriction to the use of the land, the arm twisting of the community of Oldaima Ranch, in the name of culture, poses a glaring injustice to the petitioners. We ask this court today, are we allowing neocolonialism into our society? Are we ready to go through the pains of colonialism, which we forgot years ago? We invite this honorable court to work with us as we tell our story, as we showcase the injustices we have suffered, and we also seek the protective shield of the court over our land and independence. If it pleases this court, we pray to call our first witness, Mr. Lemayan, who is a community member.
Good afternoon, Honorable Bench. As introduced earlier on record is Stephen Odhiambo,
the second counsel, and I shall be able to call the witness on stand.
Habari yako Bwana Lemayan?
Salama sana.
Ningependa mbele ya hii koti hii uambie unatumikia dini gani na utatumia lugha gani kuwazungumzia.
Mimi ni Mkristo na ningependa sana kutumia lugha ya Kiswahili.
Asante sana Bwana Lemayan. Nataka uchukue Biblia hii kwa mkono wako wa kulia. Uinue vizuri kila mtu aone. Nataka useme baada yangu. Mimi Bwana Lemayan.
Mimi Bwana Lemayan.
Na hapa kwa Mungu Mwenyezi.
Na hapa kwa Mungu Mwenyezi.
Kwamba ushahidi nitakaotoa mahakamani.
Kwamba ushahidi nitakaotoa
mahakamani. Mahakamani. Utakuwa ukweli.
Utakuwa ukweli.
Na ukweli mtupu.
Na ukweli mtupu.
Ewe Mungu nisaidie.
Ewe Mungu nisaidie.
Asante sana.
Mzee Lemayan, habari?
Salama sana.
Uko salama?
Nipo salama sana.
Ningependa ujitambulishe mbele ya koti hii.
Kwa majina, mimi unavyoona mimi naitwa Lemayan Olenkok. Na mimi ni mzee wa miaka 70. Mimi natoka huko Olkaima na huko pia penye kuna Oldaima Ranch. Na mimi pia ni mwanakamiti katika ranch ya Oldaima, na niliweza kuwekwa kuwa mwanakamiti kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa na babu ambayo alikuwa na shamba kubwa sana. Na hiyo shamba yake katika kimila yetu, kama mtu anamiliki shamba, hiyo shamba itarithiwa na watoto wake vulana aliweza kupewa na papa yake. Sasa kutokana na hayo, mimi sasa hivi pale Oldaima shamba karibu ekari 5,000 ni yangu sasa. Sasa kwa hivyo waliamua kuniweka huko nikuwe kama wana committee wa hiyo ranch.
Asante sana kwa hayo. Ningependa pia uweze kueleza mahakama hii. Kwa kawaida, maamuzi yanayohusu ranchi hufanywa aje?
Asante sana wakili. Kule ranchi tuko na wale watu ambao wamejisajili. Sasa Oldaima tuko na watu ambao wamejisajili, watu 130. Hao watu ndio sasa sisi kama watu wa committee tunaita wao kwenye mkutano. Tunachadiliana 1, 2, 3, alafu wakikupaliana nayo sisi tunasema hii jambo ni jambo ambayo kila mtu amekupatiana nayo.
Asante sana. Tukisonga mbele, tungependa kujua, umesikia kuhusu Free the Climate?
Fili nilimesikia Fili kutoka kwa chifu. Alikuwa chifu wetu Mr. Sepito. Huyo alikuwa chifu wetu kule. Sasa chifu alikuja kwangu mimi na wanakamiti wengine 9. Katuambia kuna hii kampuni inaitwa Fili, na hii kampuni iko kule Nairobi, na pia inataka tuende Nairobi tuongelee mambo chache sana. Na pia tukaambiwa tukienda huko tutapewa pesa na pia tutapelekwa mahali mzuri. Na pia hii Fili alituelezea kitu kidogo kuhusu mambo ya hewa. Akatuambia mambo sijui hewa nini. Sasa sisi tukasema kama ni hivyo, alafu pia wakasema tutaenda Nairobi. Unajua mimi ni mzee, sijawahi enda Nairobi. Tukakubaliana na tutaenda. Sasa hapo ndio nilikuja kuchulia hii mambo na Fili. Ndio.
Asante. Ningependa pia uweze kutueleza kwa kina, mkiwa Nairobi mlifanya nini haswa?
Sasa pahali yake, acha nikwambie, mimi sijawahi enda Nairobi. Tulipelekwa kwa hoteli mzuri sana, hoteli ambayo ukisimama hapa unaona, sijui kama ilikuwa Mungu ama ilikuwa nini. Tulikuwa tunaona juu na tulikuwa tunaona vitu mzuri, na kwa hiyo hoteli pia tulikuwa tumeletewa wageni kutoka ng'ambo, kutoka sijui iko ni wapi. Walikuwa wamevaa nguo nzito kuliko hata hii yako wakili, nguo nzito sana. Sasa hawa watu na pia walikuwa wanaongelea hii lugha ya Wasungu. Inaitwa aje hii lugha? Hii lugha ya Wasungu inaitwa aje? Kiingereza. Hiyo kwa wanaongea Kiingereza, mimi hata nilikuwa nasikia wakisema credit. Hata nashangaa credit. Sasa tukakuja hapo, tukaambiwa mambo na kuuza hewa. Walikuwa wanatuambia mara ranchi yetu ni mzuri, wanataka kuuza hewa. Sasa sisi tukajiuliza, hewa hata tulikubali kwa sababu gani? Hewa tufanyie kitu pale Oldaima. Ule alikuwa wa county. Tukakuwa na pia chifu wetu na naibu ya chifu alikuwa pale. Sasa hata tukaona wanaweka vitole. Tukaweka vitole hata sisi. Kwa hiyo tuliambiwa itakuwa mkataba ya miaka 40. Ndio.
Asante sana kwa hayo. Pia tungependa kujua, baada ya miaka 1, kwa hizi vitu ambazo mliweza kuahidiwa kwa mkutano huu, mliziona?
Pahali yake hata mimi nimesatifika. Tukiwa Nairobi, kwa hiyo mipango ya kuuza hewa, tuliambiwa ya kwamba tutachengewa shule, tukaambiwa ya kwamba tutachengewa hospitali. Sasa alafu pia tukaambiwa tutaweza kupewa bonus baada ya mwaka kuisha. Tuliweza kwamba hawa watu waliweza kuna bonus walitupea, na siwezi sema ni bonus, naweza sema ni madharau. Walitupea shillings ya Kenya 170,000, na hii shillings ya Kenya tuliweza kugawa kwa kila mtu ambaye alikuwa amesajiliwa pale Oldaima, na ilikuwa inakuja shillings 1,300, na tuliweza kupelekea hawa watu ambao walikuwa wamesajili. Tulipowapelekea hii pesa, walikuwa wanasema pesa ni pesa kidogo sana, pesa ambayo hata haiwasaidii. Pale ndani watu wako na familia, wako na ng'ombe mingi. Ile pesa ilikuwa pesa kidogo, kwa sababu ni pesa hata kama tuseme nimekodi samba leo na kesho, na huyo jamaa mwenye nimemkodisia samba anaweza nilipa shillings 6,000. Sasa hiyo pesa ilikuwa pesa kidogo sana. Alafu pia waliweza venye walituambia watajenga shule, hawakujenga shule. Waliweza kupika rangi. Jameni, wakili, wewe sahihi ukiwa mgonjwa utatibiwa na rangi? Rangi inaweza tibu wewe? Wakili, si ujibu swali. Rangi itatibu wewe?
Bwana Lemayan, wewe ndio unajibu maswali, si wakili.
Bahali yake. Sasa walileta shule wakapaka rangi, na baada ya kupaka rangi wanasema wamejenga shule. Alafu kitu ingine nimekumbuka, walichenga pota, nyumba ya pota. Mimi kama mzee, mimi naweza endesha pota. Siwezi endesha boda. Hata boda hiyo nyumba walileta, na hata kuna kijana ambaye yako kotini. Kijana mkorofu sana, ule. Kijana akona pota ameweka huko. Alijenga pota, wale vijana wanafaidika, kapaka shule rangi, shule ambayo ilikuwa hapo. Ndio.
Counsel, ask your witness the last question to the bench.
Na ukifungia, tafadhali pia tuweze kutueleza, kando na madhara unayosema mliweza kupokea, maendeleo zipi mlizopata? Asante.
Asante sana. Hawa watu walileta soja Hawa watu wako wanalinda, walinzi ambao wamepepa bunduki, wamesimama mbele ya ranch, wameweka singiti kila mahali. Hawa watu ni watu wabaya sana. Mimi bibi yangu alipigwa.
Pole mzee, pole mzee.
Haya mzee Lemayan, kupa nafasi kidogo, unaweza kunywa maji. Any questions from the bench? Bwana Lemayan. Sasa utajibu maswali kutoka majaji ambao wako hapa mbele.
Bwana Lemaya, ningependa kuuliza kulingana na haya masuala ambayo mlikuwa mnaandamana na wale ambao walikuja kuwapatia miradi. Kuna haya mahali walielimisha wanakijiji ama nyinyi ili muweze kuelewa hii maneno, ama walikuja tu na nia ya watu wachache?
Mimi venye chifu walikuja kwetu kama kamiti, katuambia tunahitajika Nairobi. Na sisi hatukupata hiyo muda ya kuita wale watu sababu walikuwa shaleta gari kubwa ya kutupeleka sisi Nairobi. Sasa hatukuweza kuita hawa watu wengine wakuje.
So, Bwana Lemayan, wewe ulipokuwa unaingia hiyo gari kubwa kwenda Nairobi, ulielewa ulikuwa unaenda Nairobi kufanya nini? Isipokuwa kuona binguni na kuona nyumba kubwa kubwa na kula vizuri, ulielewa unaenda Nairobi kufanya nini?
Ile chifu aliniambia ni kwamba tulikuwa tunaenda kukutana na wanafili. Hawa watu wa fili. Ndio.
Ulikuwa unaenda kukutana na wao kufanya nini na wao?
Sasa baada ya kufika huko, ndio nikagundua kwamba tulikuwa tunaenda kuingia kwenye hii kitu ya kuuza hewa.
Wanafili walikupatia 15,000, kweli uongo?
Walinipea hiyo pesa.
Pamoja na wale wengine. Wewe ulielewa kazi ya 15,000 ilikuwa gani?
Mimi kama mmoja wa wasee ambao wameheshimiwa kule Oldaima, nilichua tu hii pesa kwa sababu wametutoa kule kwetu, katupeleka Nairobi, ilikuwa tu ni pesa ya kutusikilia kama wasee.
Bwana Lemayan, ningependa kuuliza katika hii kamati yenyu kuna vijana, kuna wamama ama nyinyi wote ni wazee?
Kwa kamati yetu kuna wamama. Kwa kamati yetu tuko wazee 10. Mimi na wazee wengine 9. Wamama hawakupaliwi kukua pale kwenye kamati.
Kwa hivyo mko wazee peke yao?
Ndio.
Sasa vile muliamua, mulikuja mkajulisha vijana na wamama vile muliambiwa huko Nairobi?
Vile ambavyo tulitoka Nairobi, watu wa fili hatukuenda kuambia wamama, tuliambia tu hii watu ambao wamesajiliwa peke yake ndio tuliwaambia baada ya kutoka Nairobi. Wamama labda kama waliambiwa na wasee wao wenye walisikia mahali, sisi hatukuambia wamama kama watu wa committee.
Sawa.
Asante Bwana Lemayan, koti ya kushukuru kwa wakati wako. Tutachukulia ushuhuda wako tukifanya uamuzi wetu.
Shukrani.
Thank you. Being that there are no further questions from the bench, I appreciate. Thank you.
Petition, respondent's advocate, cross-exam. Bailiff, what is the time allocation for cross-examination? 5 minutes. Your 5 minutes.
Salama sana.
Habari yako Bwana Lemayan?
Salama sana.
Kama mwanachama wa kamati, unaelewa kwamba ulikuwa na wajibu wa kufanya maamuzi kwa niaba ya jamii. Ukweli ama uongo?
Hiyo ni ukweli, kweli.
Pia umesema ya kwamba kwa huo mkataba mliambiwa ya kwamba utachukua miaka 40. Ukweli ama uongo?
Tuliweka kidole tukaambiwa ni miaka
Lakini
40.
swali langu ni umeambia mahakama ya kwamba mliambiwa huo mkataba utachukua miaka 40. Ukweli ama uongo?
Ndio, kweli.
Na baada ya kujua hivyo ulitia sahihi. Ukweli ama uongo?
Tuliweka kidole.
Bwana Lemayan, majibu ya haya maswali ni ukweli ama uongo? Usitoe maelezo.
Mlitia sahihi. Ukweli ama uongo?
Kweli.
Yes, counsel.
Yes, objection, honorable bench. Council's questions are not the ones that my witness are able to answer yes or no. Please, counsel, rephrase your questions.
Okay, honorable bench. The witness has testified before this honorable court that they were told the agreement will take 40 years. That's what I'm asking about. With all due respect.
Please proceed, counsel.
Bwana Lemayan, mliambiwa mkataba utachukua miaka 40. Ukweli ama uongo?
Kweli.
Na hakuna aliyekulazimisha kutia sahihi. Ukweli ama uongo?
Hatukuweza kulazimishwa.
The witness is an old man. I believe that counsel
I believe you're well acquainted with the rules of cross-examination. You only raise an objection where? What are the instances when you raise an objection when it comes to cross-exam?
when areas in terms of laws arise, but my witness is an old man. I believe that.
Regardless of his age, he is a witness in this court. And we stand guided by the rules of cross-exam. The bench is keen, and we shall intervene where we feel counsel is out of order. Kindly take your seat.
Much obliged.
Sawa, Bwana Lemayan, hakuna aliyewalazimisha kutia sahihi. Ukweli ama uongo?
Hakuna.
Alafu swali linalofuata. Hakuna mtu ambaye mliuliza awafafanulie huo mkataba. Ukweli ama uongo?
Tuliuliza hii watu ya county na chief kama hii mambo iko sawa sawa.
Bwana Lemayan, majibu ya haya maswali ni either ukweli ama uongo.
Uongo, hiyo uongo.
Okay. Kuna mtu ambaye sasa unasema ya kwamba kuna mtu mliuliza akawafafanulia, ukweli, si ndio?
Ndio.
Baada ya kuwafafanulia mkatia sahihi.
Hapana, yeye hapana fafanulia sisi. Yeye mtu wa county na chief alituambia iko sawa sawa, sisi tukaweka.
Okay.
Counsel, are you doing an exam in chief or a cross exam?
A cross exam.
Then stick to the rules of cross examination.
Okay. Bwana Lemayan, hakuna mtu ambaye mliuliza awafafanulie huo mkataba. Ukweli ama uongo?
Tuliuliza mtu.
Akawafafanulia.
Akatuambia iko sawa sawa.
Sawa. Pia unakubaliana na mimi ya kwamba jamii ya Oldaima inafanya aina ya ulishaji wa ng'ombe ambayo inaitwa rotational grazing. Hata before Free the Climate wakuje.
Sisi ndio.
Na pia unakubaliana kwamba jamii ya Oldaima inaendelea kuchunga mifugo katika hilo shamba la Oldaima.
Tunachunga mfugo pale kwa ranch na pia kwingine nje.
Alafu hii sehemu ambayo inalindwa na rangers, baada ya siku 90 mnaweza kuja hapo na mkachunga mifugo.
Ndio.
Counsel, ask your last question.
Okay. Pia unakubaliana na mimi ya kwamba hizo shilingi 1170 mlipokea kulingana na mkataba ambao mlisajili, ukweli ama uongo?
Kweli.
That's all for this witness.
1 minute for your exam.
Thank you, court. Mzee, wakili ameweza kukuuliza kama mlilazimishwa kusaini makubaliano hayo. Unaweza sema nini kuyahusu?
Kile ambayo mimi naweza sema ni kwamba kabla tuweke kidole pale, tuliweza kuuliza kama ule msichana alikuwa, tuliweza kuwauliza na pia chief yetu kwamba hii kitu umechua, mimi nimemaliza shule klasi ya 7. Sasa mimi hata sijui kusoma vizuri, macho yangu pia ni mbaya, sikuwa naweza ona zile vitu sababu hata zilikuwa zimeandikwa na Kiingereza. Kauliza hawa watu.
Guide your witness accordingly. This is re-exam, not exam in chief.
Yes.
There's no but. It is re-exam. The rules of re-exam are clear. Unless you want court to spend time educating us on the rules. Otherwise, stick to the rules.
Asante sana. Thank you, Honorable Court. There are no further questions for the witness.
Aye, asanti Bwana Lemayan. Sijui kama kutokana na cross exam kuna swali lingine Bwana Lemayan ama tunaweza mruhusu aketi. Amesimama kwa muda mrefu na ni mzee. Tutakuruhusu ukae, tutachukulia ushuhuda wako maanani tunapofanya uamuzi wetu kama koti. Asante. Petitioners, you may call your second witness.
If it pleases this court, we'd like to call our second witness, Miss Esian Kiki. She is a community member.
Bi Esian Kiki, habari yako?
Habari yangu ni nzuri.
Nataka useme mbele ya koti utatumia lugha gani kuwazungumzia?
Nitatumia Kiswahili.
Unatumikia dini gani?
Mimi nimeokoka na Yesu ni Bwana.
Nataka utumie Biblia hii mkono wako wa kulia, uinue vizuri koti iweze kuona. Na useme baada yangu, mimi Bi Esian Kiki.
Mimi Bi Esian Kiki.
Naapa kwa Mwenyezi Mungu.
Naapa kwa Mwenyezi Mungu.
Kwamba ushahidi nitakaotoa mahakamani.
Kwamba ushahidi nitakaotoa mahakamani.
Utakuwa ukweli.
Utakuwa ukweli.
Na ukweli mtupu.
Na ukweli mtupu.
Mungu nisaidie.
Mungu nisaidie.
Habari ya mchana mama.
Nzuri.
Tafadhali jitambulishe mbele ya mahakama.
My honor, kwa majina ni Esian Kiki. Mimi ni mama kutoka jamii ya Oldaima. Niko na miaka 50 na kama nilivyosema nakaa Oldaima Ranch.
Umeolewa na una watoto wangapi?
Nimebarikiwa. Niko na watoto 2 ambao nawapenda sana, lakini sijawahi kuolewa. Lakini nilivyosema awali, Yesu ni Bwana.
Una uhusiano gani na Oldaima Ranch?
Sasa kama nilivyoeleza koti, Oldaima Ranch ni kwetu kuzaliwa. Baba ya baba yangu alikuwa na shamba. Akapea baba ya baba yangu. Baba ya baba yangu akapea baba yangu. Baba yangu akakufa. Akapea ndugu zangu kwa sababu kimila za Oldaima wanawake hawakubaliwi kumiliki shamba. Kwa hivyo hii shamba ya baba yangu ilipewa ndugu zangu. Lakini nimekaa Oldaima, nimepalilia hii shamba, nalisha mifugo yangu kwa hii shamba, natumia hii shamba, lakini similiki shamba.
Na hawa members ambao wamesajiliwa ni kina nani?
Sasa vile nimeambiwa, kama unamiliki shamba, unaweza kuwa na hii sajili wanapea hii, unaweza sajiliwa hapo ndani. Hivyo ndio najua kuhusu kusajiliwa.
Na kuna wanawake ambao unajua wamesajiliwa?
Sasa ni mambo naomba mahakama itie maanani sana kwa sababu mimi niliuliza, nikaenda kwa hao wana komiti, nikamwambia tafadhali naweza pewa hii sajili. Wakasema wanawake kwa sababu kimila hawawezi kumiliki shamba. Wanawake pia hawawezi kuwa ina hii sajili wanapeana. Kama unataka kusajiliwa kama mwanamke, lazima ukuwe na bwana. Si unaona mimi sina? Lazima ukuwe na bwana. Bwana wako akufe. Unaona? Akishakufa akuwe hana ndugu wenye wako hai wenye wanaweza chukua hii shamba, na ukuwe pia hauna watoto wakubwa ambao ni wanaume. Sasa Sasa unaona, na pia bado kama utapewa hii sajili itakuwa tu kwa muda hadi hao watoto wako wa kiume, unaona, wakuwe wakubwa ndo wapewe hii shamba. So hata wewe usajiliwi ukiwa mama hii Oldaima, unasajiliwa tu kwa muda hadi watoto wako wakuwe wakubwa.
Na kwenye komiti ya hawa registered members, kuna wanawake ambao wanachaguliwa kwa komiti?
Mimi mbele ya Mungu kwa miaka yangu yote 50 nimepewa na Mwenyezi Mungu na nashukuru. Sijawahi sikia mwanamke katika komiti. Sijawahi sikia kwa sababu kimila vile nimesema wanawake Oldaima si wao wanakaa chini wanasema kutaenda aje. Sasa mimi sijawahi sikia mwanamke kwa komiti.
Na hawa wanawake ambao ni registered members wanaweza kutoa maoni na maoni yao isikizwe ama itiliwe maanani?
Sasa kulingana na mila za Oldaima, wanawake na wanaume hawawezi kaa kwa mkutano mmoja. Sasa kama wanawake na wanaume hawakai wanawake hawakubaliwi kwa hizi mikutano, tunaona hawawezi pia kusema nini na nini itafanyika kwa sababu wanawake wanakaa nyumbani.
Na unajua Free the Climate?
Hawa Free mimi nimewasikia tu. Mimi sijawahi waona. Nimesikia ule Mayan akisema walienda Nairobi kupatana na kina Free. Sijawasikia kama mimi hata sijaregister, si huko sijasajiliwa, si huko kwa komiti sana nitawasikia. So nimesikia tu wakisema kuna watu Free wanauza hewa, sijui wanafanya nini, lakini mimi siwajui.
Na unajua kazi ambayo Free the Climate wanafanya?
Hili Free wamekuja kwetu wakafunga shamba. Unaona hii shamba nimekuambia baba ya baba yangu wakapea ndugu zangu shamba ambayo nafanyia kazi pia. Wamefunga, wameweka walinzi. Hiyo ndo kazi najua wanafanya, sababu wamekuja tu wakafunga shamba yetu. Sijui wanafanya nini kwetu, sijui wanataka nini, sielewi.
Na maisha imekuwaje tangu hawa Free the Climate waanze project Oldaima?
Maisha yamekuwa magumu sana. Kama nimevyosema, niko na watoto wawili. Watoto hawa lazima wakule. Watoto hawa lazima waende shule. Hii shamba wamefunga, tunachotanga maji hapo. Hii shamba wamefunga, mifugo zetu wanakula hapo. Hii shamba wamefunga, ndio nachuna misheveve. Wamefunga hii shamba, si watoto wangu hawapati chakula. Maisha yamekuwa magumu, siwezi chota maji na tunajua Oldaima ni mahali kuna jua mingi, kuna ukame. So tangu Free wakuje wafunge shamba yetu, waweke walinzi, nilituma kijana yangu aende achote maji akapigwa. Maisha yamekuwa magumu sana.
Na kuna mapato umepata kutokana na hii project?
Mapato ni?
Asante. No further questions in examination in chief for this witness.
Asante sana SN Kiki. Taruhusu majaji waulize maswali kabla ulizwe maswali na watu wa Free.
SN Kiki, naomba nikuulize maswali kidogo. Kulingana na mila na desturi za Wamasai, unazielewa na miradi ambayo imekuja ya Free wakati ambapo waliongeza masuala ya kuondoa wanawake katika miradi, wewe unalichukulia hilo jambo kivipi?
Yona, nimesikitika sana, nimesikitishwa sana na haya maneno kwa sababu kama nilivyosema, hawa watu wa Free walivyokuja wakafunga mashamba yetu, sisi hatukuambiwa. Sisi kama wanawake hatukujua wamekuja kufanya nini, hatukujua wanafunga shamba kwa nini, hatukuelezewa. Na Your Honor, hii shamba ni sisi tunafanyia kazi, ni sisi tunaenda kuchuna hizi mboga, ni sisi tunachota maji, sisi kama wanawake. Lakini hawa watu wa free hawajatutafuta, sijui wamefunga kwa nini, sielewi Your Honor, maisha ni magumu na naomba koti na serikali ingilie.
Swali lingine ni sasa, kama ungepewa wakati mwingine, ungependelea aje kijiji chako cha Eldama kibadilishwe kivipi kuhusu masuala ya wanawake?
Your Honor, asanti sana kwa swali. Your Honor, mimi kama nilivyosema sina bwana. Mimi nimeambiwa sasa siwezi miliki shamba, siwezi kaa kwa komiti. Naomba niingizwe kwa hii maneno. Naomba wanawake wenzangu ambao nimewacha kwa kijiji pia wao wazingatiwe kunavyofanyiwa hizi maneno wanapoamua uamuzi vile utafanywa. Naomba wanawake, kwa sababu wanawake Your Honor, katika jamii yetu ni wao wanafanya kazi hizi mingi, ni wao shamba wanafanyia kazi. Naomba sana sana koti izingatie kwamba hii komiti iingizwe wanawake. Hawa watu wa free Your Honor, mimi sijui watafanyaje, lakini wanawake wawekwe katika uamuzi unaofanywa katika Oldaima Ranch.
Asanti kwa kujibu maswali hayo. Ningependa kuuliza swali moja. Unasema kwamba mila na desturi zimefanya kwa mfano msiweze kumiliki shamba.
Naam.
Ningependa kueleze koti hii tofauti ni gani kabla ya free kukuja na baada ya free kukuja. Kwa sababu kwa kuelewa kwangu hadi hapa naelewa kwamba bado ni mila na
mimea kutoka shamba. Nilikuwa naitikishwa kulisha mimea kutoka shamba. Nilikuwa naitikishwa kulisha mifugo kwa shamba juu. Hata kama Your Honor, jina langu halikuwa limeandikwa kwa hizo makaratasi ya kumiliki shamba, shamba bado ilikuwa inanifaidi. Lakini Your Honor, baada ya free kukuja, baada ya wao kufunga hii shamba, sikatai Your Honor, ni wamefunga kwa muda, walisema wamefunga kwa miezi 3 tu. Lakini Your Honor, mimi kama Esenkiki na watoto wangu tunaadhirika sana. Maana hii shamba hata kama sijamiliki naitumia. Hii shamba inanifaidi, inanisaidia.
Umesema kijana yako alipigwa alipoenda kuchota maji ama ni kuokota kuni.
Ndio Your Honor.
Alitibiwa?
Your Honor, sasa hiyo ilibidi tu akuje nyumbani, nimpe maji na maisha yaendelee.
Amepona?
Si haendi vizuri sana, lakini tunajaribu.
Si free walisema wanajenga hospitali.
Your Honor, free hawajajenga hospitali mbele ya hii koti. Free hawajajenga. Free walikuja wakapaka hospitali rangi. Walikuja wakapaka shule rangi, wakasema shule imekuwa, hospitali imekuwa, free hawajafanya kitu.
Na mkienda kwa mfano mtoto akiwa amepigwa aende kwa hospitali anatibiwa bure. Najua wewe kupeleka wako, lakini mtu akiwa mgonjwa ama vile anatibiwa bure ama lazima alipe?
Hakuna bure Oldaima. Hakuna bure. Unatafuta pesa, unaenda huko kwenye ulikuwa umeficha pesa, unachukua unapeleka hospitali.
Na hizi pesa zinatoka kwa hii project ambayo mnasema inaitwa credit. Kama watu wa Oldaima walikuwa wapatiwa hizi pesa, ungesema pesa ziende kwako kwa sababu wewe ndio unafanya kazi kwa shamba, ama ziende kwa ndugu yako kwa sababu ndugu yako ndio mwenye shamba?
Your Honor, kwanza kabisa nataka kuambia hii koti, maneno ya pesa nimesikia hapa. Sikuwa najua kuna pesa. Ya pili Your Honor, hii shamba ni ndugu zangu wamemiliki, na wamemiliki kwa sababu mila za Oldaima zimesema siwezi kama mwanamke kuruhusiwa kumiliki shamba. Lakini Your Honor, hii shamba imefungwa ilikuwa inafaidi nani? Hii shamba imefungwa inaathiri nani sana sana?
Okay, cross exam.
Bi Esiankiki, nina maswali chache kwako. Umetueleza kuwa Free the Climate wanafunga shamba yako unayotumia kwa miezi chache tu. Unaelewa kwa miezi 3 ni chache. Umetueleza kwamba wanafunga shamba hii. Unaelewa kuwa ni mfumo wa rotational grazing ambayo muda ukiyoyoma itakusaidia pia wewe, kwa sababu unaelewa kwa muda ukiyoyoma itakusaidia pia wewe. na watoto wako.
Sielewi naelewa wamefunga shamba yangu.
Shida ya maji na chakula ilikuwa hapo awali kabla ya Feed the Climate.
Ndio, lakini imeongezwa na kufunga juu. Si ni ukame tukifunga hapa.
Asian Kiki, nitakuongoza kidogo kulingana na koti. Wakili wako anapokuuliza maswali unaweza eleza kwa mapana na marefu, lakini wakili wa upande mwingine akikuuliza maswali unafaa tu jibu either ndio ama hapana. Kwa hivyo usitoe maelezo. Kama kuna maelezo ungependa kutoa baadaye, wakili wako akirudi unaweza toa maelezo, lakini maswali yao uliza tu, unajibu tu ndio ama hapana. Ni sheria za koti. Asante.
Wacha nirudie swali yangu. Shida ya maji na chakula
Ndio.
ilikuwa hapo awali.
Ndio.
Na Free the Climate imekuja na mfumo wa rotational grazing ambayo mimea katika hiyo shamba inayofungwa itakuja kumea, na kwa hiyo muda unaweza fuga mifugo na kupata chakula na maji sehemu nyingine. Kweli ama uongo?
Sijui.
Huwezi pata chakula sehemu nyingine?
Mimi sijui hata hiyo rotational unaongelea ni nini.
Haya. Ushasisitiza kwamba ni mila yenu ambayo inazuia wewe kukua katika kamiti.
Ndio.
Na kufanya maamuzi ya shamba ambayo inakudumu wewe mwenyewe.
Ndio.
Kwa hivyo, kesi hii ya Free the Climate ikitupiliwa mbali, mashida yako yatatatuliwa?
Ndio.
Kivipi? Tueleze. Kama mwanamke.
Shamba yangu itarudishwa. Mimi haja yangu ni watoto wangu wakule. Shamba itafunguliwa. Mto tutaweza kuenda kuchota maji, tutaweza kuchuna mboga, tutaweza kufuga mifugo yetu. Mashida yangu yataisha.
Lakini unakubaliana na mimi bado hutaweza kufanya maamuzi kuhusu shamba ambayo inakudumu?
Ndio.
Asante. Ni hayo tu.
Re-exam.
No questions for the witness in re-exam.
All right. Asanti B. Asiankiki, tumeshukuru wakati wako na koti itachukulia ushahidi wako katika kufanya uamuzi. Petitioners, you have a third witness?
Yes, my lord, we do. With the court's permission, allow me to call our third witness, Professor Nawi, who is an expert. Yes, Professor Nawi, who is an expert in natural justice and climate justice. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Professor Nawi.
Good afternoon.
Kindly tell this court which language you'll use to address it.
I am comfortable with English.
Kindly let us know what your religion is.
I am a Christian.
Okay, you'll take this Bible and with your right hand raise it before this court. And you'll say this oath after me. I, Professor Nawi,
I, Professor Nawi,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give to this court
that the evidence I shall give to this court
shall be the truth
shall be the truth
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Prof, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Counsel.
Kindly introduce yourself and your professional expertise to this court.
My name is Professor Nawi. I am a professor of environmental justice, climate governance, and constitutional law. I have obtained my academic credentials. I got my PhD from the University of Cambridge. I also have a Master of Laws in international environmental law that I got from Pretoria University. And I finally have my bachelor's degree in law from the JKUAT School of Law. I have also been able to participate in a few conferences on the matter of climate change and climate governance.
I have been in this field for about 15 years now, and in the past 15 years, I have attended about 4 conferences touching on this matter, and I'm looking forward to attend more conferences to talk about the effects of climate change.
Thank you, Prof, for that. Kindly tell us, what are carbon credits and what are carbon credits projects?
So, before we look into carbon credits and carbon projects, we have to look at what brought about this matter. And what brought this about was climate change. Climate change is what has led to carbon credits and carbon markets. As we might have all heard, climate change is basically when the earth is being warmed up, and this affects the weather patterns. You find other places have more floods, other places have more drought than usual. And so these changes have to be reversed in order to protect our environment and us as the people who experience this effect. So now, as that is cleared on what has brought carbon credits, I will briefly tell the court what carbon credits are. And in simple terms, carbon credits is a tradable certificate that shows that you have removed or reduced a certain amount of carbon or other greenhouse gases from the environment. So basically, this is a documentation that shows that you have removed or reduced carbon from the environment. And the fact that it is tradable, this means it is sold and bought. This is where carbon markets and carbon projects come in. So where do these carbon credits come from? They come from carbon projects. And what are these carbon projects? These are projects that are carried out to ensure that more carbon is taken from the environment. And there are projects such as conserving forests and restoring rangelands. We all know that trees are what take in carbon and give out more oxygen. So when you find projects where people are encouraged and funded to plant more trees, or things like rotational grazing and rangeland conservation in order to increase carbon sequestration into the soil, these projects increase the amount of oxygen into the environment and take in a lot of carbon, and these are what generates the carbon credits. So carbon markets, how do this come about? Carbon markets is where now companies or institutions or even industries that emit this carbon fund or buy other people, these certificates from other people who are conserving the environment to reduce this carbon. It's basically like buying a permission to continue polluting because you know somewhere else you're doing something in order to reduce your emissions. Yes.
Indeed, thank you for that. Prof, perhaps maybe you can tell us also in kind of simpler terms, what are the advantages of carbon credits? Are there any?
Yes, certainly. There are very many advantages of carbon credits and carbon markets, also carbon projects. The first thing, starting from the ground, is that these projects ensure farmers' support. For example, when local farmers are financed to participate in agroforestry and they go and plant more crops together with the trees, and they ensure that they're conserving the forest while also participating in agriculture. They're given this support. They're also given things like fertilizers that are good for the soil. Another thing is that carbon projects, people who bring about these carbon projects are able to increase, they're able to bring development in these communities. Like, for example, when I was going through the matter at hand, it is seen that the people at Free the Climate brought things like boda shades for the people of Oldaima. And this also diversifies their income because these people were generally only pastoralists, were mostly pastoralists, not only. But bringing about something like boda shades, which encourages other businesses like boda rides. It has really boosted and diversified the economic practices of that community. And the main advantage of carbon credits and carbon projects is that it is a form of it's a form of climate change mitigation. As I stated earlier, climate change is a matter that is here and that we have to be able to know how to handle it and reverse its effects. So carbon project is one of the ways in which to mitigate this, as we are conserving the environment and thereby protecting our climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. That's well noted. You can also tell us, for every story that has something good, there's always something, the other story, the other side of the story. Perhaps feel free to tell the court and us, what is the other side of the story?
I have stated the advantages, but as you have said, every positive has a negative side. Carbon projects are projects that, for example, in this country, in Kenya, currently we have 36 land-based carbon projects, which have taken 5.4 million hectares of Kenyan land, the biggest being the National Rangelands Trust, which is occupying 1.9 million hectares of land. This is mostly pastoralist land because it's for people like the Marsabit and people in Isiolo. We know historically these are people who mostly engage in pastoralist activities. Now, considering this is land that has been used by the community and is also being used all the time currently, when these carbon projects come and they take this vast amounts of land and they put it under control, like in Oldaima, this Free the Climate, according to the fact sheet, Free the Climate fenced the land and put rotational grazing. These are people who have always herded their cattle in these vast areas of land, and they are being told that they cannot do what they have always done and gone and had all their cattle in that land. They have to only do it in a specific region provided by the project. Also, these are people who own very many cattle, and bringing in regulations like you can only herd one cattle if that's the regulation, that is being unfair to the community. Also, another thing is that we understand that a lot of these communities where the carbon projects are being handled are people who are mostly not very conversant with the issues there, because this is a technical matter. Now, here comes in middlemen or cartels who come to convince the community members to have these projects, and money is generated, and money that is supposed to be given back to the community mostly disappears or goes through the hands of these cartels, and they're not able to receive enough benefits considering to what they're giving out in exchange. Another thing is that which marries into the middlemen is that the elites, people who are able to understand more, come in with agreements that these people from the local communities do not very clearly understand, and they bring out agreements that these people just sign and agree to doing without really.
Counsel, guide your witness accordingly.
Yes, my expert is a professor, in fact, of professors, and I believe he's trying to bring some light even to the council. You may proceed.
Right. Yes, just stick to areas of expertise.
Yes. You find people who are more conversant with this issue of carbon projects. You find communities being misled and being told that you'll only be giving out air and not really the land. So the community members sign the agreements. The agreements take so long, decades of years, 20, 30, 40 years. Yes, and this is land that they've been depending on. When you take this much time from them, how will they be able to go on with their daily livelihoods?
Thank you very much, Prof. That was very, very awesome. Maybe to finalize, please, do you have any recommendations for this code that you can be able to share with us? If so, you may proceed.
I have a few recommendations that I would like to share with the court. The first recommendation is that communities that are getting into carbon projects, they should ensure that there's proper public participation for generally everyone who uses the community land. It's not just a matter of those who are in control, the few percentage. We know that these lands are mostly community lands, and community lands, you find a few people hold the title for it. So if these are the only people who come in to make decisions for without involving the whole community, how will they know how this matter will affect them later on? Another thing is that there should be proper, free, prior and informed consent. These people should be able to understand what are we getting ourselves into, for how long, how will it affect us, and how do we air out our cries in case there is any issue that arise. Another thing is that there should be proper legal representations. You find that these people couldn't really get to know what is going on.
Full projects.
No.
It would not be accurate.
Yes.
You have touched on benefit sharing, and you have earlier stated that you had perused the fact sheet.
Yes.
In the fact sheet, it states that 10% revenue shall be paid to Aldaima, right? If you had perused the fact sheet?
10%?
Yes.
No.
True or false? You did
False.
not see that in the
Yes.
fact sheet?
Yes.
Okay, so you would not either be able to comment on whether Free the Climate fulfilled the agreement that was duly agreed and consented to, correct?
Correct.
That is all for this witness.
Thank you. Re-exam.
Thank you, my lord. No further questions for the examination.
So does that mean we are moving to closing submissions? You ready for closing submissions?
Yes.
But before that, is there questions from the bench for Professor?
Professor.
Yes.
This is just a concern to you people. We understand there is an interest of the community.
Yes.
And through the project of carbon credit and the Free the Climate, does the community have the interest of having the project? And also, was it the priority for them as a community?
I will say that it was not a priority for the community. It was more of a priority for Free the Climate, because they get more benefits compared to what the community is getting.
Professor, I have one question for you. As an expert, do you usually have any mechanisms of creating awareness in the community so that they understand what carbon credits and climate change is all about?
Currently, no, but we are working on it.
So that means the community was completely ignorant of what they're getting into.
Yes.
Thank you. Professor, of the many things that this bench will hear today, as we retire to go and make a decision,
Yes.
from your expert position, what is the one thing that we must think about and our judgment must address based on your expertise? You're a legal scholar with a rich background. If we are to improve anything in carbon credits using this case and build on jurisprudence, what is the one thing you'll advise this bench? Of course, you're an expert witness.
Correct.
What is the one thing you'll advise this bench? You must if nothing else, this is the one thing to pay attention to.
The most important thing is public participation and free, prior, and informed consent to be able to get the views of the community members, and so that they understand the full agreement and what they're getting from it. That is the main thing.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes.
We appreciate your time, and we shall take into account your submissions as we render our decision.
Thank
Counsel for the petitioner, you now have the floor to make your closing submissions, after which the bench shall indulge you and co-counsel.
Esteemed bench, I'm very much obliged. The petitioners in the present case stand before you today heartbroken, and they are seeking for justice. The matter at hand is so grave that no one can really take it for granted. A once proud community has been reduced to strangers in their own soil. Elders have been coerced. Women have been harassed from the very water points that gives them life. And I actually invite this honorable court, if you plead with me, may we take a moment of silence in honor of the integrity, the dignity, and the culture and the future of this community, innocent community, that they keep on losing day in, day out. My lords and my ladies, if you look at my attire today, you might be quite interested. Council is on pink, a pink tie, and a pink shirt. It shows that I stand in solidarity with the women that are being sidelined, with the women that are being harassed in this society. Turning on to our substantive issues mainly, it is firstly noteworthy that public participation or the arrangement was born in sin. No meaningful public participation was done. From the witness testimony, from the first witness, it was very clear. And in fact, honorable members of the bench, allow me to invite you to the Attorney General's case and 98 others. Can be able to get the full citation from our written submission, where the court was very categorical to what extent that to the extent that a public participation or to the components of a meaningful public participation, which includes inclusiveness, clarity, not only qualitative but quantitative aspects. From the witness testimony, it was very clear. None of them applied in the present case. My lords and my ladies, Professor Kariuki Mugua, in his book, Securing the Future of Environmental Justice, at page 77, has categorically posited that the citizens themselves at the grassroots level are the ones who have a deeper and lived understanding of what they are going through. seeing that my time is going fast, I do pray that I be added 2 minutes so that I can be able to proceed.
So you're requesting for 2 minutes when you still have 3 minutes. Can you first of all use your 3 minutes well, and then we shall consider.
I'm properly guided. It is therefore submission that we can see a blatant violation of Article 10 and Article 69 in the present case in regards to public participation. On the right to property, we can also see a blatant violation of Article 40 and Article 63 because, my lords and my ladies, having a look at the court's judgment in NRT case that Professor made reference to, it becomes very clear that despite the fact that a community community land has not been registered, it does not mean that their rights to property, their rights to benefits that are accruing from the community is null and void. That is not the case. In regards to this community's right to culture, under Article 44, we can see a violation, my lords and my lady, and as it has been able to be testified by our witness, their culture has been disrupted. They were able to peacefully get benefits from the land, crops from the land. Women were relying on the water, but the present case at hand demystifies another picture.
I'll add you an additional minute, so you have 2 minutes. So one yours and one mine.
Thank you for that precious time. We can also see the rangers being involved in this case. They're the ones who are, in fact, harassing these women when they're going to fetch water. This is a total disrespect and a total violation of the right to dignity under Article 28 of the Constitution. I invite this Honorable Court to not in any way tolerate such a behavior from the armed rangers who have been placed at that range. In fact, the Honorable Court also in the Osman case, NRT that was referred to, was also very categorical in the same manner. In closing, because I see that my time is coming to an end, we do pray for the following reliefs. One, a declaration that the rights to property, that the rights to culture, that the rights to dignity, that the rights to non-discrimination have been violated in the present case. We also pray for a permanent injunction in order to restrain the county government, the second respondent and the first respondent from having the project there. We also pray for compensation of these communities because they have suffered. Thank you. And we also pray for declaration that the respondents state, the county government have been able to violate the provision under Section 23E of the Climate Change Act in regards to benefit sharing. My lords and my ladies, we finally pray for cause of this suit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Counsel. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all your witnesses. We only have one question from the bench. Your argument is that under Article 40, it focuses, of course, on the grazing limits and the limitations, including the rangers. Article 40 protects against deprivation of property. Can you point to a single clause in the agreement that actually deprives your clients of their land? Because so far, we've seen they have not been evicted. The title remains with the community and held in trust by the county. They are still living there. They are still raising livestock. They are still gathering resources subject to reasonable regulations. That is the picture you have painted. So is this not a case of regulation of use, which, of course, when it comes to property law, is a valid exercise by the state and even entities contractually? Because here they've entered into a contract based on what we understand so far to then have controlled use. So is this contractual controlled use, or is it unconstitutional deprivation of land? And where do we draw the line? Do you have a minute for that?
Thank you, Honorable Bench. Article 24 of the Constitution, members of the bench, it calls for appropriate, justifiable limitation to rights. In the present case, the limitation that was made in regards to right to property cannot in any way be justified, is not appropriate. Because, my lord, the members of this community were using this land, and we can see that it is a pastoralist community, in fact, and they can no longer have their, thank you, and they can no longer be able to practice their culture. They cannot no longer be able to fetch water freely from their place. They cannot, in fact, they have been restrained in all manners. And therefore, it deprives them of using their own land, their own soil, that for years they have been using. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. You not directly answered the question, but in the interest of time, we shall rely on your written submissions in trying to better understand the difference between the two. But thank you. We shall have a small break, small 1 minute before we proceed to the respondents.
Okay, thank you. How is the going? Please speak up. Mike, okay, who is helping me with the mic? You are saying something.
Great.
Okay, so what you have had is the case of the petitioners, the one who are representing the community. Eh? You have seen the many issues that they are raising, right? So we are going to move swiftly to the respondents' case. Please, I'm seeing people walk out. Please don't walk out and leave. We are doing the respondents' case, then we'll take our lunch break.
Court is now back in session. Let's maintain silence. And the respondents, the floor is yours.
Honorable bench. Honorable bench, may it please this court. My name is Chelsea Mbulwa, and I, together with my co-counsel, Nison Nyongesa, will be appearing for the respondents in this matter. This case asks the court to decide what happens when a story is told in two different ways. The petitioners paint this as a story of intrusion, an international organization arriving on Kenyan soil and taking control over land and livelihoods. They ask the court to see this project as something somewhat resembling a modern echo of colonial power. But the evidence in this case will tell a different story. It will tell a story of partnership and not conquest, a story of cooperation and, unlike counsel said, coercion, and an effort, however imperfect, to restore land that had long been under strain due to degradation and climate pressures. Free the Climate did not arrive at Oldaima Ranch as neither owners of the community nor as authority over the community. Rather, it arrived as partners seeking to engage with the very governance structures that had long existed in this ranch beforehand. The evidence will show that the respondents acted within Kenya's climate governance frameworks under the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Climate Change Act, and the Climate Change Carbon Markets Regulations of 2024. It will show that community ownership of the land had never been threatened, extinguished, nor transferred. The petitioners frame this effort as exploitation, but when the evidence is heard, the court will see that what occurred was not an act of domination, but an attempt at stewardship, not the taking of land, but the healing of it. At the end of this case, the respondents will respectfully invite this court to conclude that the Constitution has not in fact been violated, that the laws have been followed, and that a project aimed at restoring land and supporting livelihoods cannot be transformed into a constitutional wrong simply because it involves a partnership across borders. This case is not about colonialism. It is about whether collaboration aimed at environmental restoration can stand in the face of misunderstanding, and the respondents are here to show that it can. In the end, this court will see that what the petitioners have framed as exploitation is in reality an effort at collaboration, and the Constitution does not punish those who lawfully seek partnership. Thank you. I would like to invite my co-counsel to introduce our first witness.
Honorable Court, we would like to call our first witness, Dr. Mapinduzi, Director, Free the Climate.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mapinduzi. Kindly tell this court which language you'll be using for this. And which religion do you subscribe to? Kindly take this Bible, the right hand, and raise it for the court to see. You'll take this oath after me. I, Dr. Mapinduzi,
I, Dr. Mapinduzi,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give to this court
that the evidence I shall give to this court
shall be the truth and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Dr. Mapinduzi, please introduce yourself to the court.
So, the bench, my name is Dr. Mapinduzi. I am the director of Free the Climate Organization, and my credentials include that I hold a doctorate on environmental science from Dar es Salaam University. I have 20 years of experience in matters carbon markets, climate finance, and community development programs. Yeah, so that is who Dr. Mapinduzi is.
Also explain to the court the work of Free the Climate and the scope of its operations.
Thank you for your question, Bwana Wakili. So Free the Climate, that is the organization with which I am the director, is focused on carbon removal project. It is one of the world's largest carbon removal projects. And its work is mainly equipping communities with programs that are climate friendly and that will enable them to conserve and sustainably manage their resources, their natural resources, which they possess. So Free the Climate's work is not taking away the land. If anything, Free the Climate's work is to monetize the environmental services that the land already possesses.
Okay, and what attracted Free the Climate to Oldaima Ranch?
So allow me to paint a picture your question is asking. So in the heart of Kohima County, we have the 65,000 hectares of land that is on dispute today. And this 65 hectares of land has been domiciled by the Oldaima community, some of which I can see the members in this court. So this community's main economic activity is pastoralism. And this way of living has been affected before even Free Climate reached or came to that land. Their economic activity was affected by things such as drought, effects of climate change, and that is why our organization, Free the Climate, we saw this as an exceptional opportunity because our work is carbon removal. We could be able to do our task of carbon removal, but also to be able to benefit the community in terms of monetizing it and restoring the ecosystem to be able to feed their animals and now help their way of living generally.
Okay, and before entering into this agreement, what regulatory and legal steps did Free the Climate take?
So Free the Climate is really aware of what the law requires of it. And the first thing that we did is that we took a letter of no objection from NEMA, and that is what is required under law, the carbon regulations. We went forward to take an approval from the national government. After that is when we went to the county government, and it is important for us to seek an approval from the county government, being that they are trustee under the law of, and therefore will require their endorsement and also the understanding of what we are trying to put it to the community. After that is when we went to the local administrative leaders. We engaged with 2 assistant chiefs and 1 chief. After that is when now we went to the structures that the community provide, and that is the committee, the Oldaima committee.
Okay, also explain to this honorable bench how you obtain the consent of the community.
Okay, so our organization held a meeting in Nairobi, called for a meeting in Nairobi, and we engaged with the community's structures that are in place. That is the committee. So invited them on a voluntary basis to come to Nairobi. And to ensure that this process is entirely free, what we did is we provided accommodation, we provided transport to and from. After all that, we also added a subsistence allowance of 15,000 to each and every of those committee members. We then had technical experts who we allowed or instructed them to not use really technical language in explaining what carbon markets is and the whole, what the project entails. After that, they engaged the committee members, and the committee members were then asked to put a signature or an approval to what we intend to do to their property.
Okay, and at the meeting, there were also 2 chiefs and an assistant chief.
Yeah.
Why were they invited in the meeting?
So Bonakili, there were 5 other people in that meeting besides the 10 committee members. We had 2 county chiefs, and as I already said, these are trustees, so it is really important for them to be in that meeting. But besides that, we had 2 local administrative leaders, that is 2 assistant chiefs and 1 chief. And their work was not merely ceremonial in that aspect. They were there to translate, to contextualize what the community understands, and even answer the questions that the community might raise, being that they are more comfortable with them. And that, I think, covers the aspect of free and informed consent.
Okay, and about the agreement, what was contained in this agreement?
So the agreement contained a number of things. First, that we are looking into a project for 65,000 hectares of land. And this project was to work for 40 years. And this project granted us, the agreement granted us an exclusive right to develop carbon credits, and the legal title of these carbon credits will entirely be vested on our organization. So that means our organization can be allowed to trade on what the carbon credits. Besides that, is that the agreement also outlined a benefit sharing method. That being, we agreed that $2 for every 100 hectares of land were to be granted to the community. And that amounts to 13,000 or rather 1,300 US dollars for the entire land for 1 year. Besides that, we added the community development program that required 10% of our project's revenue to be able to develop the community in things such as water shortage and other things that the community might be able to need.
Okay. Yeah. And in return, what did you require from the community?
So, like any contract, the community had their part to play in this. And one is that the agreement required a 90-day rotational grazing. This cannot be implemented by the organization alone. That required the input of the community. Besides that, is that the agreement required a livestock density of 1 unit per hectare. That also is required of the community. And the community was also required to allow officials from our organization to be able to monitor the compliance of the agreement. Yeah.
Okay, and why is Free the Climate using armed rangers to guard their land?
So, like I've already mentioned, is that one of the clauses in the agreement required the community to allow our officials, or rather people sent from our organization, to look at the compliance of the agreement. And that is what the armed rangers were there to do. The armed rangers were there mainly to protect the integrity of the project, the integrity of the agreement. The agreement required a 90-day rotational grazing. That is what the rangers were there to implement. The agreement required a livestock density of 1. That is what the armed rangers were there to do. And this matter of climate, or rather carbon credits, it's a really fragile matter. Without its auditing by independent third-party auditors, then the community cannot be able to benefit from the project. And that is why we needed armed rangers to protect the project. And this will entirely not only benefit the organization, but also benefit the community in terms of protecting their land and giving them the benefits from the agreement.
Okay, then the second last question.
Yeah.
Were there any development projects, and what's the status of those promises?
So our organization followed what we agreed in the agreement with the community. The agreement required a 10% usage of our revenue to community development projects, and that is what we have done. We've renovated 2 hospitals and 2 schools. We've also employed 2 members of the community, one who is among the members before this court. We also did, those are the main things that the organization did, and that amounts to what we agreed in the agreement.
Okay. And about what you agreed,
Yeah.
has there been any income paid to the community with?
Definitely. That is what we agreed, and that is what the organization did. We agreed that $2 for every 100 hectares to go to the community, and that is what went to the community. At the end of the first year, we transferred 170,000 to the community and to the committee, so that it can be distributed to the community. So we followed what we agreed in the agreement to the committee.
Thanks, Dr. Honorable Bench, that's all for this witness.
Thank you. Cross-examination by the petitioners.
Yes, my lord. Good afternoon, Daktari.
Good afternoon.
Do you agree with me that the local administrators, the chiefs and the sub-chiefs, are not translators of the complex presentation in the meeting in Nairobi?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you agree that in your effort to protect in an effort to protect your agreement and ensure compliance, that violence is not part of it?
Yeah, it's not part of it.
Thank you. And do you agree that in the previous year that Free the Climate earned $1.3 million from the sale of carbon credits?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you agree that you channeled $1,300 back to the community in Oldaima?
Yes, I've said that.
Thank you. And do you agree that this $1,300 is less than the stipulated 40% in the Climate Change Act?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions for this witness in cross-examination.
Thank you, Counsel. Re-exam.
Yes. Dr. Mapinduzi, have the armed rangers used violence in any way?
None that has been reported, because the organization would have acted.
Okay, then explain the discrepancy between the income which Free the Climate generated and what was received by members of Oldaima.
So $1.3 million that has been mentioned by the council is that it came from the project, the revenue from the projects organization, the organization's projects in Kenya, all the projects in Kenya. What came from Oldaima Ranch is not 1.3 million.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Council and Dr. Mapinduzi. Let us have you respond to some questions from the bench. We shall start from my left.
Okay. Dr. Mapinduzi, I have just several concern and also questions about the issue of, first, you've talked about involving or getting the project into the community. Did you understood if the community itself, because that is a community project, that the people, the power of public participation was supposed to be involved? Another thing is, did you also had a concern about the public interest and their need? Another thing is about when you're getting into agreement, did you involve the whole community and also the translation? Because I can see you had only the selected committee and you invited them in Nairobi. Did you also understood that also there are some people in the community who need to understood the agreement that you are putting in place? Another thing is about issue of the security and freedom of the community. Keeping in mind this community had a peaceful life, staying in a peaceful environment, and bringing in some people to guard your project, it was a threat for them because they had to have some issues to do with the security and freedom. Did you also mind that because you got into the community when it is in a peaceful community without any armed people? And then the last is about the culture. Did you also observe the culture of the community? Because I can see you involved only the men in the committee, sorry. And now you are supposed to have this aspect of involvement of the culture and also the gender inclusion.
Daktari, being somebody of that high ranking, you understand there is a difference between enforcing and auditing. So the rangers, were they enforcing or auditing?
Enforcement.
Was it part of the agreement?
Yes, monitoring compliance.
No, there's a difference between auditing and enforcing. Anyway, that is a question for you. And then my other question, why did you choose to do the agreement in Nairobi and not on the ground? The project is not in Nairobi. The project is down there in the community. Why did you choose to do it in Nairobi and not come down to the ground to engage the community? Was it a way of mischief or what did you have in mind? And then there's something you don't want to reveal. You say the earnings are from all the projects you have in Kenya. Why are you not revealing to the community how much this particular project was able to earn?
Thank you. I think those are sufficient questions from the bench. Kindly respond to those questions best you can.
Okay, thank you, the bench, for questions. On the first question on the involvement of the community and getting the opinions of the community members, Free the Climate Organization engaged with the structures that are in place of them. This committee represents the interest of the members of the community. And that is why we saw it wise and cost effective for the organization and for even the members of the community to hold the meeting directly with those who represent their interest and protect their interest. That is why we felt it was really important for us to meet people who are, to a certain extent, believed by the community to protect their interest. On infringing on their culture, I would say our project has not infringed on their culture in any way, because their culture and economic activity was pastoralism. And what Free the Climate organization has been able to do is restore the ecosystem, and that directly helps in advancing or enhancing their culture, because now they can be able to do what they do, but with more grass and more feeds for their animal, being that they are pastoralists. On the question of why Nairobi, so Nairobi provided logistical infrastructure for the committee members to be able to understand such a complex matter. Now we had technical experts in Nairobi and all that, but there was no, I would say there's no problem with handling the meeting in Nairobi, because we provided everything that they needed. That is transport, accommodation, as well as a subsistence allowance. So I think that covers on why or why not Nairobi. Now, on the question of enforcement, you're asking about auditing and enforcement, the difference. So the contract or the agreement required the community to allow members of or actors of the organization to come and monitor the enforcement or rather to monitor how the agreement has gone. And that is why we had these armed rangers. Their work was not in any way to disturb the community, but rather protect them and also protect what was in the agreement.
Thank you, Dr. Mapinduzi. The time that court had allocated to you is far much gone. And so we shall deal with what you've submitted and what you've provided in your written submissions. We thank you for your time. We shall take into account your evidence as we render our decision on this matter. Thank you. Respondents, you may call your second witness.
I would like to invite our second witness, Ms. Tambudzai, an official in the county government of Kaima County.
Good afternoon, Ms. Tambudzai. Kindly tell this court which language you're going to address it with. Tell us your religion as well. Christianity. Kindly take this Bible in your right hand and raise it before this court and take this oath after me. I, Ms. Tambudzai, swear by the Almighty God that the evidence I shall give to this court shall be the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
The witness's microphone is not working. That's what I was trying to say.
Madam Tamudzai, please introduce yourself before this court and tell us your relation to this case.
Okay, my name is Ms. Tambudzai. I'm a county official at Kaima County. I've been working there for 5 years. Yes. My relation to this case is I was present at the Nairobi meeting in the capacity of a trustee, because the county government, we are trustee of unregistered community land. So we were invited by Free the Climate, and now we were in the meeting as now in that capacity. Yes.
So you have explained to us that you are there as a county government representative as you hold land in trusteeship.
Yes.
Could you explain to us what this means?
Okay, so thank you, Council, for that question. I'm actually very grateful for the opportunity to impart knowledge on this court as to what we do as the county government. So as the county government, let me give you this example. Let me give this court this example. When you have, for example, I am a parent and I have a child and I want to give them money. And I know this child is hard-headed or won't understand what exactly to do with this money. So now us as the county government, we are that parent. And this, for example, Oldaima, this community, they're that child, they're the hard-headed child. So as the county government, what we can do is just hold this land for them in trust until they register that land. Yes.
Could you explain to us why the county government is holding this land in trust?
Okay, we are holding this land in trust, first of all, to protect their interests. Second of all, it is our mandate as the county government to hold any land that is not registered under the county government. Yes.
You have mentioned that this land has not been registered.
Yeah.
Why is that so, and whose responsibility is it to register this land?
I'm so grateful for that question, actually, because people always blame the government all the time. Government haijafanya kazi, haijafanya nini. But this is the work of the community. The community comes to us as the government. Once you come to us as the government, we'll help you with the process. We'll help you, we'll take you through the steps. We'll transfer from trusteeship and now give them, the title to the land. So just approach us as the county government. Come at any time, except on weekends and past 5. Yes.
You have told us that you were present at the Nairobi meeting.
Yes, I was.
Could you tell us what happened at that meeting, as you saw from your own observation? Could you tell us what you saw in that meeting?
Okay, so I was in the company of another colleague. We went with the chief, assistant chief, and 10 committee members. And Free the Climate did their presentation on the proposal for the whole, the whole project. And they seemed to endorse it because no one approached us as the county government or the chief and said, hatujaelewa what's going on. In fact, Mr. Lemayan, when we went back in the bus, he was telling me, kama county government mmefanya kazi mzuri, you've brought to us this project. They didn't ask us to, in case there was any clarifications. So as our role, of course, was to endorse the project as a county government. And once they did not raise any concerns, we, as the representation, as the committee, a representation of the community, we inferred that the community had given their public participation.
Just to sensitize to this court, why did you see it necessary to involve the committee members?
I saw it necessary to, or rather, the county government, let me not speak for myself, saw it necessary to involve the community members because, or rather the committee members, because I don't know their cultures and their customs. In fact, as much as I work there, I'm not really from that community. So if they bring 10 committee members who are men, I will only infer that it is a representation of the whole community. It is not up to me as the county government to ask why is there no women or why are there only 10. We can just infer that public participation was done because it does not necessarily require a baraza or door-to-door. A representation of the community or a chunk of representation of the community is enough for us to infer as the county government that the community accepted to be bound by this proposal. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Tamudzai. That is all for this witness.
Thank you, Council. Cross-exam.
Much obliged. Good afternoon, Ms. Tambuzai.
Good afternoon.
Do you feel afraid today?
No.
Are you a county government official?
Yes, I am. I already stated that.
Yes, I want us to go into an adventure. I do not want to call you a quack today. Do you have official records that prove you are an official for the Kaima County?
I did not bring them with
Yes
me.
or no?
I don't have.
Objection relevant. That is not relevant to this matter today.
Council, stick to relevant matters only unless you have a justification, a basis for.
Yes, much guided, Your Lord. We wanted to know whether our witness is quite the one that we need in the matter, but thank you for the guidance. Did the county government conduct an independent valuation before signing the agreement?
No, we didn't.
Thank you. Yet you hold the land in trust for the community, right?
Yes, that's our obligation as the county government.
And was there a community baraza that was held in Kaima County? Yes or no?
There wasn't, as I further explained before.
And you are aware that public participation also calls for direct participation of the people, correct?
Not in all cases.
Does public participation also, do we have a direct public participation?
In this case, no, but it doesn't always call for it.
Okay. And most ranch members are men.
Yes.
Okay.
Or ranch members or ranch
We,
committee?
yes, ranch member committees, the committee members, right?
Yes,
Men,
not
yeah?
ranch.
Were women invited in the during the signing of the agreement in Nairobi?
No, but isn't that a matter
Is
of
it,
custom?
it's a yes or
and
no
not-
question? So you just say
Okay, no.
they were not.
They weren't.
No further questions for the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. Respondents, re-exam.
Just a few questions. Ms. Tambudzai, Council has asked you why there was no independent evaluation that happened. Could you explain to this court why?
As I explained before, when the ranch committee members were present in the meeting, it can be inferred that there was sufficient public participation because us as the county government, we're not really involved in private matters. We are the county, we're just here to help you. So whatever goes on within your custom is none of our business. Honestly, our business is just to help you register or in this case, endorse.
Members of the bench.
Mhm.
The county government officials knows their roles under the.
So remember, okay, carry on.
And the witness is saying that their only role is to help. To help who?
So, Counsel, by the rules of the court, you can only object to a question in re-exam where the question does not touch on an issue that came up during cross-exam. But if it is a substantive issue that you disagree with, you can verse that issue in your written submissions or in your closing arguments.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you, Counsel.
Do I need to repeat my answer or?
I think you need to.
Okay. So as I was saying, we're not really involved in the internal matters of the community. As I said, our role is limited to being trustees of the land and ensuring that the best interests of the land are upheld. And in this meeting, we did endorse because we got the accurate, or rather not accurate, we got the representation from the members of the committee. We're not to investigate whether they need to be women or we just inferred that this was a representation of Oldaima Ranch community at large. Yes.
Thank you. That is all.
Thank you, Counsel. Now, Ms. Tambudzai, you will respond to a few questions from the bench before we allow you to take your seat. I'll start with my right.
Thank you. I just need to ask you, Mr. Buzai.
Yes.
You said you're a county official.
Yes, I am.
You know, as a government officer, you are supposed to uphold a certain level of ethics according to the Constitution.
Yes.
In this case, do you feel that you upheld your role and the ethics that are required of you? Do you think you adhere to the code of ethics?
Yes, I believe
as a
so.
public servant?
Yes.
I've heard you say that your role is not to really get involved in the community matters. Do you really understand your work as a public servant? That you're supposed to guide, you're supposed to give information because this is a community. You work in this community, you understand them, right?
Yes.
And so you know it's your role to help them to really understand what they are getting into. Do you feel that you played that role?
When it comes to the cultural aspects, we can, in fact, the government, we might have failed to sufficiently incorporate women, but these are the people that Free the Climate had engaged first, and these are the people that they had had talks with and gotten approvals from even NEMA before they came to us. So we thought that this is a representation of what the community members want according to their customs.
According to you as a public servant, is public participation done in a boardroom or at the community level?
It's done at the community level.
Did you also care that the community, you understand them. You said you understand them.
Yeah.
Do they understand the language of instruction that was used in the meeting?
I believe most of them were conversant with Kiswahili.
Not believe.
Yeah.
Did you find out?
Yes.
So that even the language of writing the agreement, that it was a language they could understand.
Yes.
Did you do due diligence as a public servant to ensure that?
Matters of due diligence, as I said, none of them approached us to also tell us that they had an issue or they did not understand a clause within the agreement or what was tabled before them. But of course, we should have done better and incorporated translators into the meeting.
Question?
Just to echo on my colleague here, you've talked about not going to the community. Let me just use that way. Did you do any capacity enhancement to the community? Because even if you are saying they understood Kiswahili, I know these are vernacular.
Yeah.
They use the local language. So even the Swahili could be even difficult for them to understand. So did you use that?
We weren't able to use vernacular in that meeting. And as I've said, it was a shortcoming on our end and something we hope to improve on. Yes.
As a public servant, you need to source someone who has the ability to translate it.
Yes.
Ms. Tambudzai,
Yes.
you say that the county holds the land in trust.
Yes.
Maybe you could help this bench better understand what are the fiduciary duties or what are the obligations of a trustee? You said hard-headed child. That is how you refer to,
Yes.
And maybe you need to help us better understand what are the responsibilities of this mother to the hard-headed child.
Yes.
Because it appears here that you're telling us that if this child is too hard-headed, the mother might as well get a very poisonous snake and feed that snake to the child for dinner. And we would not want to retire with that in mind. So it might be helpful for you to clarify what then, leave alone the hard-headed child, but what is the responsibility of this mother, according to your reference, to that hard-headed child, the fiduciary duty of a trustee?
Okay, so just for clarifications, even if you are a hard-headed child, your mother still loves you enough. They will never, for example, dispossess you or anything. So I was not giving it from a point of just because they're hard-headed, we won't discharge our duty. As a mother, you have that duty, whether or not your child is a good child. And I'm not saying that members of Oldaima are a bad child. It was just an example to elaborate, yes? So I would like to say fiduciary duty, just like a mother, you keep the best interests of your child first. Any transaction that the county government does on the land for Oldaima, we have to ensure that it meets the interests of the people within Oldaima and also their land. So that's what I meant by being a trustee. You're just keeping for them until they're able to change their title, and then you relinquish your role as trustee and give them now full autonomy and full, land rights to their land. Yes.
Very well put. And with that in mind, would you then, as a representative of the county government, confidently standing before this court, tell us that looking back, you got the best possible deal for the Oldaima community? Would you tell us that you got the best possible outcome as a trustee for this community? Looking back on your engagement, would you confidently tell us that what you did was the very best that you could do? Or was there some failure in what you did?
I could say for the county government of Kaima, this was a learning point, but it was a starting point. From here, we are able to improve on what we weren't able to do well. So as much as it might have had its, potholes, it's a learning point so that next time when these people come to our land, we are able to build up on what Free the Climate have already done. Yes.
Thank you. Hopefully you will build up on the good and not the harm. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your time and your expertise and the evidence you've contributed. We shall take that into account in rendering our decision. Respondents, you have one more witness. Kindly call your witness to the stand.
Okay, we would like to call Saruni Olekipto, a community member and a beneficiary of the project.
Bwana Saruni, nataka uambie koti hii unatumia dini, wewe ni wa dini ipi?
Mi ni wa dini ya mababu zetu.
Hiyo ni dini gani? Ukristu?
Naamini katika ardhi yetu ya Ole Daima.
Sawa sawa. Unatumia Biblia?
Hapana.
Unatumia lugha gani kutoa ushuhuda wako?
Kiswahili.
Asante. Nataka uinue mkono wako wa kulia. Useme baada yangu. Mimi Bwana Saruni.
Mimi Bwana Saluni.
Ninaahidi kwa dhati na uaminifu.
Ninaahidi kwa dhati na uaminifu
Kwamba ushahidi nitakaotoa mahakamani.
Kwamba ushahidi nitakaotoa mahakamani.
Utakuwa ukweli.
Utakuwa ukweli.
Na ukweli mtupu.
Na ukweli mtupu.
Mungu nisaidie.
Mungu nisaidie. Ardhi yetu ya Ole Daima nisaidie.
Bwana Saruni, jitambulishe kwa mahakama.
Majina yangu kamili ni Saruni Ole Kito. Mimi ni morani mmoja wa jamii ya Ole Daima na natukia hapa kupigania haki za watu wa Ole Daima, kupingana na bwana huyu mzee hapa anayepigania tamaduni ambazo zimepitwa na wakati.
Maoni yako ni yapi kuhusu kesi hii?
Kwa kweli sina maoni, nina ukweli wa kuambia koti hii kuhusu kesi hii. Kwa kuwa mimi ni mwajiriwa wa Free the Climate na mimi nimezaliwa Ole Daima, nimelelewa Ole Daima na kwa kupita kiasi nimesoma kuliko Bwana Lemayan na Bi Lenziankiki kwamba nimefikia kidato cha 4.
Na pia elezea mahakama jinsi maisha yalivyokuwa Ole Daima kabla ya Free the Climate kukuja.
Kwanza mnaona Bwana Lemayan hajasoma. Lenziankiki hajasoma. Maisha yalikuwa mabaya sana. Tulikuwa peke yake tunalisha bila masomo. Matibabu haikuwa rahisi kupata kwa sababu utaenda kutibiwa kwa nini? Na kuna mzee huyu hapa anapitisha tamaduni za dawa za kitambo kwamba tusiende hospitalini, ungeweza aje kutibiwa. Pia tulikuwa tunapigania malisho kama jamii. Unaviona nimebeba rungu. Kitambo hii ningetumia kuwachapa watoto huu mzee kupigania malisho. Na pia mifugo wetu walikuwa wanapiganiwa na jamii zingine ambazo zinakaribia Ole Daima.
Na fursa za ajira zilikuwa vipi pia?
Mimi mwenyewe nimesoma hadi kidato cha 4 na kabla ya Free the Climate sikuwa na kazi. Nilikuwa nalisha na watoto wa ule mzee ambao kwa sasa nimeajiri kwa bodaboda yangu inayofanya kwa shed iliyojengwa na Free the Climate.
Pia elezea mahakama, ulikujaje kuajiriwa na Free the Climate?
Kwa kile ninachojua ni kwamba walipoenda huo mkutano wanaoita wa Nairobi, walirejea na matwakwa ya kwamba hii Free the Climate itaweza kurudisha 10% kwa jamii. Na kwa hiyo 10% wakaamua kuajiri watu kadhaa ambao mimi ni beneficiary wa hiyo ajira.
Na hii ajira imeleta tofauti gani kwako na kwa familia yako?
Kwangu mnaniona nafanana na bwana Lemayani pale? Hapana. Ajira imeniwezesha kujibadili.
The witness not answering the question. Objection. The witness is not answering the question as asked. The witness is taking us to a dramatic adventure. We decline the invite.
Counsel, the witness is, to the best of the understanding of the bench at this point, he is definitely not acting. Is his best way of expression, and he is not yet offensive, or he's not being offensive. He's referring to actual people. So unless a particular offense happens, then we will instruct him accordingly. But counsel, for the respondent, take note of that and guide your client accordingly.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Ajira hii imeleta tofauti gani kwako na kwa familia yako?
Kwangu kwanza nimeweza kununua bodaboda ambayo nimeajiri kijana wa Bwana Lemayani. Pia nimeweza kupeleka watoto wangu sasa wanaweza kwenda shuleni kwa pikipiki yangu. Na pia mnaona mimi mwenyewe napendeza kidogo, sifanani na yeye. Kwa hivyo imebadilisha sana maisha yangu na ya familia yangu.
Kwa hivyo imebadilisha maisha yako?
Ndio.
Na maoni yako ni yapi kuhusu jinsi mchakato wa kufanya maamuzi ulivyofanyiwa?
Mzee wangu kwanza nikwambie mjuaona aliitwa Nairobi pia ni rafiki ya bwana Lemayan na alikuwa Nairobi na alirejea kwa furaha sana hiyo siku na alinipea 1,000 na nikafurahia pia. Kwa hivyo ninachojua ni kwamba walihusishwa, walienda Nairobi na wakarudi kwa furaha sana sana sana.
Na kando na wewe kupata ajira, ni maendeleo gani ambayo Free the Climate imeleta Oldaima?
Kando na mimi kupata ajira na mwenzangu, kuna wamejenga shed ambayo bodaboda yangu inafanya na nimeajiri mtoto wa huyo mzee. Pia imeweza kwanza watoto wangu hawakuwa wanaenda shule kabla ya Free the Climate kwa sababu sikuona manufaa ya kwenda kusomea mahali ambao kumechanika chanika alafu akuje tulishe pamoja. Situanze kulisha. Kwa nini nishinde nimetafuta ati asome? Lakini kwa sasa wamepaka rangi hadi watoto wenyewe walikuja wakaniambia tupeleke shuleni baba. Kwa hivyo shule zinapendeza, hata watoto wanafurahia kuenda kila siku.
Na maoni yako ni yapi kuhusu jinsi ambavyo Free the Climate inawaambia mfanye mfumo wa maoni yako ni yapi kuhusu jinsi mfumo wa rotational grazing unavyofanyiwa?
Kwa kile ninachojua ni kwamba kwa hizi ambazo wameita carbon credits na hizo vitu wameita hivyo, lazima ziweze kutokea kwa matawi na ardhi yetu, na kwa hiyo hii 90 day grazing ninachoelewa ni ya kuwezesha ardhi yetu kupona kwa section fulani ili tuweze kulisha huku kwingine. Hiyo inapopona na ikamea tukahamia hiyo. Kwa hivyo mimi sioni shida na huo mchakato.
Na unaweza kuambia vipi mahakama kuhusu utumizi wa askari na Free the Climate?
Kwanza nimesikia wakisema askari wanachapa watu na waondolewe. Mimi nakataa. Hao askari kwanza wamewezesha kupunguza hizi vita za kijamii za mifugo na malisho. Sasa hatupigani kwa sababu utamfuata mtu ana bunduki na unarungu peke yake. Hapana. Kwa hivyo hawa askari mimi nadhani lazima kwanza, umesikia hawa ni wasumbufu. Tamaduni ambazo wanafuata ni za usumbufu. Kwa hivyo wameambiwa msiingie hapa, wanataka kuingia. Kwa hivyo lazima hawa askari wangekuja kuwatishia kidogo kwa sababu ni wasumbufu. Ungemsikia angewaambia, mngemuuliza aliweza kuua simba. Hata mimi nimeua simba. Kwa hivyo singeogopa watu ambao hawana kitu kinachoshinda changu nguvu. Kwa hivyo lazima hao wenye bunduki wangekuja na wametusaidia sana.
Alafu swali la mwisho, unadhani nini kitatokea Oldaima iwapo hii mahakama itatupilia mbali huo mkataba?
Kitachotokea ni kwamba kwanza nitaanza na kufuta kijana huyu mzee niweze kujiendeshea bodaboda yangu. Pia nadhani watoto sasa, iwapo hiyo shule itaharibika, mimi sitaona haja ya kuwapeleka shuleni tena kwa sababu tutalisha wote na tutapigania mifugo. Kwa hivyo nitaenda kuwafunza kutumia rungu na mikuki ili tuweze kupigania sasa ardhi na watoto wa huyo mzee. Na pia tutapoteza kila kitu kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe hizi vitu nilizonunua ni kwa faida, ni kwa ajili ya Free the Climate. Kwa hivyo nitapoteza kazi yangu na hiyo itakuwa mbaya sana.
Okay, thank you. That's all for this witness.
Thank you, Counsel. Cross-exam by the petitioner's advocate.
Yes, my lord. Habari ya mchana Saruni.
Nzuri sana.
Unakubali kuwa wewe ni mwajiriwa wa Free the Climate?
Ndio.
Na unakubali pia kuwa masomo ulifika kidato cha 4?
Ndio.
Na ni kweli kusema kuwa kabla ya kuja kwa Free the Climate hakukuwa na shule wala hospitali Oldaima? Ndio ama hapana?
Shule.
Nasema kuwa kabla ya kuja kwa Free the Climate hakukuwa na shule wala hospitali.
Shule zilikuwa lakini hazikuwa na watoto.
Asanti. Na umearifu mahakama kuwa Free the Climate ikiondoka utapoteza kazi yako.
Ndio. Nina ukweli na uhakika.
Asanti. Na pia kwa swali la mwisho, Free the Climate wakiondoka, wajibu wako wa kisheria ya kupeleka watoto wako shuleni itaisha?
Kama nilivyojua ni tunapigania tamaduni, kwa hivyo mimi sina wajibu kisheria kama tamaduni zimeshinda. Kwa hivyo nitafuata tamaduni ambazo ni kulisha na si kusomesha watoto.
Asanti kwa majibu yako. No further questions in cross-examination, my lord.
Thank you, Counsel. Re-exam by the respondent's advocate.
Yes. Bwana Saruni, hali ya shule na hospitali ama condition yake ilikuwa vipi kabla ya Free the Climate kukuja?
Haikuwa inapendeza kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe kama si ambition singesoma mimi mwenyewe, na sasa wakati wamekuja wakapaka rangi, hata nafikiria kuongezea masomo niweze kuwa kama hawa ambao wanavaa suti na wanapendeza sana.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. Questions from the bench? Start on my left.
Bwana Saruni.
Ndio.
Ningependa kuuliza swali. Swali langu ni hili. Unajua umelelewa katika community, si ndio?
Ndio.
Na kuna sheria na pia kuna tamaduni za jamii yenu.
Ndio.
Kwa nini ulikeuka jamii yenu kwa kuiga utamaduni mwingine ambao ulikuja kwa jamii yenu, na ilhali ulijua ulikuwa unawakilisha jamii? Kitu ya pili ni kwa nini haukuweza kukua mtunza undugu ukaweza kusema nimepata hii nikuje niwaelezee? Wewe ulipata tu mafunzo, na si hata wewe mwenyewe ulipata mafunzo kupitia kwa mzazi, na haukuuliza iliendelea kivipi. Hukupendelea kuuliza kuna usaidizi mwingine kando na kupewa bodaboda ufanye ili uweze kuikimu maisha ya kijiji ambacho umetoka ndani. Ila tumeambiwa pia kuna shule, lakini tukiangalia shule haijaangaziwa sana na wale ambao wako pale wote. Ni baadhi ya wale ambao walielimishwa, wengine hawajui kile ambacho kinaendelea. Ila tu ni rangi ambayo imeelezewa kuwa imefanya umeenda. And then kuna jambo lingine ambalo nilitaka ungeelezea kuhusu wakati wewe ulikuwa unaishi kwa ile jamii. So ulikuwa na maisha yako ambayo ulikuwa unaendelea. Sasa wakati unapewa unaulizwa kama mradi ukiisha, ambapo ukiisha unaona kama wewe utakuwa hauna dhamana katika jamii kwa sababu una usaliti katika jamii. Maybe utatuelezea
Naweza jibu hayo kwanza.
Jibu hayo kwanza.
Ya kwanza ni kwamba kuna tamaduni zetu ndio sikatai, lakini tamaduni ambazo wanataka kuendeleza ni tamaduni zilizopitwa na wakati. Kwanza mfumo huu ambao wa Free the Climate umekuja, unaona saa hii Ole Daima inajulikana na watu wengi sana, si ndio? Kama inajulikana, tamaduni kama zile ambazo wanasukuma, kuna kupashwa tohara kutoa kwa wanawake ambazo wanasukuma, wanaendeleza kufinyilia wanawake. Kwa hivyo tamaduni kama hizo ndizo ambazo tunakataa, kwa sababu wakishinda Free the Climate wataondoka, na sasa haki za wanawake hazitafuatiliwa hata kidogo, kwa sababu wamewezesha hii location yetu kujulikana, na kwa hivyo wakiondoka utamaduni ndio utakuwa umeshinda, lakini utamaduni mbaya uliopitwa na wakati. Kwa hivyo siwezi pigania tamaduni hizo. Kwa maisha ambayo nitarejea, singependa kulisha tena, nishazoea, nishaanza kuvaa vizuri. Kwa hivyo kurudi kwa ng'ombe sitafurahia hata kidogo. Na pia unawaona mzee Lemayan pale anaweza ongea na watoto wake, nikaweza kutupiliwa mbali katika jamii kwa kupingana na yeye, kwa sababu amepita miaka kidogo na yeye ni mwana komiti. Kwa hivyo pia mimi mwenyewe sina shamba, kwa hivyo wanaweza kataa kuniregister kwa sababu ya kukiuka. Kwa hivyo huu mfumo usitupiliwe mbali hata kidogo.
Bwana Saruni Ole Kipto.
Ndio.
Niko na swali. Umesema wakati baba yako, mzee wako alitoka mkutano Nairobi, alikuja akiwa na furaha sana, hata akakurushia 1,000. Ningependa kuuliza hadi sasa huyo mzee ako na hiyo furaha baada ya kulipwa 1,300 kwa mwaka mzima?
Kwa furaha sijui, labda ameweza kufunzwa vibaya na mzee kama Lemayan kwamba hii project ni mbaya.
Swali la pili. Wewe umesema umesoma
Ndio,
na unalipwa mshahara.
ndio.
Furaha yako ni kwa ajili ya project ama ni kwa ajili ya mshahara ambaye we binafsi unalipwa, na vijana wengine wanafaidika, ama unafurahi tu we peke yako kwa community ukifaidika, ilhali vijana wale wengine hawafaidiki kutokana na mradi huu pamoja na wazee ama wazazi wako?
Kwangu furaha yangu ni ya hii project kabisa, na nashikilia kwamba hii project ni nzuri, ndio inasaidia jamii yetu kwa sasa, kwa sababu saa hii hakuna chaos sana, hatupigani. Kwa hivyo kama tamaduni za mifugo zimebaki, mimi bado nafurahia hii project, na furaha yangu si mshahara wowote.
Na ni maendeleo gani ingine unaona hii mradi imeleta huko? Tumesema kulikuwa na shule, kulikuwa na hospitali. Kuna kitu moja tu hivi unaweza point useme hii mradi imetengeneza kitu fulani?
Sina moja yuaona. Wamepaka rangi shule, wamepaka rangi hospitali, pia wamejenga shedi ya bodaboda. Kwa hivyo niko na mingi za kuelezea, sio moja peke yake.
Sawa, asante sana Bwana Ole Saruni. Tunashukuru muda wako na kusaidia koti kuelewa ni yapi ambayo yanaendelea. Tutachukulia ushuhuda wako tunapofanya uamuzi wetu. Kwa sasa tunakushukuru. Respondents, it is now time for your closing submissions. Do take the floor.
Honorable Bench, climate change, prolonged droughts, livestock losses, and diminished household incomes have been the characteristic of Oldaima Ranch. The arrival of Free the Climate presents an opportunity for the ranch members to end these problems which have faced them historically. However, the irony is that the petitioners present this as exploitation. We call this exactly what it is. It's a climate project working as intended in a community that agreed to it and delivering what it promised. Honorable Bench, the petitioners have presented suspicions, speculations, and unfounded fears dressed as constitutional violations. First, the petitioners allege that their right to own land was violated by the respondents. It is our submission that that right was not violated. First, no land was taken from the Oldaima Ranch members, no land was leased from them, and they still live on their land. The second issue is that carbon rights are distinct from land rights. Free the Climate owns the right to register and sell the carbon credits, while Oldaima Ranch members still retain their land use rights. The petitioners have also alleged that the conduct of public participation did not meet the constitutional standards required. Participation does not require that every member of a community be heard where there are representatives present. What is required is the use of reasonable means to give the ranch members an opportunity to be heard through their representatives. Free the Climate invited the representatives of the community, 10 ranch committee members, 2 chiefs, 2 assistants, 2 county officials, 2 chiefs and 1 chief, who were given explanations, deliberated, and voluntarily signed. Indeed, Mr. Lemayan has testified before this honorable court that the signature which he appended was voluntary. These were not strangers, but the community's own elected representatives, and therefore their chosen voices. This Honorable Court must be cautious not to substitute its own decision or judgment for that of the representatives of the community. The petitioners have also alleged that their right to practice their culture was violated by the respondents. It is our submission that rotational grazing, which is in dispute, is not culturally alien to Oldaima Ranch and other pastoralist communities. The rotational grazing obligations under the agreement is not a destruction of existing pastoralist culture, but an enhancement of it. Rangeland restoration and improved livestock management directly benefits the very herds and pastures upon which Oldaima's way of life depends. The mere presence of armed personnel does not amount to violence. The rangers were engaged to enforce the rotational grazing obligations as contained in the agreement, and we have demonstrated that the agreement was indeed informed and voluntarily signed. The petitioners have also alleged that their right to freedom of movement was violated. The use of armed rangers does not violate the freedom of movement in any constitutional sense. The ranch members can still move in the other areas of the ranch. The respondents are not here to lie that the agreement is perfect. The exclusion of women like Esiankinki, because they are women, indeed violates constitutional principles such as inclusivity, social justice, and non-discrimination. However, these are challenges which were faced by women in the community even before Free the Climate arrived. Setting aside the agreement will not end these problems in any way if this court does not exercise its discretion and grant appropriate orders. We urge this Honorable Court to order Oldaima Ranch members to register their land, include a third woman in the management committee to end the challenges facing women in the community. This court should be cautious not to substitute its own judgment for that of the legitimately elected representatives. In conclusion, we urge this Honorable Court to dismiss the petition, uphold the validity of the Ranch Development Agreement, and grant orders as sought by the respondents. We respectively submit.
Thank you, Council. Questions from the bench for the respondents? Overall questions? No, you're good. Question? All right. 2 questions. The first one, you propose that they form a committee and that a third of the women are representatives or represented, but you've also spoken to the dynamics of culture. And you said that a lot of the things you're being accused for, you're not responsible for because of the culture. And so what different thing are we going to see if then the culture is the issue? You have had the opportunity to cross-examine Helsinki, and you saw where culture has placed the woman. So even if you talk about a third representation, what is going to be different based on that proposal? And do you feel like you have any responsibility? That is the first question. The second question is the second question is the issue of the informed component of FPIC. You rely very heavily on the fact that a meeting was held, signatures were obtained, county government approved, but we have FPIC. And FPIC is a continuous process. We have free, prior, and informed consent. And it is there in law. And so, other than what you did, inviting men, giving them a very generous allowance for transport, and then you got their signature, is the presence of a signature sufficient enough to then convince this court that actually there was informed consent? Also taking into account that as these people went back, what they understood they were buying or what they was selling is free air. They understood that they were selling air. So can you really say as you call us to uphold that position, can you really say that the consent was informed?
Thank you for these questions. I will be addressing the first one. On culture, we do agree, we do still submit that culture is the major issue that we see coming up as Free the Climate in this matter, that women are not represented. And our recommendation being that they be registered is, I do think, is a good suggestion, as if the Old Daima Ranch is registered under the Community Land Act, it stipulates that a third of the committee that represents these people should consist of a third of women. If the committee has a third of women, women's voices will be able to be heard in the decision making in the lands that they use every day. And I believe it would be a proper balance between culture and the law, but also I think it is a matter to sensitize the community that women's voices are important, and it does not take a foreign organization to come and shed light on the problems that are already existing in the community, and that the men in the community should be sensitized that women are indeed part of this community and their voices are important and that they need to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. We shall take that into account. So just before we before we break, maybe in just very summarized form, can hear some conclusions from the bench, even as we go to reflect and make a decision. I'll start from my right.
I think just picking on your last submission, I am thinking that you agree that the committee that did the agreement was not well constituted. And so maybe reconstituting would also inform reconstituting or relooking at the agreement. That is my thought. Even as we see how to go on in the process.
Thank you, Honorable Judge.
Okay, so my conclusion is based on having the project and you want to work with community, kindly involve the whole community, follow the legal framework, so that now you can be in the same page, because I know it's a project that is useful to the community, but the way you took it to the community was not in the right process. So you can use the legal framework so that everything is being understood and put it into a clarity and clear.
Thank you. Again, thank you for your time. And maybe just a few things. I think that we learn, and I know we are agents in the communities where we come from. Earlier we were asked, who among us live in community land, in settlements? Maybe we're not confident enough, or we do not know, or maybe we do not care. But whichever the case is, I think it is very, very important. But I think the reason we have this is important for us to see ourselves as agents. And some of the questions that are being asked to some of the people, for example, the people from county government and the other representatives, is what you learned, did you go and share with your community members? Or do you then just pick it for yourself? So I think the process is very, very important. Again, the question of consent, free, prior, informed consent, it is not one element, but it is all elements together. And maybe some of these things, I know some of us are probably writing on this, those who have an interest in the area. Again, it is always important to consider the financial disparity. When it comes to that financial disparity, where is the true bargaining power? And so other processes can easily become cosmetic if you do not look keenly at who has the power. And the power is money, the power is influence, the power is those dynamics. So That is very, very important to realize. And the voice of women, it is not merely tokenistic participation, it is not presence, but it is actual meaningful participation and contribution. Land is not just an asset that needs to be in someone's name, title, deed, as we learned earlier, but it is a source of livelihood, it is a source of identity, it is integral to the survival of women and their children, and even men themselves, right? Not only deriving the benefits from that. But also that carbon credits is not entirely a bad thing. It is not necessarily something that is a thorn in the flesh or a poison. It has some teething problems. Some people, of course, are using it for the wrong reasons or to take advantage of communities who do not know any better or who do not have the level of, as we said, bargaining power or the level of information or knowledge or experience in that particular area. But then again, I think even, and because you're talking to students, I myself am a student, it is also important to approach it from that point. I know a lot of us think we write our papers and our papers are forgotten and they do not serve a purpose, but your papers are meant, and Madam Milka says this all the time, the education we get and everything we do is meant to meaningfully contribute. So sometimes when you're writing your academic paper in fourth year, don't just think about writing so that you graduate and you're on the graduation list. Think about what can that paper do for my community? And are there actually meaningful contributions you can make that can be implemented? And I can guarantee you can go with your research paper, you can go with your, I know at fourth year it's called research paper, you can go with your thesis at master's level to an organization like GIZ and many other organizations with practical recommendations based on actual on the ground experience, and you can change the life of a community, you can change the life of vulnerable and marginalized groups. So I think those are very important things too. And I know you'll be told much more. I just thought it's better I make those comments at this point. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Cloud and the bench. Thank you so much, the advocates, the witnesses. They have done a good job, sindio? Have you been entertained? Have you learned something? Aya, sasa nataka, I want us to quickly, have you received a meal card? Kila mtu ako na meal card, sindio? I want us to quickly go for lunch. Only we are really behind time, but you'll allow us because we arrived late, sindio? Sisi wenyewe. Mimi nilifika mapema. Sasa, I want us to go for lunch for exactly 35 minutes. But before that, so at 4 p.m. tukua hapa because we have to get the court's judgment, sindio? We have awards. Who do you think has won? Okay, keep that to yourself. But we have awards, and we want to give the award. Please don't go home. Have lunch, come. We won't stay for long. For that, you can come. Have reflections here from the judges, hear from you, and also issue the awards. Sindio? So before we go for lunch, tateremka hapo chini, you'll find the photographer and banners ready. Pose hapo tupige group photo alafu tuende lunch, sindio? Sasa, I want to take us back to high school. I don't know if you did the same in high school. I'm a bit old, but movement by running. Sindio? Okay, so let's move quickly down there for group photo. Ushers, please help me to move people. You have done a good job. Hey, today you
I've told her we are ready for her. We'll give you a moment to give us your reflections on what happened and what you think went on very well. Were the lawyers representing, if you are the petitioner, do you think your lawyers did a good job? If you are the okay, it's free what? I'm about to say free the slaves. Free the climate. If you are free the climate, did your lawyers do a good job? Now, let me tell you, this is not the usual thing you learn in class, is it? This is a lot of work. When you see them speaking here, you may think, oh, they are not speaking a lot. They are not saying everything I want them to say. They are not saying it well. But even to be able to stand and say that, the amount of research that has been done by this team, it's big. By the way, this team is not JQuat. It's not JQuat University. They are a mixed team from different universities. And they had to meet here for the last 2 weeks, different days, to do the rehearsals. They have moved from asking one question and then looking and smiling. And someone is telling them, this is the way you ask questions, this is how you do it, because you want to get this, because this is what is important. And they did a lot of research. Before you go to court, cases are not won. You see, the court time was timed, eh? Tell me when we are ready. Isa, are you with us? We are waiting for a friend of ours. Okay, she says 2 minutes. Before we go to court, when people are speaking in court, they have filed and prepared bundles and bundles of documents. Remember during the election petition? Simuliona vitu zikipelekwa na van. Papers zinatolewa kwa van, zimejaa hivi lori. They do a lot of research and prepare bundles and bundles of paperwork. This team has done that. And they did that even at individual level. For them to be able to stand and say something, they must do a lot of research.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Okay. So they have to do a lot of research. So for them to know issues and be able to say an issue that requires to be said in 10 hours, to say it in 5 minutes, because they have fully appreciated it. So there's a lot of research. And so we encourage you. There is no way you're going to understand issues. There's no way, as a young lawyer, or you're going to be lawyers in the next few years or next month, some of you. You're going to be an effective person if you don't do a lot of research. So they have done a lot of research. They already gave us submissions, all those submissions in written bundles of heavy documents, which we have also grading. You don't grade them on just what they speak in court. We also grade on the submissions. Because most of the time, cases are won on documents. Lawyers know you win your cases on the quality of documents, on the quality of research, on the quality of ability to be able to understand. Hello, thank you, Isa. We were just waiting for you. Isa her full name is Isabella. Sorry, I'm calling Isa because she's my friend. I'm used to calling her that. This is Isabella Zudel from the University of Bayreuth in Germany, and also from a friend organization that we partner with called Malamulo. And we do a lot of activities together. For those who are in the moot court last time, they saw that we co-hosted it with Malamulo, and she was listening to us. And we asked her whether she could be able to also give us some reflection on some of those conversations. So Isa, you're welcome. You can go ahead and tell us your reflections. Isa, can you hear us?
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Okay, great. If you can hear me and I'm about to proceed, then I'm happy to welcome all of you this afternoon. I've heard that you had already a really amazing day, a full day, I hope, a full day of exchange, of exploring and discussions. And I will also keep it short a little bit today so that you can, that you can close for today and that you can rest in the end. But first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Isabel Zundel. I'm a human rights researcher at the University of Antwerp in Belgium. I'm part of the Law and Development Research Group there. And my focus is mainly on African legal systems and the African human rights system more precisely. And I was asked to give an input this afternoon as part of Malamulo. Malamulo is a non-governmental organization that is based in Germany, but that mainly focuses on human rights promotion and protection and different questions around access to justice, with a focus on Africa, but also bridging interests between Europe and Africa. And I'm really glad that I can be with you here today. Thank you very much, and that you have reached out to us as Malamulo. And I'm happy to be present here, especially also for my colleagues Philipp Bogensberger and Toko Kaime. I brought a small presentation with me. I was told that I have around 30 minutes, but I thought I will keep it really short and then maybe we can take a few questions and have a discussion before we then close. If it's okay, I would quickly share my screen. Okay, I think you can see my screen. Is that correct? Yes, okay, you can. Perfect. Okay, so the topic that we are looking at today is, of course, linked to what you have discussed throughout this day. And I wanted to give an input on land rights, of course, and more precisely on land relationships. And I would like to do that through a reflection of the African human rights system, especially a few parts of the African Charter and a number of other instruments that we can find in the regional system. Okay, let me see how I can move this. Okay, so the idea is that we are often or mainly talking about who owns land and who has the right to own land. But maybe that is not really the right question to ask. Maybe we shouldn't ask who owns a specific kind of land, but more what kind of relationships with land do or can human rights frameworks, especially the African human rights framework, recognize. And therefore, I think there is a what others have also called before property paradigm, and that those are facts that come together that I think are really obvious to all of us. So the first one is that global human rights law tends to treat land as property. So when we talk about land, we mainly see it as a resource. It's about, who owns that land and not really what we feel, what kind of connection we have, to what kind of land and place we belong. And in comparison to that, many different African systems treat land as relationship and belonging. And there we already see that there is a distinct between what the law and human rights law governs and how it is structured, and then how we see in the reality that the relationship to land might be different and how we relate or how people relate to land is different. And in the case of women, women face regular discrimination in land ownership, which you have also discussed today, and is really an important discussion also through a number of jurisdictions and has been discussed by many courts. And so the question that I would like to pose today is, maybe the legal system, especially the human rights legal system we have, is not equipped really to provide the empowerment that women need for them to not be discriminated when it comes to land. Maybe we need a different kind of system. Maybe we need a system that really bases on relations, on relational land systems. And my argument that I want to make this afternoon is that there are actually a number of small points that we see in the African human rights system that show that there is maybe a different understanding of land and ownership and property than we know it from other legal systems. And that could be that we see an incorporation of what African systems have done and are doing and how they recognize land. And we are going to see how one could argue that. Okay. So as a starting point, the international human rights law. So there is a UN General Comment number 26 on land, and it has this scope and focus on access to, use of, and control over land. Some of you might be aware about this general comment. So there is an expanded understanding of what land is and how there are different purposes and relations to land. But nevertheless, land is in this general comment still primarily seen and treated as a resource. So maybe if there are or what kind of different ways in which we can use land and what are the benefits of using that land in a specific way or by specific people. So maybe even a question of effectiveness. So who can use the land in a most effective way and with what kind of tools? So in that, I and a number of other people also say that this understanding of land is still limited. And it also limits the potential for recognizing very different kinds of relationships that people can have with land, so that it is beyond how we can use land. There are different ways of relating. And that is not enough recognized by this general comment. However, when looking at the African human rights system, that might be a little bit different. But before going into that, I wanted to give a very quick overview about the African human rights system itself. So in general, human rights systems are structured into normative, institutional, and procedural frameworks. And as you might know, there are 3 different regional human rights frameworks. We have the African, but we also have the Inter-American and the European human rights system. And from the structure, they are set up quite similarly. Of course, there are differences, but kind of the frame that we have is a bit similar. So when you look at the normative framework at the African human rights system, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights is the mother document. It is one of the most, well, it is the most important document, and many other instruments emerge out of that. And then we have the institutional framework, and there we have 3 main institutions that also do emerge, except for the African Children's Committee, from the African Charter. So we have the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and we have the African Court on Human and People's Rights. And they have a number of mandates that are also manifested in the African Charter to make sure that the rights that are written down in the African Charter are also realized and that the people can enjoy the human rights put down there. And each of these institutions, they have a different toolbox. And this toolbox can be, or it's the same as the procedural framework. So in the toolbox, there are different procedures that the institutions can use. And I'm sure you're aware of many of them. So there is, for example, state reporting. There are individual communications. So individuals who can complain about certain human rights violations, for example, in relation to land or discrimination when it comes to women. And then they can go to the African Commission, especially. Some can also go to the African Court, but there are a number of hurdles that need to be realized by one's country to be able to go to the African Court. So I will take the African Commission as an example. And then there are a number of other mechanisms and mechanisms and procedures that you know from also the international level and the other regional human rights systems. So in that form, the system is quite well known, and it is known from different similar structures. However, when we look a little bit more deeply, we see that actually the structures, especially in the normative framework, are also very unique. There are incorporations of notions and understandings of the societies that are governed by this document that really take into account how African communities, or a number of African communities, live and understand life, or this certain philosophical groundings that they have. And we are going to look at some of them that relate to land rights or to the relationship to land. Yes. So in the African Charter, there are collective rights. This is quite specific and special for the African Charter, and also opens the door to a number of things that are, for example, in the European human rights system, not available. And in our case, it allows us to think about land beyond individual property rights. And we can see that especially in 3 articles. There is the Article 21, the right to freely dispose of natural resources. The right to development, a very specific right that we do not see in any other international document. At the international level, there are really big struggles of finding or defining the right to development. So the African Charter and the African human rights system are really at the forefront of this development. And then there's the right to culture and self-determination. And all these rights, they broaden our understanding about land and how we relate to land and what is important about the land. And I'm happy for us to discuss this a little bit more afterwards, if in how this can look like, or maybe what kind of different experiences we can see and interpretations we can make, for example, to the right to development. For example, the Enderois case that is very well known and famous is has been one of the first cases in where the right to development was really discussed by the institutional framework of the African human rights system, and then also expanded and related, of course, to different relations and purposes the land had for the people, especially the Enderois people. Yes, so this would be an anchor in the African Charter in how we can think about land beyond these individual rights towards property. And as you know, people's rights, they have been interpreted and expanded in their understanding over a number of decisions by the African Commission and the African Court. And it is really a special function that other human rights systems, for example, the European human rights system, is still struggling with, even though there are a number of cases that we have seen, for example, when talking about climate litigation and the case of the Klimasenioren against Switzerland, where there's really, maybe a grasp to see how people's rights can be realized also in other settings, something that has been there right from the beginning, right from the drafting of the African Charter. But there are more instruments beyond the African Charter. There is an expansion of what has been set down at the beginning. And a few of these expansions I have highlighted here. One is Resolution 262 on women's rights to land and productive resources. That is a resolution from 2013. There's also Resolution 190 from 2 years before. Maybe I should have put it at the beginning, on rights of indigenous women in Africa. And then we, of course, have the Maputo Protocol in Article 19C, where there is a connection made between women's rights and access to land and natural resources. So this is a continuation of what the African Charter has already said and discussed in these articles that I mentioned before, but then with a specific focus towards women and maybe the the specificities that arise when talking about land and women, which I mentioned at the beginning, irregular discrimination. And for me, and that is also something that other people have said and seen before, the key issue is not only whether, if, and how women can own land, but it's also how human rights law and how human rights systems, such as the African human rights system, can recognize the ways women already belong to land, because there is already an existent relationship that women or different kinds of people have towards land. It's just a question in how this can be recognized and seen by law, something that we see in very many different areas in life, right? That there is something that happens in the communities in action, but the law does either not feature it at all or does not feature it fitting to the circumstances that happen in reality. And that, I think, is an important point to make, that it's not only, okay, we need a certain part of a community or a family, for example, women, to have access to land, but it's also to see that there is already a connection, a relationship, a way in which women, for example, use, work, live on land, and it's more that the law has to recognize that. Yes, and with having said that, also through the expression of the African human rights system and therewith the law, I think it's also important to speak a little bit about the right to belong and belonging more in general. So I've done some research before on belonging. It was more connected between queer people and criminalization of same-sex sexual practices in different places, and what that means for queer people in terms of how they feel, how they associate themselves to where they live and to the state. But this is something that is also important in this context. And as I said before, for the case of women and land, we regularly talk about this exclusion of women and their right to land. So it's a lack of ownership, for example, in questions of inheritance. But maybe there is even more. Maybe it's really a lack of being recognized, of seeing that relationship, that belonging that is already there. And in saying that, I think that belonging is really, it is a feeling, of course, and everyone has a different sense of belonging, but it can also be a theoretical and conceptual framework for how we try and analyze certain issues we see or certain gaps that we identify in the law, like we see in this land rights issue. And then there's also often a connection to colonial systems. We know that through the colonial times, there have been so many impositions on different aspects, actually on all aspects of life, and also in the way that people relate to land and to ownership and who can own. And a number of indigenous systems in how land is owned by communities or by families has been destroyed. And there have been put structures into place that to some extent exist until today. And maybe they disrupt a little bit the way communities, but also special individuals do relate to land, and how this is then also written down and seen in the law. I think that this is quite an important case. And while recognizing that, I think it is really important, and again, this is not only now about land rights, but a question in general that we should and could keep in mind, to think, okay, but if it would be different, how could it be different? We recognize this gap, we recognize certain different problems, especially now in this case, human rights problems, or even more philosophical questions like, okay, who belongs, who can belong? But I want to ask, how could it actually look like to belong to land in post-colonial rural societies. I don't really have a full answer. It's not that I come with a solution or a box with different solutions, but there could be a number of ideas in how this is done or how this could look like. How it could look like to belong to land in post-colonial rural societies. There's the recognition of social membership, recognition of community authority, and of course the recognition of women as legitimate members of land communities. And here again, that would be a spot where I would be happy to discuss with you how you think this could look like and what would be important factors in enabling a belonging to land, then that is different from this very individual ownership that we know, for example, from civil law structures, but also as we saw from international law. Okay, and I will now slowly come to an end with that. So I've identified a number of key takeaways, at least for myself. Happy to expand the list in the long run. So the first one would be women's land rights cannot be reduced to ownership alone. So it's something I think that runs throughout this very small presentation, that yes, it is about access to land, but it is not only about access to land. It is way more, and there is way more that already exists. And this is where the second point comes in. Belonging matters as much as ownership. I think that that this sense of belonging is something that we really have to think about in very different ideas. And actually, I've also reflected of where I belong or where I feel I belong to a certain place, to certain people, to certain values. So I think that there is a lot in this sense of belonging. And a lot that is already there, even though it might not be governed. And of course, this is also something that changes a lot. So it's not something static, but it's evolving and it's multiple. I can belong here and I can belong there at the same time. I can feel I belong to a certain community or a certain state. And at the same time, I feel I don't belong at all, especially when we look, for example, at the situation of queer people in places where they are regularly marginalized. But that can also mean that you feel like you belong to a place where you live, even though you do not own the place, even though you don't have ownership of the land. But there is this very, very deep connection. So I think that, yeah, this thinking around belonging can really change something in how we approach land. And then something that I have said in a number of different settings is that, in my opinion, the African Human Rights Framework offers a number of unique tools. Especially the African Charter has a lot of anchors that reflect the philosophical grounding of these norms and these rights within African societies. And we have seen this, for example, in the inclusion of people's rights, a very specific and unique tool that only the African human rights system really has. But we can also see this in other areas, for example, the duties of individuals that we also see in the African Charter is something that we do not see in other international or regional human rights documents. It's a reflection of how African societies, or many African societies, are structured in how individuals relate to the bigger community and how the community relates to the individuals. So really the expectation that every individual is part of the community and also contributes to that community is something that is reflected in the law. And this is not common. This is really an adaptation of classic international human rights law towards the setting within African societies. And we also see that in the law through the right to development, that tries to balance between indigenous rights, between human rights protection, but then also economic development. So I think that it is really worth looking again and again at the African human rights frameworks. Of course, it has a lot of faults and it is not perfect by far, but I think it is worth looking here and there back to the African Charter and the other normative and institutional frameworks to see some opportunities. And the decolonial approaches, which we haven't discussed so much today, at least in this session, it might have been a really big point during the day. Unfortunately, I couldn't follow everything online. Yes, but I think that the decolonial approaches in what we said about how we can think and how it could be different, how it could look like to belong to land, and how maybe this could be reflected then in the law, that this reveals what the property paradigm really misses, so that what we said at the beginning and then where we ended now. Those would be the 4 takeaways from my side. And I will close here. And if you still have questions and if you're not too tired and exhausted, then maybe, yeah, we can have a small discussion and then I think I will let you go afterwards. So thanks again for inviting me. I'm really grateful for this opportunity, being able to speak to you today, and yeah, looking forward to the next few minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Isa, can you hear us?
Try again.
Thank you very much. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll allow 2 questions, 2 questions only. In the morning, we discussed the national framework with Faith Alube, giving us the history and where we are, and told you to read the Constitution. Isa has come and given us a perspective from the African human rights system, which is our own system, and has given us a lot of available tools and opportunities that we can take in to pursue the land issue, our land advocacy, and the whole system. So, anyone with a question? 2 questions only? Okay. So, those ones who are doing, maybe you can indicate that is Dr. Sala Alembo want to ask a question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Bwana Moderator. Madam, thank you very much for your very good and very simple way of explaining. It's been very, very understandable, your approach, which has been very appreciated. My question is this, that you have talked about the African Commission, you have talked about the human rights, and also there were about 3 documents there. I want to look at the African Humans Charter, which respects the different cultural norms and traditions in Africa, and it is reflected in that charter. But when we come to the discussions of the day, I recognize that we seem to be expanding the scope of this African Charter beyond what it really describes in its pages. So I wanted to know that when we talk, of course, the rights of women is what we are discussing here, but there is a tendency to go beyond that. And I know that we have gone into these other areas that are not quite African cultures. And so I'm wondering, how does the African Charter then address those issues that are not quite African, but what has been brought to us into Africa from outside the continent? The reason I'm asking this is because women, yes, I'm a woman myself, but we had our limits and we knew how far to go in relating to the work that we were given. The land issue, because I'm a mentor here, the land issue, being that I'm interested in farm managed seed systems, impinges very badly on what women are able to do, and also to be able to be productive, and also as custodians of the seeds, which they keep, select, and also disseminate, that cannot be happen when the women do not have land. And so we are addressing that in our own perspective. But when we come that now our scope is being extended, that you cannot get aid unless you respect all these very different areas of human rights. I think that is now attacking the African sovereignty. What do you say to that? I know German particularly, you really never had war, you were never colonized. So we do know what it means to be colonized. You may not be able to experience that colonization because German was never colonized. Thank you very much.
Last question. Because of time.
Guten Abend, the little German I know. My question to you is, as a human rights actor in academia, today we were talking a lot about carbon projects and carbon markets and the whole conversation around that. My question to you is, projects like Northern Rangelands Trust are being funded by the European Union, and the European Commission has seen this as good projects to replicate in Africa without taking into account the human rights violations and the disenfranchisement of communities from their land. My question is, what would you say as a human rights actor in academia on this matter? How should we address it with the European Union? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Issa, there are so many questions for you, but because of time, you'll just have to answer those two. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Quite a wide range, I would say, of questions. I will try and answer them. I will start with the first one. There was a lot in that comment or question, I would say. And I'm okay. Let me do that. So you spoke about okay, that the African Charter is special in everything. Yes, I mean, that was also a main point I made, but that it's also about expanding the scope, right? And I guess that's quite normal, right? So the human rights document is drafted at a certain moment. It can, of course, not incorporate everything that will also be relevant for the future. So it is really an impression of what maybe was seen in that moment as most important. But of course, it is a living document. It's a document that is that we work with every day, and therefore we also shape it in every way. And that shaping, of course, also expands. So there are maybe certain rights, like digital rights, that were not really so much at the forefront of discussions while drafting this document. So I think that there's, while also having risks, of course, there are really positive aspects about these strategic litigation cases that we have to bring to the attention to the institutions, especially the African Commission and the African Court, certain rights, and really see how they react and make sure that the document that we have, that we are working with every day, is challenged towards these issues of human rights, these new things that come up. And I think it's important, of course, also to be cautious, to always be aware also about, for example, pushback that can happen in certain areas of human rights when it comes to strategic litigation. But I do see this as a way of claiming rights, of seeing, okay, this is what we have, this is the document, but we use it as a tool or as a toolbox to really make sure that the rights of the people are promoted and protected. Yes, Germany wasn't colonized. I think this is quite obvious. It's rather the opposite. that Germany has quite countries in Africa, as you know, with really terrible results. So I do not claim at all to know the situation that Kenya, for example, is in as a former, and of course they that have come with colonization, that the countries are still struggling to get rid of again. And here I would bring again my example of the queer rights as something that, but also not a struggle only in African countries or in former colonized countries, but
Is it her or us?
some.
Isa, we can't hear you. We have lost you. There's a problem with the network. Okay, Isa, can you try now? We've lost her. Eh? Okay. Thank you. The conversation was going on. Yeah. Are you? Can you hear us? But we can't hear you. Okay, judges, who is giving the comment? The judges' comment from the mood conversation. We are moving on quickly because of time. But Isa, can you hear us? Okay. So that conversation is very important. Now your mind, today we're just inciting your mind. We're just giving you bones to go and chew. How much do you know of the African human rights system? How much do you know of what the African system says about land? Yeah, what it says about land. What can you do with those systems? Have there been cases? Have you ever heard of the Androids case? Did you know that the Androids people took the government to the African Commission? Yes, and many other communities have gone to the African Commission and the African Court to seek, when they realize the cases beyond Kenyan courts, you can go to the African courts. And she has shown us of the different tools that are available at the African. Just to answer you, Dr. Alebo, right now in the conversation that we are having in Africa and in Kenya specifically, we are asking ourselves, what we call customary law, as you know it, is that the actual indigenous customary law, actually. And history, research from anthropology, from history, from everywhere, it's indicating to the point that what we think is customary law as we know it today is actually not the indigenous customary law. What we know as customary law that says women in your community don't inherit land or what is the creation of the mixture of what remained of the indigenous customary law plus the influence of the colonization. When the colonization happened and the colonial administration happened, as you heard Faith talking in the morning, did she say lady? Lady Macnon or lady anyone? It was all Lord something. All Lord something. So when the Britons came here and had all that lording and giving land to their own people and all that and trenches and what, it was all men. The entire colonial government was men. The giving of land was all men. It was everything man. And so they found communities, a lot of them, which had good spaces for women, which lived in a very peaceful way with the women, because land was access. And access, there was no single. By the way, before colonization, there was no single nation, as they were called, we know them, that we call them tribes nowadays, that had personal ownership of land. Everything was communally owned by all communities. So personal ownership of land was introduced by the British administration, the colonization. So when they came, and now they established two systems. They said about commercial and conversation that we are interested in, because colonization was not about what you were told in school, by the way. It was not about giving us clothes. Did we need them? It was not about civilization. It was about commercial capital interest. Raw materials, everything that, and giving lands to the British settlers so that they can make and farm and export food back to Europe. Europe that needs food from Africa to date. Because they also have their strength and they have their weaknesses, like they have winter, 6 months, they can't plant anything. They need your avocado. But they need Kakuzi to produce that avocado. So it was about that. So when they came, and they have established two systems of law. They established two systems of law. They realized if we have normal courts, they established courts. Because previously we had our own indigenous courts were about mediation, elders, and what. So they established formal courts. But then they realized these Africans have so many other cultures, taboos, and cultural things. Wanatusumbua, they are wasting our time with these things of who is polygamous, who has many wives, who is to inherit what. So they said, oh my God, for normal, serious cases that has a commercial interest or anything, we are going to the usual court, as you know them. Then they had another system, what they called customary courts, customary law courts. These customary law courts were about only issues that concerned family, personal law. Personal law is family law, succession law. That is what you call personal law. So they said, for customary law courts, we'll just be dealing with issues of personal law. Mambo yenu ya inheritance, na nini, na mabibi, na manini, mutaduili wenyewe huko. So in those customary courts, which were dealing only those issues, they put now the black elites. They would pick like the people, the home guards, the chiefs, and whoever. They put those ones there. And that, in those institutions, is where the cooking of the current customary law came from. Now, but because the British administrator would still supervise what is happening in the customary law courts. So you tell me, a Lord Macnon or Lord whatever, whose wife has no right to vote or to say anything back at home, because at that point, their society has not evolved. They had not even given women rights at all. Women did not have any. That's why there was no ladies anything. And they come to this customary law court and they find that this community, women have a say. It's an insult, isn't it? That me the Muzungu, me the boss. Women in our society have no say. And you people, the native, the primitive, the lowly one, women have a say. It had to change. And that's how the indigenous customary law, which was good in most society, it was not, of course, all rosy. It was still patriarchal. But it was much better, especially for women, than what came out of this cocktail, a cocktail that came out of colonization. So there is all that debate. Those who want to read more, you can read on that. There's a lot of information that goes on. You can read, there's a lot of, even you can ask ChatGPT to give you scholarly materials on that. It will give you a lot. And I would ask you, even you read Invention of Africa. There's a book called Invention of Africa. It will explain to you how the whole concept of Africa as it is seen from the West perspective was created by the historians, anthropologists, by the missionaries, by everybody. So you need to know your Africa deeper. So at this point, the judges, will the judge give a comment? Where is Lady who? Lady Justice. Would you have a comment on how the lawyers performed? Kidogo sana.
When you say that you are being progressive, by going all the way to these other things that are quite not African, but which are being brought in, and we are expanding the scope of your sort of people should benefit from these human rights. we are expanding the scope, widening it because we want to become progressive. Is that being progressive or retrogressive? Because I would
Okay.
have imagined that we go back to our tradition and customs.
No, we are not going back to the tradition and custom, and we cannot go back. Because even if there was no colonization, we would not be the way we are, isn't it? Society evolves. So nobody tell you that we were helped. No, we will still have evolved without all this chaos that we have. Because when one day you wake up and bring law, like you said, law is powerful. You bring law and say it, we have abolished the entire traditional indigenous way of doing things, and we have a new Foreign Jurisdiction Act, British Foreign Jurisdiction Act, which has transplanted the entire British legal system into East African Protectorate. That's how one day we lost all our ways and we became Britons by law. So, and their law started operating completely because we became, that day we lost our land and we became tenants at will. Tenants ni watu wa kukomboa. At will of the crown. Of the crown. So, what we are saying is, you can never resolve your current problems unless you understand history. So we are not going back because we won't go back to not wearing clothes, although it's not really that bad. But is it? It's not really that bad. Gashinga, do you think it's really that bad? You haven't worn a trouser today. Are you feeling really terrible? Yeah, so it's not, I mean, it's just that we want to understand ourselves because we are continuing to go deeper and deeper in the hole. 60 years after independence. That shows what we are doing is not working. So we need to go back and ask ourselves, who are we really are? Actually, that is a question. Who are we really are as Africans? Then from there, we can say, do we want to be who? Okay? Because being told who you really are, everything you know from your education system is choreographed, is transplanted. Everything. And that's why, Dr. Lembo, okay, I may convert this into an academic conversation. So another day. That's why land laws in this country are not working for women. Because we have very good laws, property rights, nini yote, succession good law, matrimonial property good law. But how many, what is the percentage of women still owning land? 3%. That means even women in this room are not owning land. So it's really not about law always. It's about more than even law. So it's a bigger conversation altogether. So Lady Justice was to speak? Or you already given your reflections before we went for break? You had given the reflections. Okay. We have a guest, because we are now moving to the awards. We have a guest from Ebu University. Ebu University were not there in the morning when we did the introduction, but they arrived later in style. You know, they are from diaspora. Can we clap for them? And their patron is here. Oh, he's walked out. Okay. He was, yes, their patron is here. The lecturer who brought them, the patron of the legal clinic. Anyone from Ebu University, please stand. Oh, yes, you were here last time, eh? Last time they were here when we were doing a debate and they won. Yes, I remember your face. You've now become little lawyership, eh? Kind of thing, eh? Which year are you? Year 2. Okay, you came when you were first year. Or it's somebody else who came. You were there, yes. So Ebu University is here. So their patron had just walked out. I'd seen him seated there. So we appreciate. Any other university? Oh, University of Nairobi arrived. But she's from the University of Nairobi that time? Okay. Yes, come here, Mr. Ngige. Come and say something because you are the only patron who brought their student. So we give you 1 minute to say something.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here. And I think all protocols observed, yeah? I'm very happy to be here, and particularly because of the topic of the day, land. Very closely related to land governance. And we are all can appreciate the value and the importance of land in our lives, in our economy, and hence the need to ensure that land governance is gotten right. The ills, and particularly when it comes to women and land rights, are corrected. We have, as a country, been making efforts through the development of certain statutes, Community Lands Act and others, and the Constitution also trying to better the situation. But I believe there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I'm very pleased that we were invited as the University of Embu to witness what is really a brilliant idea of having this mock trial. And I believe from the University of Embu, very soon we'll be inviting you too, so that we can carry on this conversation. We at the University of Embu are, in the very near future, going to be rolling out a master's in land governance. Just to say that what you're discussing is very much a topic that we are interested in, and we have decided that rather than just talk about it, we should also contribute through discourse, academia on land governance. So without taking too much time because of time, I want to thank the organizers, all those who took part in the debate. Thank you very much, and we hope that this conversation goes on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we're going to get one or two reflections from the audience about what happened here in court. Any reflections? Msiseme waliongea peke yao.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Are you happy today? Me too. My name is Effie Wambui. I am a mentee for the We4R program. Just one thing naweza sema. Mnakumbuka wakati wa COVID tulikuwa tunaambiwa keep distance. Why? Usipate hiyo homa, si ndio? Now me here sijaekwa kwa distance lakini niko katikati ya learned friends. And I feel like a paralegal right now, eh? And I'm so happy because today I've taken home one thing that as a woman, this topic is vast, right? And kulingana na vile this county wameleta issues zao, there's some things that have been sidelined. But I'm happy to hear that the Law Society of Kenya wako na vitu ambazo sisi hatujui. They support women with land rights. They support even the most marginalized people with this knowledge that me personally, I didn't know. Maybe because I'm not a law student, maybe. But now what I can say is, nyinyi students wenye mko hapa, it's up to you to go to that interior community. Umake sure ule mzee hata eka kidole juu hajui kusoma na haelewi what is going to happen next. Msijipate tena kwa koti. So I'm happy to see that this initiative is starting and it has already been there and it is moving. So moving forward from here, it is all our duty to make sure to preach the gospel of these things, of how we are supposed to support those people in the marginalized group. Kama mko hapa wewe ni Mkikuyu, ingia huko ndani ongea Kikuyu, make sure wameshika. Kama wewe ni Masai, ingia huko ndani, make sure ongea Kimasai. Hiyo Kikipsigis, hiyo Kiluya, everything so that they understand and things will be better for us. Thank you very much.
Hey, let's clap for her. That is the best statement I've had today. That you did come here to just listen. You are now bound by a moral and everything responsibility to make sure you do something. And then we'll go this side and pick one.
Oh my God. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to really appreciate this initiative. And as an economist, I want to say that innovation happens at the intersection of interdisciplinary conversations. Because now as an economist, I have full appreciation of what lawyers do. And we keep on saying there are no jobs. But you know why there are no jobs? Exactly what Milka has said. We have been conditioned. But there are jobs because if you are a lawyer and you're practicing in the agriculture space, imagine the opportunity of unpacking law in the context of agriculture. I like what Milka you have said, because you have validated a position I have always had, that we have no issues with gender issues. As Africans, we were very progressive. And I like that the legal fraternity now has finally confirmed that with scholarly information. And again, also, when you look at it, that it is now validating that for us as a society, that we have opportunity to turn things around. I am in the climate change space, and this is just the beginning. It is the lull before a storm. And it is said, one of the things I take from the court is, I think it was the guys who are seated on this side, pardon my poverty in legal lingo, the respondents. When they were making their submissions, one of the things that kept coming to my mind is that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. If you had their submissions, they were saying that, but they consented. But did they fully unpack the information for full, free, prior, and informed consent? No. When you look at countries, as I finish, when you look at countries like Brazil, China, India, they do not make laws for other people. In China, laws are made in Mandarin. But here we make laws in English. Then we say our people are illiterate. So so you see the way we have also played into the narrative of further subjugating our people. So if we are going to change, like Milka is saying, we have to flip the narrative. What Effie has said, can we now translate the carbon regulations into our local languages? And this has been tried and tested. When KRA wanted to improve tax collection, they realized no amount of English was going to increase the domestic resource revenue base. So what did they do? They picked their staff and distributed them in all local languages. And they spoke in tongues about domestic resource mobilization. Results? There was an increase. So, kuna evidence kwa kalatas. When we speak to our people in their tongue, then we ask for their consent, they will give what we are expecting. But if we speak in English and we call them uncivilized and backward, we are entrenching a system that subjugates them to deeper inequality and persistent poverty.
Thank you. Give him the round from Embu. He's the last one now, because this side doesn't have. We
Okay.
could talk. We could really talk. Do you want to say something? You haven't said something today.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Ihure Evans G. I am from the University of Embu. So what I can say about today's mock trial debate, mock trial, is that I've realized that it embodies what usually happens on the ground. For example, things to do with public participation and what my sister has said about free, informed, and prior consent. Do these companies really inform these indigenous people of what really their projects entail? Do they really give them an opportunity to freely consent and give their consent to how the land is going to be used? And I like what my sister Effie has said. That is what I have taken home, that it is really incumbent upon us, those of us in the legal fraternity, to get into those villages, those of us who come from those very interior places, to make sure that these people are really informed, to make sure that these people know their rights, to make sure that these people do as the law requires. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If you come from a certain village, na ukienda home kwenu hakuna mtu anakuja kuuliza swali ya sheria, you are not doing your work. Mimi nikienda nyumbani, babangu ananiambia nani amesema, ama natokanga nje nakuta watu wako hapo. You need to do, and you don't need to be a lawyer, by the way. Even if you are first year, there's something you know. The law is also available. And we are here for you to tell them, okay, you hatujasoma lakini nitauliza nikuambie. Please, yes. I want Kabarak University. You haven't said anything. So I want to give Kabarak University to say anything they may want to say. Then I give Kenyoe. Then we do awards. And then Festus is going to close for us.
Okay, so good evening. My name is Victor Ngima from Kabarak Law School. So I'd really like to thank the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology School of Law campus for organizing such an event. It's been insightful. We've learned much a lot. Also for our upcoming mutas, we came with a team of 12 upcoming mutas. So I think they've enjoyed and they've got to learn much, so they'll apply in the future.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, afternoon, everyone. Is it afternoon? It's evening. Much appreciation goes to this university for the initiative. It's quite noble. The young brains I'm seeing around, if what is being talked here is translated into reality, has been depicted by the mock trial, I think we are likely to change this country very fast. One thing that you have seen with we call them petitioners. The lady is actually accepting my culture does not allow women to own land, and she's a woman. What does that tell you? Something that's been inculcated in their minds so much that they believe it's a reality and they live with that one. It is upon us as elites, as law students, as law practitioners, you change that narrative to the communities. And as our lady, our sister said, let's get into the interior of the communities and talk to them through the language they understand best, so that they can understand the concept of what we are talking about, and will change this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. And remember, when the woman owns that land, it doesn't mean that she takes it somewhere else. It's still available for community. It's still available for the children. It's still available for the men. It's still available for everybody. It's just that she cannot really use that land unless she owns, because I use my land to take a loan to improve my life. But the bank asks for title deed. I cannot take a loan if it's not in my name. Okay. So that's what we mean. The ability, ownership has other abilities to access resources. So we are at what? Shelmi is going to do the awards, and she'll tell us how we go about. Now it's the time. Whom do you think convinced the judges? The petitioners are allowed to go on with their business, or the respondents have been, the petitioners have won and we are chasing away free the climate. I was about to say free the slaves. So,
Hello, hi. Who do you think won? Respondents. Wow. Ala, serikali ndio imeshinda. Yenyewe. Si dhati si ni Gen Z na tuko kadi. Unajua mambo ya niko kadi? Hebu angalia mwenzako muulize uko na kura. Are you a registered voter? Okay, so let's come back. Today we'll say one of the many commitments that we made today with all of you here, 200 of us, is those of us who are not registered voters will become registered, and we will vote. And we will do what? Yes. Sawa. So we have different awards. First of all, these people did a good job. Sindio? They did an amazing job. Sindio? Tuwapigie makofi vizuri. I was so glad I was not part of the panel of the judges, because I knew I wouldn't know who to give that award. It would be very difficult. Everyone did a good job. There are no winners. There are no losers. Na tunakubali matokeo. Sindio? Tumekubaliana. Okay, so we were having 3 awards, and we have something for everyone. Ukiona huyo rafiki yako mfuate leo, umwambia kununulia kachai. Mkienda lazima tunamtetemeshea mahali zawadi, si ndio? For all of us. Lakini always there must be a selection of that person, si ndio? So that the grades were graded by the judges. You have 3 awards. These people, the teams wrote written submissions. Yani zile zenye waliandika, everything they were saying here, they wrote it down. And so the written submissions are being awarded. They were also valued by 3 independent advocates, 2 of which were not here. They read the submissions, looked at the issues, looked at the legal side and everything, and graded, which you have done an average. The other thing is we have, among the advocates, we were awarding the best trial advocate. The person who did their best with their questioning, with their projection of their voice, with everything, with their trial advocacy skills. Sindio? Everything. Kuna ule mwenye alipeana objections. Okay, now also we were doing the best witness. not just on comedy, but did they understand the issues? Did they just understand the issues and did they bring them out properly? Si ndio? Nyi unaona nani ameshinda hiyo? Okay, so I'm going to call upon Festus from GZ to come and give us akiwa na Milka the very first award. And the very first award is for the team that wrote the best submission. The team that wrote the best? Who do you think that is? Is it petitioners? Guy, amjongea? Is it respondents? Okay, so the team that wrote the best respondents who will be getting, the best submissions, the best submissions who will be receiving the award for best written submissions, and at the same time we receive their certificate, and baadaye wata receive something else on their M-Pesa. So we have Team University of Nairobi. Respondents Newson Nyongesa and Chelsea Kilonzo. Makofi. Chelsea and Newson. They are receiving this award. When I got this award from the supplier, I told him it looks like a good murder weapon. Okay. Please. Munaonaje, si ndio? Wenye tunaonanga movie, si ndio? Please take care of the award. Aya, Festus. Picha moto. Congratulations, Newsin Nyongesa and Chelsea Kilonzo. Aya, Chebet, give them each their certificates. Pick your certificates. Aya, next. We are having the wakili. Ule mwenye mambu huyo ndio wakili ametetemesha. Witness hapo wakasikia kulia. Our Elisha Ongoya of today. Hey, I'm really using his name, I hope. Please don't sue me. Wako hapa, guy, we. So we have this very beautiful, I love it. It's gold and very smart, for the best trial advocate. And that best trial advocate is coming from a university called The. Okay, for the best trial, hata simuoni hapa, the best trial advocate we have from the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. We have Zoe Aseka. I'm calling upon Elizabeth. Come and assist us, join Festus in giving that award. Congratulations, our very beautiful Zoe Aseka. Certificate. Congratulations, Zoe. Nono hiyo award inafanana na yes, ndio ni gold. And finally, for the best witness. Munaona ni nani huyo? Tafadhali mtu asininyonge huko nje na result, sawa? Si mimi I am only the messenger, sawa? Okay, so for the best witness who did the best job, we have again, I'll call upon Lucy, our very honorable Judge Lucy, to assist us also give that award with Festus. Festus tumesimamisha kidogo, leo we ni Gen Z. To assist that, give that award to the very beautiful girl from, again, the Jomo Kenyatta University. We have our very beautiful Junior Daima or Masai lady, Esiankiki, Miss Anne Wangare. Who? Yesu ni Bwana, akona watoto lakini Yesu ni Bwana. So Anne Wangare, congratulations for that beautiful job. Oh, guy, nimesahau, sorry. Congratulations again, Anne, for that beautiful job. And this is her second time participating as a witness in a mock trial. You can see the commitment, sindio? Aya. So now we have our other very beautiful teammates who did a very amazing job. Kwanza tuko na wakili hapa mwenye ukikutana naye kotini. Objection after objection. You will have a very difficult time. I had to ensure that he has eaten because I saw huyo mtu venye amesweat. Si unaona? Ai bana alifanya kazi mzuri, si ndio? Aya, so I'll call upon David Kinyoi akuja tusaidia kupeana hizi awards. So, as I said, hao wengine zawadi yao atufanyagi cash cost, tunaogopa uende umfanyie hivi pale. Aya, so we have Stephen Ouma who did a very amazing job as a petitioner's advocate. So he's going to receive a certificate and again he's going to receive another award. Congratulations, Stephen, and for dressing in a pink shirt in solidarity. Huyu sasa ndio ni he for her ama ni gani hiyo? Him with she. He with she. Ndio huyo he with she sasa. Amazing. Congratulations, Stephen, for that a job well done. And again, we have this very old man from Oldaima. Mwenye alisema yeye aliona watu wakiweka kidole, pia yeye akaweka kidole, si ndio? Aliona wakiweka agreement akaweka, wakaenda kuona Mungu huko Nairobi, si ndio? Who did a very amazing job as a witness, si ndio? Augustine Omeyo from JKUAT, who was acting Mr. Lemayan. Congratulations, Mr. Lemayan. You did a very amazing job. Congratulations again, Augustine, for that job well done. Allah. Oh, hawajashika vizuri. Lazima uoneshe mzee unajua. Hata hiyo mkataba alisaini kuiona. Sasa. Congratulations. And again, we have a professor who did a lot of reading. Who had a PhD from which university? Ilikuwa Dar es Salaam ama Cambridge. Na anaenda ku-attend your conference ya COP, si ndio? We have the very beautiful Ngira Salome again from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. She did a lot of reading, si ndio? And she did a very good job, si ndio? Congratulations, Salome. She will be receiving her certificate and again another award. Aya, tumpigie makofi basi. Kwani mmechoka? Aya, na sasa, you know, we didn't only have UN and JKUAT students participating. Can you imagine we have one student from Kwea? Do we have anyone else from Kwea who participated the Catholic University as a participant? Hawakuja kusherekea. So we have Amos Cheboi, who was Dr. Mapinduzi. Huyu ndio director wa Free the Climate. He has been coming from rehearsal and can you imagine he's not from our school. So you see he was doing a good job, again, congratulations, Amos Cheboi, for a job very well done. You like the way he did it, Anajua kuprotect interests za watu wa majuu, si ndio? Na ni kama nyota yako haiko huku. Lakini hata ukienda diaspora upige kura, sawa? Now we have someone else who acted as the county, mtu wa serikali. Huyo mambo mmesema hapo mkikujua na Subaru, mjue huyu ndiye amesema maneno yenu. We have the very beautiful Miss Tasha, I hope I pronounced the second name right, Gaya from the county government of Kaima County, who is from JKUAT. She did a very good job to protect serikali, si ndio? Na unajua kuna watu wa serikali hapa, hebu ulize kama wako na kazi yako, kuzushaanza kazi. Kinyoni, hata anapewa na mtu wa county. Hebu look at that. And finally, we have our very own Oldaima boy, who is the son of the committee member and was given work. Na anasema hii kazi mambo munasema nyinyi, munataka kuharibu tamaduni bure, si ndio? Kama hatuna pesa tamaduni, itaendelea kuexist aje na hakuna ng'ombe, si ndio? We have the very handsome Mr. Peter Gashinga, who was acting as Saruni. Hey, this guy is very good at acting, I'm not even sure if he's in the right career. During rehearsals, he really made us laugh. He did a great job. Sindio, congratulations again, Peter. He's also from Jomo Kenyatta University. A very good job done. Sasa, before I return the mic to Milka to call for our closing remarks, asante sana, David, for that. That QR code that you scan, Oh, sorry. Ay, nimesahau. Oh. Guy, David, akinikubali nikurudishe tu. Nimesahau, sorry. The only reason I forgot is because I wrote it in the next page. Please forgive me, Nilisahau the bailiff, our court clerk, si ndio? Mwenye anauliza mtu religion yako ni gani, si ndio? Akaambiwa ya Saruni ni gani? Ya Enkai. Akamuuliza kama anatumia Biblia. We have the very beautiful Miss Nicole Masa. She did a very good job, sindio? And you know, she did a lot of research. You know, even hiyo kukuamua kujua utaambia koti simame aje, utawambia waketi aje. She had to watch videos, to actually know what was going on. Congratulations, Nicole, on a job very well done. Aya, so finally I was saying, asante sana David, I am sure, hakuna ingine. So the QR code that you have next to you, I want you to scan and to write for you to jibu swali kwa hapo on Mentimeter. Sawa? It's just one question. It's just hizo closing remarks zikipeana, and before you leave, make sure you answer that. Meanwhile, if you are Nobart, ni Nobart ama ni Nobart? Unajua mimi? Obed Omundi. Sijui inapronounsiwa aje. From the Kenya School of Law. Pick your ID from me, Kesho utashindwa kuingia shule. Oh, kesho hakuna shule. Monday. Okay, giving it back to Milka. Makofi again for all our mock trial participants.
Wow. Wasn't that good? Yes, I'm told many other universities came along as we were proceeding. Kenyatta University, yeah, actually they were taking a photo down there, and I was with them. Kenyatta University, where are you? Can you wave? Oh, actually there are very many. Okay, stand. You are not there when we introduce people. Yeah, so we have so many universities. I think now we are on 10. Over 10, Yes. Okay, thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate you. Mount Kenya University is in the house. Anyone? Oh, they have left, Okay, yes, they were here. Catholic University? She's here representing them. I think some other people have left. So, Riara, we had already been told. Okay, now we are done. Done like kabisa. Festus, do you want to give us some closing remarks? Okay, it's Stephanie. Yeah, okay. Okay, we had agreed that since they come from the same office, they will agree among the three of them who will tell us, yes. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much also for your patience. I think we need to clap for ourselves for remaining put. Yeah, you know, when I stand between you and traffic, which is already there. Oh, tunaenda kesha, leo ndio Friday, okay? So once again, my name is Stephanie Chebet, and I work for GIZ. Mine will be very brief. Brief in a way that I think everyone has been alert, because the nation is also alert on matters land. Do we agree? Do we agree? Some of us are already sleeping. Yako imeenda. Anyhow, I think we are coming out of this room not just informed, as alluded to by previous speakers, but we are very transformed in a way that moving forward, we know very well that land is not just a resource as we look at it at face value, but it comes along with dignity, it comes along with livelihoods, it comes along with identity of so many of us, okay? And by this, we realize that when we violate any right related to land, so many other rights are violated along. Cultural rights, constitutional rights, individual rights, all those rights are violated along, including right to identity. So by this, I'm just calling each one of us as we move out of this room. It is a plea, not just from me, but from the comments, from the reflections, and what we've even had in this room, is that we are moving out of this room, not just the same way we came, but to action. So it is not what we've gotten from this room that will matter, but out of this mock trial, it is the actions that will follow, be it after 1 year, be it after 3 years, be it in your community. And it doesn't matter the kind of transformation you bring. If you can just change the life of one person by defending their rights related to land, you've done your bit. If you can change the entire community, you've also done your bit. Once again, I'm so grateful for your patience and thank you so much, even as we move out of this room, transformed people. Thank you so much.
I've really read the Constitution. All these people have read the Constitution. It's very embarrassing when you, the students, have not read the Constitution. Unfortunately, you won't be taught the entire Constitution in the class. You'll be picked a few. If it's family law, you'll be picked Article 45. If it's you'll be picked a few. And then in real life, you'll be expected to know the entire thing. So read the Constitution, eh? Just read the Constitution. It's very, very important. It's also make you a better person. Then participate in events like this, because you can be an A student, but you go nowhere with an A. If the only thing you know is to get an A, you do not know how to be actual in real and skills. These are skills. This is something that you can never get in class. Participate, get skills. Skills, because these skills go very deep and far. Okay, so who is praying for us? Okay, Stephen, you've been appointed.
Let's bow down for a word of prayer. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we come before you this evening. We thank you because we are alive. We thank you, God, because of your sovereignty. Father, we come before you at this hour. We seek your protection. We seek that, oh Lord, you may help us and sustain us, oh Lord, to transform our communities according to your will and the wishes you have for us as humanity. We thank you, Father. We pray for Journey Mercies. We pray that, oh God, even as students that are here, oh Lord, those that do not even have resources, Lord, those that have even lost hope, Jehovah, you'll bless them and meet them at their point of need. We thank you, Father. We bless your holy name. It is in the mighty name of Jesus Christ we pray and believe. Amen.
Okay, I think we are done. Is there anything else? Kuna chakula ingine? Tushasikia njaa bana. So the university is closed. Go well. People who are going further, Kabarak, Journey Masses, may God bless you. You have a responsibility to ensure what you know is known by another person. It's not yours to keep. So until next time, see you around. Wenye wana mpango wanijoin, eh? Naenda kesha. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yes.